Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter turned his Muggle education into magical mastery. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here is short summary. Harry Potter grew up relying on intelligence, discipline, and hard-won academic excellence to survive. When he learns he's a wizard, he refuses to abandon the skills that made him strong. Instead, he applies logic, strategy, and Muggle science to magic itself, unlocking spells, secrets, and power no wizard has ever imagined. Hogwarts thinks he's a first year. Harry plans to become a master. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Hello, Professor McGonagall, what led you to St. Mungo's? She asked. I need a healer to give Mr. Potter here a complete examination and the complete set of vaccinations against magical illnesses. And the common Muggle ones as well, as far as they could infect a wizard, she said. The witch looked up at his forehead to look for the scar. Please, Miranda, I would like to keep this private. Mr. Potter just today learned about the wizarding world and his history. I don't want to have him overwhelmed with the reactions yet. Professor McGonagall said sternly. Of course, sorry, Professor. Miranda said hastily, not wanting to have to take that look again. At Hogwarts had been enough. She looked in the lists for today's appointments of the healers. In 20 minutes Healer Ickings is free. She informed them. Thank you, we will wait then. Professor McGonagall said. Harry decided to spend the time he needed to wait reading one of his books. He thought the smart thing to do would be starting with the school he would perhaps attend. So he searched his bag for Hogwarts a history and began reading. He had a fairly high reading speed, gained over years of reading as many books as he could. Professor McGonagall watched Harry reading. From her first impression the boy would make a good Ravenclaw, but he also had some traits of Slytherin. She didn't know yet about his courage or his working attitude, but his high grades he had told her about indicated that he had put a good amount of effort into his schoolwork. She had hoped that Lily and James's child would also be in her house, but now she wasn't so sure anymore. Finally they were discreetly informed by Miranda that Healer Ickings was now free. They followed the witch to the examination room where she left them to wait for the healer. He came a few minutes later. Ah, Professor McGonagall, always a pleasure to see you. And this is young Mr. Potter. I have to say, my boy, you look remarkably like your father, except for your eyes, they are definitely your mother's. The healer greeted them. Harry smiled slightly. So far the healer seemed okay. And getting proof of the Dursleys' abuse would help him in the long run. And he wanted for them to pay. While he wasn't really happy that he would have to expose himself some, it was a means to his goals. And he had learned already that pride didn't bring you anything, cunning and doing what was necessary to reach your goals was much more effective. It was weighing both to a balance that brought you what you wanted. Hello Healer Ickings, how are you? Harry asked politely. Good, my boy. Now I have no records of you ever being here for examinations after you being 6 months old. I take it you only went to the Muggle healers? Ickings asked. No, the only medically trained person to ever treat me was the school nurse at my primary school for injuries I got during football training or when my cousin and his gang got me. Harry reported truthfully with no emotion in his voice. The healer frowned. This was not normal. The usual Muggleborns Professor McGonagall brought to St. Mungo's in company of their parents or who came only in company of their parents to get the vaccinations for wizarding illnesses, normally were regularly checked up by Muggle healers. After all, there were many children's diseases that were taken care of by vaccinations in the early years of life of a child. And he said that was also reason for concern. Okay, then I will just have to make a complete diagnosis of your medical history. That will only be a simple spell. It doesn't hurt, but it could tickle a bit. This enchanted quill will write down all illnesses and injuries you ever had in your life and give me an idea of your current health. Ickings explained. He waved his wand over Harry, who lit up in a pale orange light. The quill started writing and continued for 10 minutes. The look on the healer's face got darker and darker with every minute. Finally the quill stopped writing. Healer Ickings took the parchment and started reading. When he finished, Harry saw he was suppressing absolute rage. He had seen that expression before on his trainer when he had started his football training. Mr. Miller had taken charge of getting Harry's body back to normal weight and height. He had talked with the school canteen to make sure Harry ate properly and enough. After 2 days where Dudley tried to destroy Harry's lunch by throwing it onto the floor, only to be taken away by the teacher watching over the canteen for detention, Harry had been able to finally eat as much as he wanted and knew his body needed. Mr. Miller had given him and all the other members of the football team diet plans, and Harry had done his best to follow the instructions. Strange how only one of the physical education teachers had noticed him being underweight and too small. Mr. Miller had then tried to get abuse charges to stick to the Dursleys, but Harry already knew that they wouldn't work. He had told his teacher that somehow no charges ever were really investigated, or if somebody came out, Vernon always managed to convince them that things were a huge misunderstanding. On top, the people that wanted to help him always vanished, and Harry would rather have a teacher at school that could really help him than have an attempt for charges being pressed stop before it really began and the person to help away. He rather wanted to have the small visible improvements than trying for the bigger ones that couldn't be achieved anyway. Mr. Miller had, after Harry had told him some stories, agreed to do things Harry's way, as he could remember Ms. Burton being transferred after only 2 months, and suspiciously she had gone after treating Harry for injuries Dudley had caused. Concerning others not noticing or not wanting to notice, the large clothes from Dudley hid much. In the area of little whinging, Vernon Dursley was an important man. Many people worked for Grunnings under him, and as long as they could tell themselves that the boy was a delinquent and the Dursleys were only really strict to the boy as he needed it to behave, they could ignore the blatantly obvious. Now Healer Ickings had the same expression on his face as Mr. Miller first. He signaled Professor McGonagall to follow him into a neighboring room to discuss something with her. Harry was sure he would tell her exactly what needed to be done. Harry would wait and hope that he really could leave the Dursleys' house. Healer Ickings closed the door and activated a privacy charm. Professor McGonagall, before I tell you what the diagnosis charm told me, I would like to know what you know about Harry's home situation. He asked. I know he has been abused in the past. He told me today when we were having a late lunch while I took him for a first visit to Diagon Alley. He wanted to get reading material on the magical world before he decided if he accepted his place at Hogwarts. He also has offers from renowned Muggle schools, including scholarships. He obviously is a very gifted and physically active boy. He told me he was offered the scholarships for his talent at football. From what I know, its popularity equals that of Quidditch in the wizarding world, and his high grades. He was top student of his year in primary school and should already be at secondary school if the Dursleys, his relatives on his mother's side, hadn't refused for him to be moved up a year. From what he told me, he was locked in a cupboard without food for periods of time as punishments, and before he turned 9 and paralyzed his uncle in a bout of accidental magic, they also punished him physically. He said his uncle beat him with a belt. That's one of the reasons I took him here. I want to get him out of there, but without backing from a healer that will be hard to do. She told him. I see. Well, your reports correspond with the results of the charm. That boy was subject to malnutrition until late into his 8th year of life, has had several broken bones. From what the charts say, his magic healed them out of sheer necessity. He has some scars on his back from getting hit with a flexible object. A belt falls into that category. He had 2 concussions, also healed by his magic. Then there are the usual infects, which also his magic took care to heal, which is concerning. Normally the body is taking care of that and building up antibodies against that infect. Harry doesn't have many antibodies against common germs and viruses in the Muggle world and none of the magical world. While the magical ones are normal with Muggle-born and Muggle-raised children, they all have gone through those periods and built antibodies. Which means their bodies can adapt to building up immunities in the magical world faster as their bodies know how to do it. The results indicate that his magic was trained to keep his body working no matter the circumstances. I will have to keep him here for 2 days to start correcting those problems with potions. I will also prescribe some salves to reduce the scarring on his back. I have to inform the Children's Services Department of the Ministry as well. This will lead to an investigation of his former caregivers and probably prison time for them. But the most pressing issue is that from his scar on his forehead dark magic is still emanating. I don't know enough about curse scars, but I have seen the effects of dark magic with aurors that came in for treatment. I will include Healer Regum, our leading expert for treatment of curses and their after effects, in this case. Oh my God, there are still effects from 10 years ago. I wouldn't have thought that was possible. Do you need anything I have to get for Mr. Potter's stay? She asked. A few changes of clothes, but I would advise you to not get them at his caregiver's. Just get him some in a Muggle shop, there is one only a street away, or if you prefer to buy them in the Wizarding World, you can always just apparate to Diagon Alley. He will need a set of pajamas, some undergarments and a few toiletries. Ickings informed her, and I will make sure the press doesn't find out about him staying here. Thanks, I only informed him today about his history and how his parents died. I don't think he could cope with the circus. The profit would start if this got out. She gratefully answered. When they went back into the room, Harry had taken out his book again and was reading. When he heard the door open he looked up. Well, Harry, from the results of the examination you will have to stay here at St. Mungo's for at least 2 days. We will have to give you some potions to correct some not correct or not completely healed injuries from your past. And we will also take care of the scars on your back. Ickings said. Harry frowned. He didn't like to think about those scars. They reminded him how weak he had been then. Harry, whatever happened to you, nothing of it was your fault and you definitely are not weak. Ickings said, guessing the boy's concerns. Harry looked up and into his eyes. I know that it wasn't my fault. It was the Dursleys' fault. I have long understood that they are the ones that are to blame. But I still don't like to think about it. Harry defiantly said. Healer Ickings was glad to hear that, but also a bit concerned how Harry acted. If nothing was done to address his emotional scars, he could get problems later in life. He would also get a mind healer for him to talk to. Good. You know, often children that grew up in abusive families think they are at fault that they couldn't build up a good relationship with their caregivers. I am happy to hear you have already realized that for yourself. We will also have an expert for dark curses look at the scar on your forehead. After 10 years it shouldn't show residues of dark magic anymore. Healer Ickings said. Harry nodded. He didn't want to suffer late effects of that attack. What are you going to tell the Dursleys? They will be furious that I have to stay at hospital. Harry asked. Don't worry about them. They will be investigated for child abuse by the Ministry of Magic. The Magical Law Patrol and the Muggle Police are working together in that department. From what I understood your relatives are Muggles that hate or are afraid of magic. The healer asked. My guess is both. Harry threw in. Well, nonetheless, there are experts for that crime and they will take up the case. I will demand that the DMLE, that is the Department for Magical Law Enforcement, will issue a removal order for you from their house. A member of the Magical Patrol will get your things from there later. Until the ultimate decision in the case, which is a simple cut and close case with the medical report I have, you will be a ward of the governments. As you are Muggle raised, the normal Muggle government as well as the magical government are responsible for you. There will be procedures started for you to be given a new guardian as soon as possible. But with the investigation having to be done, I don't expect that to happen before the Christmas holidays at Hogwarts. Ickings told him. Harry nodded. From what he had seen so far, starting at Hogwarts didn't sound so bad if he could find a way to continue his previous studies. But he would hold the final decision until he had read his books and perhaps talked with a few healers and nurses here at the hospital. They had to be a fountain of information. And knowledge was power. Professor McGonagall was returning to Hogwarts after bringing a bag with some clothes and necessities and a few wizarding sweets for Harry to try to St. Mungo's. Harry had taken well enough to staying at the hospital. He was busy reading his books and asking many questions of the healers and nurses. A very curious boy indeed. When she reached her office, she saw a note from Dumbledore to meet him at her earliest convenience lying on her desk. There also were 3 more answering letters from Muggleborns. She decided to first read the letters from the Muggleborns and then go to meet Albus. She wrote down the names and planned meetings with the students and their parents. She now had 6 responses, 7 if you included Mr. Potter, who was as good as a Muggle-born in his knowledge. She went to the Ollery and sent out responses, telling the families when she would meet them. She had made the experience that the parents of Muggle-born students reacted a lot better to her visits if she announced the dates 2 days in advance. Once she was done, she set off to Albus' office, wondering what he could want. He knew she was very busy this time of the year. She told the gargoyle the password, gummy bears, and let the stairs take her up. She entered the office, knowing full well that Albus always knew when somebody came up. "Ah, Minerva, thanks for coming. I wasn't aware you were making a visit to a Muggle-born student today, so when I found your office empty, I left you the note," he said. "No problem, Albus, it was a spontaneous decision after I got a response to one acceptance letter from a hopefully future first year." She answered. "Hopefully. So the student didn't accept the place at Hogwarts yet?" Albus asked. "No, he asked for more information to make an informed decision on the matter as he also has several offers for scholarships at renowned Muggle institutes." She explained. "That's a good policy. What is the student's name?" he asked. "Harry Potter," she said, glaring at him now. "What? But there shouldn't even be any question if Harry attends Hogwarts. He has been placed on the list since his birth." Albus replied, shocked. "You can thank those damn Muggles for that. They abused the boy, physically and emotionally, told him lies about how Lily and James died, they painted them in the worst light. Harry told me he was told by them that his parents died in a car crash they caused due to being drunk. He was called freak by them until the day before he started school, his bedroom was a cupboard until today, and the physical abuse only stopped because he scared them with his accidental magic. He paralyzed his uncle when he was 9 for 4 hours when he tried to beat him with a belt again. They didn't tell him anything about magic," she said. "I told you they were the worst sort of Muggles, but you didn't want to listen to me, who had observed them for a whole day. But you said they would be the best people to raise him and explain him about his parents' deaths." She accused him. Albus looked really pale. Did he really allow for Harry to be abused for 10 years? "Are you sure Harry is not exaggerating?" he asked, and immediately realized that it was the exactly wrong question to ask, seeing her face. "Yes, I am sure. After I took Harry to Diagon Alley to get some reading material to make his decision, so far I have the impression that he got a good first impression of the wizarding world. I took him to St. Mungo's. Healer Ickings did a thorough examination and found several old injuries. He had several broken bones, 2 concussions, scars from the belt on his back, and no vaccinations against Muggle diseases. Hell, the only way he healed was because of his magic taking care of those injuries, because his relatives never even took him to a Muggle healer. The school nurse was the only one to ever treat him. His body having to rely on his magic to heal him so often also led to him not developing as many antibodies to common illnesses as he should have. Until his 8th year of life he was malnourished, and the worst part is his curse scar still has a big residue of dark magic in it." She shouted now. He could see that her infamous Scottish temper was coming out. He knew to tread carefully around her now. "Where is Harry now?" he asked. "At St. Mungo's. Healer Ickings has told me he would have to keep Harry there for 2 days to take care of all the problems and have a specialist on dark curses inspect the scar. Meanwhile he is filing a law case against the Dursleys for child abuse with the ministry." She answered, still glaring at him. He knew he couldn't say anything against this. There was no way she would accept that Harry had to return for the wards to keep up. "I have another question. My instruments informed me that the wards that protected Harry's home through the sacrifice of Lily are rapidly falling. Did he mention anything that could lead to that?" Albus asked. "They are falling. Since when?" she asked, surprised. "Sometime early this afternoon," he answered. "What were the terms for the wards to work?" She wanted to know. "As long as Harry can call the place where his mother's blood lives home, he will be safe from Voldemort and any of his followers." Dumbledore answered. "Then I know the answer. Harry himself told me that the Dursleys' house wasn't his home, just his place of residence until he could finally get out of there. That was about early in the afternoon," she informed him. "I see. Well, with the wards falling we would have had to relocate Harry either way." It is just too unsafe for him to live there if the bloodwards are gone. If he doesn't see the place as home anymore, there is nothing I could do to save the wards, even if we could get to an arrangement with the Dursleys. He said. Didn't you listen? They abuse him. He will never have any contact with them again. She yelled. All right, Minerva, please calm down. He said, trying to appease her. I will calm down as soon as you swear to never again place Harry with those monsters. She replied. Okay, I swear I won't place him with them ever again. He quickly promised. What impression did you have of Harry? She took a few deep breaths to calm down. This man was just enraging her with his attitude sometimes. He is a very intelligent boy. He told me he was top of his year at primary school. He also is very good at football. His scholarship offers come from those two facts. Obviously Muggle schools compete with each other in football regularly, and having the best team is a matter of school pride. Therefore young talents are scouted by teachers from the schools and the children are offered said scholarships. Only the best get them. I guess they also did for other kinds of sports. But Harry is also very cautious and doesn't give up any information he doesn't want to be known. I think he only told me about the abuse because he thought that magicals could finally help him, because his pleas for help with the Muggle police didn't bring any results. I will investigate the matter. If I find out that somebody interfered with their investigations, there will be hell to pay. She promised. Albus just hoped she wouldn't find anything. He had stopped 2 investigations against the Dursleys because he thought it was vital for Harry to have the protection of the blood wards. But he also didn't think the Dursleys would go as far as beating him with a belt. They wouldn't be nice to Harry, but he didn't think family could be that cruel. Obviously that had been a big mistake. He should have investigated more and probably made his point clearer towards the Dursleys. So we will need to find a solution for where Harry is going to live in the future. I guess for this summer he could take a room in the Leaky Cauldron, and we can ask Tom to have an eye on Harry until we find a better solution. Dumbledore pondered. Yes, I also had the idea, but do you think that is wise? After all, he is just 11 years old. He is quite mature for his age, but nonetheless he shouldn't be on his own. Especially as he has no experience how to behave in the wizarding world. If he was recognized, people would mob him to shake his hand or something ridiculous like that. You know how crazy they are about Harry Potter, the boy who lived, she said. Probably you are right, I didn't consider that. But he also can't come to Hogwarts yet. And I don't want any of the pureblood elitists to get him into their hands. He informed her. You have 2 days while he is staying at St. Mungo's. The only alternative I see is sending someone to have an eye on Harry while he is staying at the Leaky Cauldron over the day. Obviously Harry is intent on gaining as much information on the wizarding world as possible. He won't allow to be forced into coming to Hogwarts. It will have to be his decision, and he has excellent alternatives in the Muggle world. She said. Do you know which Muggle schools have offered scholarships? He asked. No, and even if I would, I wouldn't tell you. If you meddled in Harry's life again, he would never forgive you. I think he would be capable to attend another magical school outside of Great Britain just to spite you if you did meddle again. I didn't tell him how he was placed with the Dursleys, but I don't doubt he will find out soon. At the moment you can still plead ignorance, but you don't want to have the boy as your enemy. That much I could see from his eyes. She told him. He nodded thoughtfully. He would have to wait if Harry decided to come to Hogwarts. Perhaps he could influence the boy positively with a good choice for a guide and guard. Perhaps Hagrid could give Harry the last necessary push in the right direction. I will find a good permanent placement for the boy. Meanwhile I think the Leaky Cauldron will be our best bet. I think I could send Hagrid to look after Harry. After all, Hagrid was good friends with James and Lily, and Harry was quite fond of him as a baby. And he would be able to protect Harry well enough while he's exploring Diagon Alley and help him get his supplies. He suggested. Perhaps. But before you choose a family for Harry to stay with, make sure the boy agrees. She said. I have more work to do. Remember my warnings, Albus, don't meddle with Harry. He'll not forgive that. With that she turned to the door and left the office. Harry woke up in the morning, seeing a tray of food being held by a strange creature. There also were 2 potions on the nightstand beside his bed. "Ah, Mr. Harry Potter is awake. Goods morning. I is Tibby. I is bringing your breakfast." The creature said. "Good morning, Tibby. If you don't mind, I don't know that much about magic in the wizarding world." "What kind of race do you belong to?" he asked curiously. "Oh, Tibby is a house elf. I is working at St. Mungo's," Tibby said. "Okay, what are house elves like?" Harry asked. "We's are looking after wizards and work for them. House elves are bonded to family or building. Tibby is bonded to St. Mungo's," she said happily. "House elves do work for wizards and keep their secrets." "And what are you paid for your work?" Harry asked. "House elves are not paid, that's not right. House elves just want to work," she answered like she was insulted to think about being paid. "Sorry, I didn't know you would think about that being insulted. It's just that all I have ever learned is that people are paid if they do work for others. One way or another," Harry quickly said. "Tibby understands. But for house elves having family or other bond is important. We is getting our magic from bond," she said. "So this is a form of symbiosis. You give the family your work and for the work and keeping their secrets and you get your magic from them." Harry realized. Mr. Harry Potter is right. Now Tibby has to go, more work to do. Healer Ickings wants Harry Potter to eat all the food, she said. "Okay, thank you for the explanation about house elves, Tibby," Harry said. Tibby smiled happily and popped away, leaving Harry wondering about the strange but obviously friendly little creature. Then he turned his attention to his breakfast. He saw a note to drink the pink potion before breakfast and the green one after. He took the pink potion, grimaced, drank a bit of juice and then started eating. In Little Whinging things meanwhile were not so peaceful. Where is that little freak? He should have made breakfast. And to not be home before nightfall, I will show him. If he thinks I will tolerate his behavior any longer, he is dead wrong. Vernon ranted. Petunia nodded, but was concerned. What if something had happened? They had always kept the freak from a doctor or hospital. But what if he had been in an accident and the doctors found the boy's scars on his back? They would think that they were the ones at fault, when the freak had it coming. Just when the Dursleys had finished the opulent meal, the bell chimed. Petunia let the dishes rest in the sink and went to the door. When she opened it, there stood 2 policemen. "Good morning, are you Petunia Dursley?" one of them asked. "Yes, I am," she said. "We are Officers Vesperian and Thornston. We are here in official function. We have been told to get all personal belongings of your nephew, Harry Potter, that are kept in this house and take them with us. Here is the official document. Your nephew had been removed from your family and been placed as a ward of the government after Dr. Ickings found significant signs of child abuse on your nephew. From his confessions to the doctor, they were caused by your family." Officer Vesperian said, glaring at her. Petunia paled. That was bad. While the police wouldn't be able to prove many things, the scars on the boy's back were a damning sign of abuse. "Please step aside, we have an order to search your house for all evidence pointing at the treatment your nephew got while you were his guardian," Officer Thornston said, holding up another document. Petunia could do nothing but obey. "What is going on, Petunia?" Vernon yelled from the kitchen. Then he saw the 2 policemen coming into the house. Petunia returned to the kitchen and sat down. "They told me the boy has been removed from us under the charges of child abuse and that he is a ward of the government for now. They are collecting all of his possessions that are in the house and are also searching for evidence how he was treated here. Some doctor examined the boy and initiated the process," she said. "What? That ungrateful little freak," Vernon thundered. The policemen in the corridor just shook their heads. From what they had seen so far, the house didn't look like there was even a second child living here. Only the fat boy and his parents. Not a single photo of Harry Potter was there. When Thornston went upstairs, Vesperian stayed downstairs to keep an eye on the family so they wouldn't compromise evidence. He thought the fat man was capable of doing that. Thornston came down after a few minutes. In none of the rooms upstairs is any sign that the boy lives there. There are 5 rooms: bath, bedroom of the parents, bedroom of the son, a guest room that definitely hasn't been lived in for months, and a smaller room where masses of broken toys are stored, but that doesn't hold a bed. Or a cupboard, he reported. Vesperian then looked at the cupboard under the stairs. The boy couldn't have meant that cupboard. They didn't want to believe that somebody would keep a child in a cupboard, but now it looked like these people did. He walked over and opened the door of the cupboard. On the floor was a small mattress. There were a few broken tin soldiers on a shelf. And some too big clothes were stored in a corner. There also was a training suit for a child that matched the one they had been shown the boy had worn when Professor McGonagall showed him around London. On a higher shelf there were cleaning supplies and bottles. He turned on the flashlight and looked for more evidence. There was a small scrap of paper pinned to a hard-to-see part of the cupboard. A child had written the words, "Harry's room," on them. This was unthinkable. "Thornston, I need a camera," Vesperian demanded. His colleague immediately handed him the camera and Vesperian started taking pictures of the inside of the cupboard. When he had everything documented, he collected the clothes and the tin soldiers. Those obviously were the boys. He closed the door and glared at the Dursleys, who shrank back under his glare, well except for Dudley. He couldn't understand why anybody would make such a fuss over the freak. "Mum, I want to see TV," he wailed. "You will stay in the kitchen with your parents until we are finished," Vesperian ordered. "What? But why? It's only the freak's things you are looking for. And the only things he has are in the cupboard. Why can't I see TV?" Dudley shouted. The two policemen were disgusted with how the boy behaved. It was more than obvious that these two were completely unsuited as parents. They would also have to check their bank statements to see if they had got a stipend for Harry Potter's care. If they did, they were also guilty of embezzlement of funds. "Madam, we need the name and address of the doctor you took your nephew to for his vaccinations documents and all other official documents regarding the boy." Thornston looked at Petunia. She was horrified. They didn't have any of those. They hadn't wanted to spend money on the boy, so he never got those vaccinations. They hadn't thought it would ever come out. You see, when Petunia was on her way home from the doctor once with Dudley, some thug stole her handbag where the vaccination documents of both boys were in. So, as after that time no new vaccinations were necessary, we don't have any documents. Vernon tried to solve the problem. And when we got the boy, he was just left on our doorstep at night. I have to say, not very responsible. There were no official documents. "I see. And you never thought to remedy the situation? Every municipality has copies of birth certificates and the like. It wouldn't have been hard to inform the municipality of Little Whinging of the situation and ask them to get the respective documents from the boy's former hometown. And every doctor can reconstruct the last vaccinations for us, so we just need the name, or in case you change doctors over time, names of the doctor that has examined the boy over the years," Vesperian said. Vernon deflated. He hadn't thought of that. Now things would really be bad. "I see. Where is the attic?" Vesperian asked. "Why?" Petunia asked. "Because we have to be sure there are no things stored you kept away from your nephew that are rightfully his." Thornston answered for his colleague. "There are no things. We threw away the blanket he came in when it was too torn to be used anymore." "Made a massive racket, the boy," Vernon scoffed. "We will decide that," Thornston said. Petunia gave in and led the policeman to the attic. Meanwhile Vesperian informed Vernon about the limitations that were placed on him and his family. "You are forbidden to leave the country. Any disobeying will be reason for added criminal charges. You are to fully cooperate with the police. You will be informed of a court date as soon as it is set. I would advise you to get a lawyer. You will need a good one. You have the right to keep silent, but everything you said and will say in the future will be used against you. Probably you will be asked to hand over other documents in the future. You will be informed when we need them for our investigation. You aren't to come closer than mile to your nephew's residence. Refusal will be met with repercussions," he told Vernon. Vernon just nodded. He knew the game was over. He just hoped they wouldn't think he was a bad parent for Dudley and take his son away. Hopefully they didn't find out about the money that they had got on their account every month for the freak. With the things they found in the house and what Dudley had let slip, they would know he never used any of the money on the boy. It was all the freak's fault. Just how did he get to a doctor? Thornston came down with a box with a few things in it in his hands. These obviously belonged to Harry Potter's mother when she was a child. I also collected some interesting bank statements. He informed his colleague. Okay, I think we are done here. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, remember the rules you have to follow. You will be contacted soon. Good day, Vesperian said, and both policemen left the house. Vernon hid his face in his hands. They had kept the statements on the attic to not risk the freak ever finding out about them. Until now they had managed to deflect all suspicions about the freak being abused, but now with the doctor having found proof, there was nothing they could do. Dudley meanwhile scampered into the living room. He turned on the TV and took a bag of chips from a cupboard. He didn't realize his comfortable life would soon change for the worse for him. Harry lay in his bed, now reading the book about classes that were offered at Hogwarts and what they entailed. He was most interested in charms and runes. Transfiguration also sounded interesting. From Hogwarts, a history, he had found out that Hogwarts was one of 3 leading magical schools in Europe. The other 2 were Beauxbatons in France and Durmstrang somewhere in Northern Europe. He would have to read up on that in the book he had about European wizarding schools. He had already realized that having control over his abilities would be best for him. And he didn't want to waste such an incredible talent. He would still learn the Muggle subjects. You never could have too much information and knowledge after all. The next book on his to-read list was the one about professions in the wizarding world and what qualifications you needed. He hoped there would also be information how much you earned in the respective profession. This morning he had been visited by a psychiatrist. While the man might have been called a mind healer, that was what he did. He had asked Harry about his life with the Dursleys. Harry had only told him a few things. He didn't trust the man yet. Perhaps he wanted to help him, but he was not sure. Adults had too often not held their promises. Healer Nimes had told him he should take his time to get to know him. If he wanted to talk, he would always listen. So for the first session Harry had mostly spoken about things he had liked in Little Whinging, meaning the libraries and playing football. So far Mr. Miller and Mrs. Janison were the only adults he somewhat trusted. They had been the ones to help him against the Dursleys, especially Mr. Miller. He had been informed that Healer Regum would come by around 3 to inspect his curse scar. Now it was 1:30, which meant he still had 1.5 hours to read. Healer Regum sat in front of Harry, casting spells on his scar to find out just why there still was a dark magical residue after 10 years. This was like nothing he had seen before. His spells clearly showed that it was from the killing curse, but then again not. It was like something was trapped in the scar, something evil. I will need to see what really is in that scar of yours, Mr. Potter. I have never encountered something like this before. But before I do that, I will have to get a curse breaker to assist me. Due to their work they encounter more eccentric curses and enchantments than any other wizard or witch. Healer Regum said, "That's okay, I just want the dark residue gone." Harry said. He couldn't imagine that whatever was in that scar did him any favors. He just wondered why nobody had thought to get him treated for it before. If they had known that he was hit with a killing curse and survived, why didn't they get him to St. Mungo's when he was a baby? That just didn't make any sense. But without knowing who left him at the Dursleys, there wouldn't be any possibility to find out. Perhaps Healer Regum could tell him. He would only need to ask the right way. Healer Regum, I wondered why this examination hasn't been done before. I mean, Healer Icking's diagnosis spell noticed the residue at once and got you to check it. Shouldn't that have been done after I survived the killing curse? I mean, who wouldn't have a baby that just survived a killing curse have examined to see if everything was okay? Harry asked, intentionally keeping his voice neutral. That's a very good question, Mr. Potter, one I will definitely ask Albus Dumbledore. He said. The headmaster of Hogwarts. What does he have to do with this? Harry wanted to know, slightly alarmed. In the chaos of the news spreading of your defeat of he who must not be named, many forgot to think about what would happen to you and where you would grow up. Many influential families petitioned for getting guardianship over you. It was a question of prestige for those families. They hoped to get advantages riding on your fame. But Professor Dumbledore was faster. He had one of his trusted people get you from your home before any authorities even appeared on site and hid you away. He informed the Wizengamot and the Ministry that he had taken precautions that would guarantee that no Death Eater would be able to harm you in the place you were living at. Nobody but him and said trusted person knew where you lived for the last 10 years. So only he could have made sure your scar was examined properly. Healer Regum explained. Harry frowned. So the headmaster of the school that was offering him a place had been responsible for the 10 years of hell he had gone through at the Dursleys. That wasn't a very encouraging thought. Would he want to be under the influence of a man who left him with those monsters, neglected him being checked for injuries resulting from the attempt to end his life and couldn't even be bothered to check up on him for 10 years? He knew he needed to learn control of his magic, but was Hogwarts the best option for him? Even if there was no other magical school in England, he needed to check up on that with the book about European magical schools. Perhaps he should also get a book on American schools. When he thought about it, there were many more options, and with his name and fame he could probably start everywhere. I will call Gringotts if they would borrow us a curse breaker. Theirs are the best there are. As soon as I know the answer I will tell you, Mr. Potter. Healer Regum said. All right, thanks, Healer Regum. You're welcome, Mr. Potter. He said and left the room. Harry immediately took out the book about the different magical schools in Europe. Other schools would have to wait until he could get back to Diagon Alley. The flow in Albus Dumbledore's office flashed to life, and the headmaster of Hogwarts saw the head of Junius Regum in the flames. Junius, to what do I owe the pleasure of your call? He asked. I have some questions. Regarding a patient of mine. Can I come through? Healer Regum asked. Sure, Dumbledore answered. A few moments after the head was gone, the whole man stepped out of the fireplace and cleaned his robes from the ashes. Thanks. As I said, I am here regarding the treatment of one of our patients, Harry Potter to be precise. I need to know what exactly was done for the boy from the point he was found in the ruins of his parents' house in Godric's Hollow to his placement with the Dursley family. Regum informed Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. From what Minerva had told him about the results of the examination, the healers had good reason to have to know everything. And keeping Harry's place of residence a secret wasn't important anymore. The wards were now completely gone. I had Rubeus Hagrid, the gamekeeper here at Hogwarts, investigate the alarms I got from the monitoring charms around the Potter residence. I only had one sign of life. So I gave Hagrid orders to bring whoever survived to me. My thought was that with a portkey I equipped him with, he would be the one best suited to go in case it was needed forcefully, and get out with little harm done to his person. He saw the house burning in an area, and a huge part of the roof blown away, and went inside to see if there were any survivors of this obvious attack. He found James lying dead in the entrance hall, his eyes open in shock from the killing curse. Then he heard a baby crying upstairs and ran there. He found Lily lying in front of the baby's cot. Harry was in the cot, crying loudly, blood on his forehead. Hagrid took Harry out of the house. Outside he was witness how Sirius Black appeared. Sirius demanded Hagrid to hand Harry over to him as he was the boy's godfather, but Hagrid refused, stating he had orders from me to bring Harry to me. Sirius then lent Hagrid his motorbike. I still don't understand the reason why. Hagrid told me Sirius was distraught and in tears. At that time Hagrid thought because Lily and James were dead. Now it looks more likely it was because Voldemort found his match that night. Hagrid brought Harry to me using the motorbike, as you know that you only use a portkey with an infant if you have no other choice. With no immediate danger visible, Hagrid decided to take the longer, but healthier route for Harry. The only stop he made in the meantime was at Hogwarts to have Madame Pomfrey examine Harry. The plan was to place Harry with his aunt and uncle the following night. I was busy at the ministry, coordinating the chaos that had started when people heard the rumors from Godric's Hollow. It was most important to at least contain the celebration somewhat, to not have the Muggles find out about us. And I needed to make preparations for Harry's protection. I had informed Hagrid I would be in Surrey in the evening where Harry's aunt and uncle lived. Once the Dursleys were all asleep, I saw that Minerva was also present. She had watched them over the day. While she was against placing Harry with them, I was convinced that only a strong blood ward would be able to keep Harry safe from the remaining Death Eaters, who would surely try everything to get revenge for their fallen master, or thinking that killing Harry would bring Voldemort back, try it for that reason. From my scans of the house in Godric's Hollow, I found out that Lily did an ancient form of sacrificial magic. By sacrificing her life for her son, willingly and fully aware of it, she invoked the strongest protection for Harry, based in his very blood. Therefore I made my decision for Harry to be placed with the only living remaining relative on his mother's side, his Aunt Petunia Dursley. I prepared a letter for her, explaining what had happened and just what kind of magic I had invoked. To protect Harry, as she took the boy into her house, she sealed the contract. I really didn't expect the Dursleys to mistreat Harry like they did. I placed one of my associates, a squib by the name of Arabella Figg, in the same neighborhood to have an eye on Harry and inform me if the Dursleys actively abused Harry or if the Death Eaters found out his living place. She told me they neglected him and weren't nice to him, but I didn't know about the physical abuse. I thought keeping the boy alive in the dangerous climate we were still living in was more important than to keep him happy. I felt even more proven right when my observations of the wards informed me of 5 failed attempts to bypass them within the first year after I placed Harry at his relatives'. Dumbledore confessed. Healer Regum nodded. That sounded like one of Dumbledore's well-meant but not completely thought-through plans. I can only give you one piece of advice. Tell the boy everything. If you don't, well, you won't like the consequences. I could see it on his face when I told him I had to speak with you why nobody had checked his curse scar properly before he was placed with the Dursleys, as you were the only one capable answering that and other questions. The boy is highly intelligent and doesn't trust easily. He trusts no one at St. Mungo's further than taking care of medical issues. He evades all questions about the things that happened at his home under the care of his relatives, which go farther than what he already told us. And that is definitely only because he wants to see the Dursleys in prison. Healer Regum said. He is past the point where he cares too much about pride, only seeing his goals realized as making him reveal a limited amount of information. I wouldn't even wonder if he was a natural Occlumens. Minerva told me something similar. I am currently trying to find a family to take Harry in. Dumbledore said. Don't try that. He will only accept a place to stay that he chose, not anybody else. He won't let himself be forced to live anywhere where he doesn't feel safe again. He will run away if you try that. And face it, he has inherited enough money to do it, and he can vanish in the Muggle world without any problem, getting tutors for magic. The boy is at a crossroad. You were very lucky that Minerva got to him before anything really bad happened. Her actions could be what hold him in Britain, or at least the wizarding world. Give him options what is possible and let him choose what he wants. He is currently reading up on European magical schools. He will choose the one that offers him the best education. I know that he isn't sure if he should go to one of the Muggle schools that offered him scholarships or attend a magical school yet. He is collecting information to weigh the advantages of both against each other. So even if he chooses Hogwarts, I would advise you to get the staff cleaned up. You know that you have problems with some teachers, especially Severus Snape. I know he and James Potter were bitter enemies. With his normal behavior to all students that are not Slytherins, he has already harmed the prospective applicants for the Auror and Healer jobs. Get him under control. I have nothing against him being strict, but outright bullying and degrading of students by a teacher is something that shouldn't be allowed to happen at a school. And perhaps you should replace Binns as well. I heard from many patients that come in and talk about their lessons at Hogwarts that he is only good for taking naps in class. They recommended getting him to cure insomnia patients. Regum advised. Dumbledore pondered what Healer Regum had said. It was important that Harry came to Hogwarts. Dumbledore was the only one that knew the whole prophecy that Sybil Trelawney had made. And from his spies he knew that Voldemort wasn't dead. He had survived, even if he was more or less powerless at the moment. He needed to be there to guide the boy, and that would only work if he got Harry's trust. Which would now obviously be more difficult than he ever thought. He wasn't used to letting people make their own decisions. Most people just followed his advice. But if Junius Regum was this sure about Harry's reaction, he would need to do it that way. Harry had just finished the information about Durmstrang and didn't think that it would be the right school for him. While it was one of the leading schools of magic in Europe, they were too racist in his eyes, not letting Muggleborns into the school and favoring the purebloods. Then there was the fact that Durmstrang taught the dark arts. He had a rational opinion in that field from what little he had managed to find out so far. You needed to know about them to defend yourself against whatever an opponent could be able to throw at you, but if you really wanted to, you could reach your goals without resorting to gruesome spells. It was the same for weapons in the Muggle world. Magic was nothing but a weapon that could be used for good or for evil. And of course the grey parts that many liked to not mention, but he knew about perfectly thanks to having to live in the grey areas to survive so far. After the magical outburst, as he now knew it had been, when he was 9, he had been able to ignore the commands of the Dursleys thanks to them being afraid. Before that he had started already to find ways to get what he wanted and needed. Nothing that could be called illegal, but using information he gathered from observation to have his classmates or older children in Little Whinging keep silent about things he didn't want the Dursleys to know had worked well for him. They for example didn't need to know that he regularly spent time in the library reading up on topics far above his class level. He would have to start collecting information on important people in the magical world too if he wanted to get to the top here. Not that he would forget about the advantages some things the normal world offered. Seeing people writing with quills was so backwards. No, considering all those factors Durmstrang was a definite no. Next was Beauxbatons. Their course plan was very similar to the one Hogwarts offered. A main difference was that at Beauxbatons the owls were taken at the end of 6th year instead of 5th year. That had both advantages and disadvantages. Students had one more year to prepare for their owls, but it also lessened the time you could concentrate on your newts. The main question was which ones would be more important for your career plans and how the material was taught. If the French owls included some of the material that was needed for the newts, it might work out better than the English model. Beauxbatons was somewhere in southern France and the school was an old palace that had been remodeled to become a school. A lot like Hogwarts, which was in a castle. Beauxbatons also had mandatory classes in traditions and etiquette. Not necessarily a disadvantage. Being able to fit in with high society was always good. Beauxbatons also allowed all kinds of students. They didn't discriminate against those with creature heritage or Muggleborns. But the school was following a really strict code of behavior. It seemed very restricting to him. There were also schools in other countries, but their options for classes weren't as widespread as the ones the 3 leading schools offered. For Harry it wouldn't matter if he went to Hogwarts or Beauxbatons if he chose a magical school. He spoke both English and French. After his deputy headmistress had taught him German for a year, he had wanted to add another language. Being able to communicate in 2 countries that were part of the G7 was useful for a boy like him who wanted to get to the top. So he had asked her if she knew a way for him to also learn French. He reasoned that as a teacher she would probably know someone. He had been right, and she introduced him to an old fellow student from her university time who was teaching at a school in a neighboring district. It only took Harry 20 minutes with the bus to get there. Mr. Smith was a teacher at the secondary school of the district and offered additional courses for students that were interested in learning French. Harry was by far the youngest at 9.5 years of age, but he was one of the fastest learners there. So by now he had had a bit more than 1 year of French lessons and could communicate fairly well. If he chose Beauxbatons, the rest would come to him quickly. Having to speak a language all the time would take care of that. The only problem was that he would like to have more time for his decision. He needed to accept any offer for his schooling by the end of July. Only 12 days remaining, and he still didn't know if any American schools were better suited for his goals. He didn't know if changing schools would be possible once he had started somewhere. It shouldn't be difficult, but he didn't know anything about the magical world and he didn't know who would become his guardian. He knew ultimately the decision would be made by whoever was named his guardian. Well, he wouldn't just accept any guardian. He needed somebody he felt he could trust over time. Somebody who supported his goals and shared his ideals. Shortly, somebody he could respect. He had another thought. Did his parents make any plans of who should have taken care of him in case they didn't survive the war? After all, they were fighting one of the strongest and evilest wizards ever. So the thought wasn't that far-fetched. And his mother had to have known how Petunia regarded magic. Was there a will? Perhaps he would find out more during his appointment at Gringotts. It was the morning of the last day Harry had to stay at St. Mungo's. He had got the vaccinations for the magical diseases all children needed yesterday evening and would get another dose in 6 weeks by the nurse at his school. After that he would be protected. He had read up on the best-paying jobs in the wizarding world and came up with 4 interesting-sounding jobs. There were healers, with them having huge responsibilities and having to study intensively to get really good. They earned a lot in a year. Second were aurors and hit wizards, the equivalent of high-class policemen. Hit wizards were the advanced form of aurors. Like elites that took care of special missions. They were the ones hunting down dark wizards and were kind of the army of the wizarding world. Third were curse breakers. They were tasked with lifting curses from objects or places. Some of the best got paid really well. The last ones were masters of any kind, but especially runes and charms. Some of the most expensive magical devices were based on rune engraving and charms that powered the runes. Wards that protected houses worked with rune stones as their anchors. Really competent rune masters were rare as it was a difficult subject to study and required a lot of travel in the beginning to study the runes of different cultures. Workers in several departments at the Ministry of Magic also didn't earn badly, but it was nothing outstanding. The other possibility was having your own business, but that required a good product that was not easy to get from anybody else. From what Harry had seen in Diagon Alley, there mostly were only 1 or 2 choices for shops. Obviously the demand wasn't that big, or the ministry granted monopolies, which didn't sound good in his opinion. He had also read up on sports. Like in the Muggle world, there was one sport that practically everybody loved, Quidditch. A game similar to basketball with 3 hoops on each side of the field, with a few additions. There were 3 kinds of balls. The quaffle, the normal playing ball to throw goals with, the bludgers, the balls intent on disturbing the plays of the players, and the snitch, the tiny golden ball that if caught ended the match and gave the team that caught it a huge bonus. He would have to see if he had talent there. He had good aim from football training, but that was with his feet. He needed to find out if he could also play chaser, the position that was the most active in the game. He didn't see himself being keeper or beater. The only alternative to chaser he could perhaps see was seeker, but it seemed a bit boring to him to only look for a tiny ball all game and not to be in the action the other time. In Hogwarts a history he had read that there had been cases where first years were taken into the house teams. Well, even if not, if he was good at the game, he needed to find out about his abilities in flying first. He could try out for his house team, in case he chose Hogwarts, from his second year on. The idea to go professional had its charm. Like all athletes, Quidditch players earned much money if they were good. Playing for a certain period and then taking up another job was possible. From what he had read, graduates from Hogwarts applied for their jobs regarding the grades they got in their owls and newts. Apprenticeships were only given to those that were really good in a subject. There was the second option of going for a mastery on self-study though. In the end, both apprentices and self-taught students had to test for mastery at the Ministry of Magic. Though those that learned under a master were much higher respected, well, depending on which master they learned their craft under. Some masters also preferred to take part-time apprentices, which was interesting for Harry. So he could combine either self-study or part-time apprenticeship and a professional Quidditch career if he chose so. And being famous, for his actual abilities that was, offered great possibilities. He was extremely ambitious. He wanted to be the best. After having to fake his grades to appease the Dursleys, he had decided he would always reach for the top. No more accepting anything but doing his best. If somebody managed to be better than him, he had to accept it, but only if he knew he couldn't have done any more than he did. That was the mentality that had made him successful at his primary school, and that was how you had success in life. Of course you couldn't be seen as a nerd. That was why also playing football had been so important for him. Everybody loved the members of the sports teams and nobody would think him a boring nerd if he was good in sports. It would just make him more popular if he could be good both in sports and his classes, as long as he didn't show off too much. He knew from the description of the houses he would probably be a Slytherin. There was just one problem. After Voldemort there was a huge prejudice against members of that house. He didn't need to be thought to be a Dark Lord in training. Fame was fickle. He had seen that when celebrities in the Muggle world had been torn apart in the press for one misstep or the other. If he didn't want to be seen as the next Dark Lord, they could after all think he only defeated Voldemort through dark magic, Stupid, but obviously wizards were stuck in the late Middle Ages in their culture, which was the time where people believed that because somebody had a certain trait they were witches and wizards. Accusations, once spoken, were hard to refute, and until the guilt or innocence was proven, many just believed the person was guilty. Harry knew as soon as people found out he spoke Parseltongue, the language of the SS, he would be seen as dark. He knew since a few weeks ago that he had that ability. During the visit at the zoo where the Dursleys couldn't avoid taking him to due to Mrs. Fig having broken her leg, he had found out he could understand the SS in the reptile house. He had briefly talked with a boa until Piers came too close and Harry didn't want to raise suspicion. Salazar Slytherin had been a Parselmouth, which was the reason the symbol for Slytherin House was AS. Perhaps his family was descended from the founder, it didn't really matter to him. He would for now have to hide that talent. His best option would probably be Ravenclaw. He knew he had the intelligence. If he only knew how the first years were sorted into their houses. Then he could decide on how to avoid being put into Slytherin. If he wanted to be seen for his abilities and not for the event that cost him his parents and a happy childhood, he needed to not be given any negative label early in his life. But that would only come to pass if he didn't find a better option in another country for now. He had the sinking feeling that with how much fuss the magical world made about him, he wouldn't be able to easily choose a non-magical school and hire tutors. There might be people who would try and interfere. Well, perhaps he could milk that for all it was worth. If they really wanted him at Hogwarts so badly, he might be able to get some advantages from it. Albus Dumbledore stood in front of the reception of St. Mungo's to visit Harry Potter. He had thought about what he could offer Harry for options where to live and had come up with nothing permanent. He couldn't ask the Weasleys as they already had 7 children to look after. That wouldn't be fair on Molly and Arthur. Arabella was out as Harry probably wouldn't take well to her not getting him help earlier. He had considered Remus, but the Ministry would never allow a werewolf to have custody of a child, especially not Harry Potter. Most other members of the Order were too old to look after a child. If Alice and Frank wouldn't be permanent inhabitants of the long-term spell damage ward, they would have been perfect. Both were Aurors, therefore able to protect Harry, and Neville was only a day older than Harry. But Augusta was very overbearing and didn't seem to really value her grandson like he was. Poor boy. Having been thought to be a squib for a long time was not an easy thing to go through for a child. He got the room number of Harry and started his walk there. He greeted many people he knew from their time at Hogwarts and some other events. Then he reached the room's door and knocked. He heard the call to come in and opened the door. On the bed with a book in his hand sat a very close image of the late James Potter. But there were certain differences. The eyes of course and a slightly different facial form. Good morning, I am Professor Albus Dumbledore and I have been informed about certain, problems, while a 2-week term it will be suitable for now to use, with your living accommodations with your relatives. I first want to express my sincere apology. I didn't think that your aunt, while not on that good terms with your mother, would go as far as she did. I never thought it possible for somebody to abuse a child of their own blood. You see, in the wizarding world, family means everything. Blood is the strongest bond there can be, and betraying one's own blood is the greatest shame in many people's opinion. I assumed it would be the same way in the Muggle world and that nobody would intentionally hurt a child. I am really sorry for not seeing my error earlier, Dumbledore said. Harry looked intently on the old man's face and eyes. Many people, even if they had learned to hide their thoughts, gave subtle signs on their face and especially in their eyes if they lied. Professor Dumbledore seemed to be sincere. I see. I accept the apology, but I want to know what reasons did you have to place me there without checking up on me once? Harry asked cautiously. He would see what the old man could offer. He knew that the headmaster of Hogwarts was an important man in wizarding society and making an outright enemy of him would be stupid. Better to collect information and take a wait-and-see position. He wouldn't trust him, no way, after what that man had put him through in his life, no matter if intentional or unintentional. But alienating the most powerful man in the country, who also owed him, wouldn't bring him what he wanted. Albus Dumbledore held most of the really important positions in this society and therefore he could make Harry's life more difficult if he really tried. I guess I owe you that explanation, even if I'd have preferred that this could have waited until you were a little older. On the night your parents were murdered, your mother made the ultimate sacrifice. She willingly and knowingly offered her life for yours. I did scans on the magical residue in your house on November 1st in 1981. There were the signs of an ancient magical ritual, the sacrifice of one life for another, the sacrifice of a loving mother for her child, even if she didn't have to die, invoked an ancient protection. If a witch or wizard selflessly sacrifices his or her life out of love for others, those people will be protected against attacks from the one who spilled the blood of the one who sacrificed himself. Dumbledore started the explanation in a solemn voice. With this in mind, I made my plans to protect you from Voldemort and his followers, the Death Eaters. I knew Voldemort hadn't died. Why, I don't know yet. I am still trying to find clues about that, but what I know is that he won't give up. Having been defeated by you is a smudge on his record. He'll do everything to finish what he started. At the moment I think it's safe to say that he isn't an immediate danger, but I know he is out there, somewhere. Voldemort spilled your mother's blood, so the strongest protection I could give you was through her blood. The only living relative you have on her side though that is closely enough related for the magic to work is your Aunt Petunia. She knows that. I wrote her a letter explaining all that to her the night I left you at her house. By accepting you into her house she sealed the magical contract and the wards were created. While she might not love or even like you, she didn't want you dead. I thought that her taking you in was enough to make sure that she would at least treat you neutrally. But it seems I was horribly mistaken there. The magic made sure that as long as you could call the place where your mother's blood lived your home, Voldemort couldn't touch you there. As his followers are branded with his dark mark on their left forearms, they couldn't harm you there either if they found out where you were living. And those wards stopped 5 attempts to get to you from Death Eaters, Voldemort's servants, before 1 year of your stay there was gone. I also didn't want you to grow up having your head filled with the nonsense people came up with due to your fame. He admitted, I thought growing up as a normal boy would be better for you. To not have to cope with the fame until you were old enough to understand what was going on. Harry pondered what Professor Dumbledore had told him. It sounded good in theory. With him having the Death Eaters after him and perhaps even Voldemort, the wards sounded like a good idea. Especially as they seemed to have done their job. But why did nobody ever check up on him? I can understand that you wanted to protect me, but why didn't you ever check up on me to see if I was okay? Hell, I even sent the police anonymous letters to get them to investigate. Having Vernon out of the house would have made a huge difference. Petunia I can deal with, Vernon is the brute. Petunia only shouts or resorts to slaps. Harry asked. I had somebody watch you, I know you know her. Arabella Figg is a squib that was also part of the resistance group, the Order of the Phoenix, that I had founded to fight Voldemort. A squib is a person who can't use magic and is born to magical parents. The opposite to a Muggle-born in fact. She had an eye on you, but besides that you were neglected and that your cousin sometimes beat you with his friends, she couldn't tell me anything more. She never noticed signs of physical abuse. Had she noticed something like that I would have come and interfered, but knowing that Petunia didn't like magic, I thought it would be easier for you if she wasn't confronted with the magical world constantly. I didn't want to risk that you lost the protection from the Blood Wards. Now that is not an issue anymore. The Dursleys will be put on trial. A member of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol, Canyon Vesperian has already got your things out of the house. There also were some things that had remained from your mother on the attic. You will get those things as soon as it is decided where you will be living. The Dursleys will have to defend against charges on child abuse, embezzlement of funds they got for your care, and I think there are also suspicions of tax evasion. Dumbledore explained. Harry nodded. He had suspected something like that from the moment he heard his parents had been well-to-do. I guess having a strong magical healing was a slight disadvantage then. I know from healer Ickings that my magic healed me from the injuries they gave me. Broken bones, the concussions, the cuts, and any infects. If Mrs. Figg only looked out for those she would have had problems. I normally was healed from them the next day. What remained were scars, but those were hidden by my clothes. The only exception was a broken arm when I was perhaps 4. It hurt horribly for 4 days, I wasn't allowed to cry, and when I did, Vernon only got madder. Then over the night the pain stopped and in the morning it was gone. And the rags I had to wear hid a lot." Harry sighed. "It was both good and bad, Harry. Your magic did what was necessary to help you survive. But sadly, yes, it hid the signs others could have spotted too well for anybody not schooled to see more than obvious things to react." Dumbledore admitted. "What options do I have for my living place?" Harry asked. "Well, the most probable option will be that a magical family takes you in as a foster child until you come of age or get to an age where you can request being emancipated. Coming of age in the wizarding world happens on your 17th birthday, emancipated you could get after you passed your OWL exams." Dumbledore explained. "In the magical world there are no orphanages, so if you refuse to go to any magical family you would be placed in one of the Muggle orphanages." "I see. What about old friends of my parents? There must have been arrangement for my placement in case they didn't survive the war." Harry asked. "They did make those arrangements. But sadly none could be used. Your primary guardian in case your parents died would have been your father's best friend and your godfather Sirius Black, but he is in prison. It was found out that he was the one who betrayed the hiding place of your parents to Voldemort, and after they had died, he was cornered by another friend of your parents, Peter Pettigrew. Sirius was the better and more powerful wizard though, and he killed Peter and 13 Muggles that were in the place where Peter cornered him with one blasting curse. Only a finger could be found of Peter after that. We all didn't think Sirius would ever betray your father, they were closer than brothers. But seemingly Sirius only pretended and was actually a spy for Voldemort." Dumbledore said sadly. "How could you be so sure he was guilty? From the little I have read about curses in the history books I have, whenever the Death Eaters used them there were more remains. And only a finger being left sounds fishy to me. And if this Sirius was so close with my dad, wouldn't he have noticed if he behaved strange? What did he say during his trial? Why did he do it?" Harry asked. "Well, the evidence was clear, so he was sent to Azkaban immediately after he was arrested." Dumbledore said. "What kind of bullshit is that?" Harry thundered, making the doors of the wardrobe in the room rattle. "That's the most obvious cover-up story I have ever heard. Under the law of the Crown every subject of Her Majesty the Queen has a right to a fair trial. And I have found nothing that makes witches and wizards exempt from that right. While the wizarding world may have gone into hiding after the passing of the Statute of Secrecy in 1692, we are still subjects of the Queen or King. King John by signing the Magna Carta granted the wizards the right of self-government as long as they still followed the British law. No king would have given up the power over a good part of his subjects. To this day the Minister of Magic keeps contact with the Prime Minister. The monarch of our country also always knows about the magical world. So for Sirius Black not even been given a trial is a clear breach of the treaty the British Wizarding Society signed with the Crown." "More, how did you know he betrayed my parents?" Harry demanded to know. Dumbledore was really shocked. He hadn't expected something like that. And sadly the boy was right. He, as the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, should have made sure all supposed Death Eaters got a trial. Your parents were hiding using a powerful enchantment. It's called the Fidelius Charm. You hide a secret in the very soul of a person, the so-called secret keeper. If the secret keeper doesn't talk, the secret can't be found. But only a week after the charm was performed, Voldemort turned up in Godric's Hollow. Sirius Black was the secret keeper for your parents. And the Muggle witnesses of the fight between Peter and Sirius reported that Peter asked Sirius how he could have betrayed Lily and James. I believe it when I get his statement. I have heard too many lies from adults in my life to just believe anything that has so many holes in it. I mean, was anybody there when the charm was performed? Anybody besides the Muggles? Where was Pettigrew's body if they found the bodies of the 13 Muggles? After all, without finding the bodies nobody could have told the exact number of victims. There should at least have been traces of blood of Pettigrew. Were they checked against Pettigrew's blood? This sounds like somebody had an interest to get Sirius Black out of the way. Or somebody who had no other interest than looking good in public opinion. Politicians often try to sway public views by doing flashy things. Any normal investigation would have made absolutely certain that a person is proven guilty without a doubt. I have read mystery books, especially Sherlock Holmes, and he has one saying, if you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. In my opinion, having a man blasted up with one curse and only leaving a finger is impossible. I would have to test it with a dummy, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. So who says it wasn't different? Harry said. In the boy's eyes Dumbledore saw absolute certainty. He wouldn't let this rest. He thought he would be capable to involve the Prime Minister if necessary. He seemed to know an awful lot about Muggle law and the ways it reflected in the wizarding world. It was remarkable considering that he had only found out about magic 2 days prior. How fast could he read and comprehend information if he was that far already? I'll see what I can do. At least I'll go to Azkaban and hear Sirius out, he promised. That's a start. Don't make any mistake. Things in my life have been so messed up that I won't hesitate to see my interests properly represented. I'm used to decide on my own. I'll accept advice. It would be foolish not to use experience of those older than me, but I've learned to only truly trust myself. I don't believe that authority figures are always right. They didn't help me when I needed them after all. I take everything I learn with a grain of salt until I can ascertain new information. It served me well. The only thing I'll accept is a fair trial for Sirius Black to hear with my own ears that he did or didn't do it. I know there are methods to be certain somebody lies or not. Like magical oaths. I know there are more, but I didn't get through the whole book on politics yet. I concentrated on education, culture and history. If I don't see the trial taking place within 3 months, a letter with the information I will find out until then will go to the office of the Prime Minister. Harry said. Do you really think you can force the Ministry of Magic to do anything? Dumbledore asked skeptically. I indeed do. Did you forget that I'm the most famous wizard alive? I read the books on the war against Voldemort and I read also about the duel you had with Grindelwald in 1945. People fell over themselves to do your bidding, Professor Dumbledore. Those that defeat Dark Lords are favorites of the masses. If I told the public about my doubts and that I only want that our ministry, the place where justice should be served, gives my godfather a fair trial, and that they didn't do their duty, with a little mention that it could have been them that could have been sent to Azkaban without a trial, don't you think people would riot? Harry asked with a calculating look. You would really go that far, Harry? Dumbledore asked shocked, not liking at all how calculating this 11-year-old boy was and how far he was willing to go to reach his goals. I indeed would. I'm a firm believer in upholding the law for everybody. And every politician fears how he looks in the eyes of the public. Massive negative press leads to loss of political clout. The only thing they will have to do is giving Sirius, and while we are at it, everybody who perhaps also didn't get a trial after the war, said trial. Nothing more. It shouldn't even be an issue at all. Harry said. Well, as that is settled, I think you wanted to tell me more about other people that couldn't take me in. I don't think if Sirius was meant to be secret keeper, in case he was and this wasn't all a huge deception, they would have relied on one person. Harry changed the topic easily. Dumbledore was taken aback by the thought it could have been a deception. The Marauders would have been capable of thinking something up to throw Voldemort off. Yes, well, there was one other very good friend of your father, Remus Lupin, but because of a certain condition he hasn't been allowed to take care of you. Then there were Alice and Frank Longbottom, good friends of your parents, who have a son your age too. Sadly they were attacked by Death Eaters shortly after the defeat of Voldemort and, well, they were tortured to insanity. They are staying here at St. Mungo's in the long-term spelldamage ward, unable to even recognize Neville when he visits them. Dumbledore told Harry. That's horrible. What happened to Neville? Harry asked honestly shocked. His grandmother raised him. But with all the people that your parents trusted not being available to take care of you, well, you see the problems. Dumbledore said. What kind of condition prevents Remus Lupin from taking care of me? Harry asked. He was bitten by a werewolf when he was a child. Therefore the ministry classifies him as a dark creature. He is a very nice man and was a loyal friend to your parents, but with him transforming once a month into a beast, nobody would have allowed for you to grow up with him. Dumbledore said. I don't see the problem if that is only an issue for 1 day a month. I mean, he is human 27 days of 28 each month. Only the full moon transforms him, and I don't think my dad would have been his friend if he was dangerous to others during that time. I would rather think there were precautions taken. Otherwise the Muggles would have found out already about the magical world. People turning into werewolves are only part of horror stories. Harry pondered. I'm very happy you can see the difference. Most witches and wizards can't and only see the beast. Dumbledore said, smiling. Stupid idiots, does the whole wizarding world lack common sense? Harry asked. Sometimes it seems like that. Well, for the rest of the holidays until school starts, I think it would be best if you were able to learn more about the wizarding world. I guess with your love for reading you would like to get a few more books as well. If you agree, I would organize for you to get a room in the Leaky Cauldron for a while. I have asked the gamekeeper of Hogwarts, Rubeus Hagrid, if he would look after you over the days and help you get an idea of the wizarding world. He agreed. He would flow to the Leaky Cauldron every day at a certain time and take you to Diagon Alley for you to look around and, in case you decide to accept your place at Hogwarts, to get your supplies. Dumbledore said. I can agree to that. I wanted to know something regarding the choice of school as well. I know in Europe my best options are Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. Both would be possible for me to attend as I am fairly good at speaking French already. I have something of a knack for learning languages. If I would accept the place at Hogwarts and found out that I absolutely couldn't get along with the teachers there or another issue turned up, would I be able to change schools? I have decided I need to get trained in my magic, but I hesitate to make that step, especially as there seem to be many things that need to be changed in the British wizarding world if they allow people to be thrown into prison without a trial. Harry said. Dumbledore knew this was a deciding moment. While Harry had accepted his apology, he hadn't completely forgiven him, and didn't trust him at all as it seemed. Being under his direct influence probably played into the decision as well. And the case of Sirius really didn't look good for the British magical government. Yes, that would be possible. But you would also need the permission of your guardian once he is chosen. As you are currently a ward of both the magical and the Muggle governments, the responsible departments would take your choice into consideration, and only if your choice wouldn't make any sense would deny you. Your choice, he said. Good. I will use the remaining time to get the rest of the books read and get some more options of magical schools covered. I want to know more about American schools as well. Are there possibilities of arranging for me to take the end-of-year exams in the Muggle world as well? And while we are at it, can I bring in tutors for the non-magical subjects? Perhaps a witch or wizard who was raised in the Muggle world like me and continued with the non-magical education, either after magical school or during that time, would work. I think other Muggleborns or Muggle-raised children would agree to that. I don't want to give up on my normal education. I worked too hard to forfeit my chance to go to university in case I don't like my options in the wizarding world. I can be a wizard and still work in the Muggle world if necessary. Harry asked. I'd have to ask the Department of Magical Education if there are possibilities for us to arrange the tests, otherwise you would have to ask the Muggle department that deals with that kind of actions. I don't know of others that chose to do both. Most think the workload is too much. Dumbledore informed Harry. He had not even thought of offering additional classes for Muggleborns to continue their non-magical education. But if that was what was necessary to get Harry to come to Hogwarts, he would find a way to do it. And if the boy connected to others during those classes, he might be less inclined to change schools if an issue came up. That wouldn't be an issue. I have an excellent memory and know certain techniques to easier remember things. I'm already ahead in the subjects I want to continue with anyway. I guess I could pass the tests for 2 years ahead of my age group. I guess Professor McGonagall told you I could have skipped 5th year at primary school and just be put into 6th year. Well, my teachers gave me more advanced material to learn after that. It's one reason I got those scholarships offered. Harry said. Yes, I heard about that and I am really impressed how well you did in primary school. I hope you decide to attend Hogwarts. I would enjoy having you as a student. I will arrange for the room at the Leaky Cauldron. Perhaps you should get a hat or something like that to cover your hair and the scar if you don't want to be mobbed directly. People have waited for 10 years for your return, they will want to welcome you back. Dumbledore said and stood from his chair. I'll think about it, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded and left the room. At 11 o'clock Healer Regum was back with the cursebreaker he had spoken about. "Good morning, Mr. Potter, this is Staniel Wondermore, a cursebreaker from Gringotts. We are going to see what we can do about your scar. I fear this will be a bit painful, but it is essential that you don't move. Therefore I'll put you under a full body bind. That will make sure we can work without disturbance," Healer Regum explained. "Sadly, as we don't really know what we are dealing with, we don't want to risk using a sleeping charm or potion on you just yet. It might have negative effects on the procedure. We have a pain potion ready in case you need it after we dealt with whatever resides in your scar." "I see. Well, nothing that can be changed about it. I'll just have to get through it," Harry said, steeling himself. Pain was after all nothing he hadn't dealt with before. "Good. Please lie down on the bed and relax, that'll make the body bind more bearable," Healer Regum said. Harry did what he was told. "Petrificus totalis," Healer Regum said, pointing his wand at Harry's body. Harry felt the odd sensation of not being able to move at all. He couldn't even open his eyes anymore. Then he heard words spoken which he couldn't make any sense of. "That's indeed a nasty thing you have here, Regum. There seems to be something small in the scar that has absorbed dark energy," Wondermore said. "I need you to cut the scar open a few inches deep to get the object out of there." Harry felt his forehead being cut open. Then a horrible pain shot through his head when he felt something being pulled out. It felt like it didn't want to be taken out of his head. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the thing in his head had to give up its hold and flew out. His magic reacted. It was like a flood into a space that had formerly been blocked with a dam. His magic seemed to wash all small remainders of the dam away. Every tiny little bit of residue was pushed out of his head through the open scar. It felt strange, but he could tell that it was good for him. He still had a headache, but it was better than before, not as unbearable, only like a slight migraine. Then he felt his body being able to move again and a glass being held to his lips. "Drink, it's a pain reliever," Healer Regum told him, and Harry opened his mouth to swallow the potion. He felt drained, but he didn't understand why. When the potion started working, he opened his eyes again and saw Mr. Wondermore holding a vial with a black 1.5 centimeters long, thin splint in it. "That thing was in my scar?" Harry asked disbelievingly. "Yes, and pretty deep inside as well. I guess it got in there when the killing curse backfiring on you know who blasted up your room. There was a lot of debris and destroyed furniture from what the reports on site stated." "Wondermore, can you tell anything about the dark residue?" Healer Regum asked. Staniel Wondermore did a few spells to examine the splint. Then he started cursing. He did some more spells and the splint showed an eerie, sickly green hue. Harry felt repulsed even being close to it. To think it had been stuck in his head for nearly all his life made him feel horribly sick. "This is a huge problem. I need an expert on dark magic, best of all Professor Dumbledore, here at once," Wondermore said. "Why, what is wrong with the splint besides the fact that it was in Mr. Potter's head for 10 years? Healer Regum asked. He was examining Harry now to see the after effects of the splint being pulled from his head. At the moment a black oily substance was flowing out of the scar. Harry wasn't too sure about involving Professor Dumbledore in anything related to his health. He didn't trust the old man. What could he be able to do that others couldn't? "This thing has a part of you-know-who's soul in it, that's wrong. I know we sometimes have to deal with things like this in ancient tombs in Egypt. Was really popular in those days. It was a means to gain immortality, but such a thing doesn't really exist in the way the wizards of that time hoped for. They hoped with a thing like this, they couldn't be killed. That isn't true, a body can still die. What they do however is preventing a soul from passing on. Normally that isn't a huge problem. You only need a good exorcist to banish the trapped spirits from this plane. But in case of a wizard like you-know-who, I would guess he had looked up ways to make it work. That's why I need Professor Dumbledore. There are several ways to manage getting a body back if one is desperate enough or willing to pursue into the deepest pits of dark magic. There are rituals that use certain sacrifices to return a spirit to a body. We should make sure that none of them is an option. But there is an even easier one if you have the right resources. That way is the elixir of life, a substance of great power and rejuvenating abilities that can be produced with a philosopher's stone, and the only currently existing stone belongs to Nicholas Flamel, an old friend of Dumbledore. Wondermore explained. Okay, I'll get him immediately. Tibby. Healer Regum called, understanding the urgency now. The house elf popped into the room while Regum was writing a short note and transfigured a handkerchief into an envelope. Master Regum called Tibby. The elf asked. Yes, Tibby, I need you to immediately get this message to Professor Dumbledore. Nobody can see this message except him. Tell him we need him at St. Mungo's immediately. Healer Regum instructed the elf. Of course, Master Regum. Tibby said and popped away. How are you feeling, Mr. Potter? Healer Regum asked. Drained. The headache is better now, but it feels strange in my head. Like there has been a dam and now water is flooding into the open space. Harry tried to describe the feelings. Then a flash of a flame appeared in the room and Albus Dumbledore appeared with a red and golden bird on his shoulder. Harry got a really nice feeling from the bird. I just got your message from Tibby. Did you really find a Horcrux in Harry's scar? He asked, concerned. Yes, there is a soul piece of you-know-who latched onto this splint of wood. It was a bit tricky to get out of Mr. Potter's scar as it put up fairly strong resistance. Healer Regum explained. The bird meanwhile looked at Harry and flew over to him. He looked into the boy's tired eyes. Harry felt some kind of connection to the bird. He felt warm and safe. It seems Fawkes hasn't forgotten you, Harry. When you were a baby and your parents had you with them to meetings with me, you always were very fond of Fawkes. Dumbledore said, smiling. Then Fawkes started crying on the now open scar. He let the tears fall into the cut, and with every tear Harry felt better. Incredible. I wouldn't have thought to be able to ever see a phoenix healing somebody he wasn't bonded to. Wondermore said, flabbergasted. Thanks, Fawkes. Harry said and reached out to pet the phoenix. Fawkes trilled like he was saying, you're welcome, and let Harry stroke his feathers. Then he flew back to Dumbledore's shoulder. Dumbledore was very encouraged by the behavior of Fawkes. If Harry had become dark, Fawkes wouldn't have healed him with his tears. That meant Harry was still pure despite his horrible experiences. Harry sat up again, looking at the adults. What is a Horcrux and what is so special about that splint? Harry asked. First, Dumbledore didn't want to reveal such dark magic to an 11-year-old boy, but then he thought better. Harry already knew a lot, and if he wanted to have a chance that Harry would choose Hogwarts for his education, he needed to give him incentives. He knew that there were other really good schools out in the world that Harry could choose over Hogwarts. He had already given some thought to what he could offer Harry to make the decision for Hogwarts. Some would be radical, but some could easily be achieved. And he needed to give the boy the impression that he wasn't kept in the dark concerning things that directly involved him. Harry wouldn't rest until he knew what the splint meant and why it would influence his life from here on. But he still thought that the prophecy would be a bit much for now. The boy had just learned about magic. That part he would have to ease the boy into over a longer period of time. A Horcrux, Harry, is the darkest of magic. Not very many people know of them, mostly cursebreakers like Mr. Wondermore here and those that have studied the dark arts intensely, like those with a mastery in defense against the dark arts. But even within that group there are not many. Some decades back the knowledge was more available, but I feared what certain people would do if they found out about it. So when I became headmaster at Hogwarts, I took all the books regarding the darkest arts of magic from the library. I didn't think it would be good if students had access to those dangerous books. The way a Horcrux works is that the witch or wizard that creates it has to commit the worst crime, committing murder. That act tears the soul apart. The piece that is torn from the main part of the soul is stored in a container. As long as the Horcrux exists, the owner of the Horcrux can't really die. Dumbledore explained. Now, to fully understand why a Horcrux is the most despicable kind of magic, you need to know that to a wizard or witch the soul is normally sacrosanct. A whole soul enables you to keep your magic in balance and use your full potential. At least concerning magic that isn't completely dark and twisted. Some kinds of that magic work better if your soul is mutilated. But as far as I know, none of the Dark Lords and Ladies in history ever went that far. They knew that they would lose the obedience of their followers if they went and used that magic. There are other ways to reach a kind of immortality that doesn't maim your soul. A whole soul can be a strong weapon as well. Well, the person also doesn't really live as well if the Horcrux is the thing that keeps the rest of the soul on the plane of the living. That's the reason I called you. I know that you are friends with Nicholas Flamel, Professor Dumbledore. His Philosopher's Stone and the elixir of life it produces are one way how you know who could return to a body. It would be best if you warned the Flamels of the danger. Wondermore piped in after the explanation. That I'll indeed do. It's good to know that now, because Nicholas already had found signs that somebody is after his stone again. I'll probably think of something to increase the stone's protection. It can't fall into the wrong hands. Dumbledore said. What exactly are this elixir of life and the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked. Dumbledore smiled at the inquisitiveness of the boy. Perhaps he would still go to Ravenclaw and not Slytherin. With as many children of Death Eaters as there were in the house, it wouldn't be the safest place for Harry. And Severus also wouldn't like to have the son of his school enemy in his house. Phileas meanwhile would be delighted to have Lily's son in his house. The Philosopher's Stone is the highest achievement in the art of alchemy. It's a stone that can transform normal metal to gold and also produces the elixir of life. This elixir is so powerful that it enables people to live on even over their normal end of life if they continue drinking it. The person is kept at a middle age, around 45. Nicholas is 665 now and his wife Perenelle is 659, but none of them looks older than 40. When I was younger I worked together with him as his apprentice. I learned a lot from him and Perenelle. Those years are some I always remember very fondly. Dumbledore told Harry. Wow, they really are that old. Wasn't it hard for them to see their friends get old and die? Harry asked. I honestly never asked them. Dumbledore answered, surprised with the question. He made plans to make a trip to Nicholas and Perenelle next. They needed to be aware what they had found out now. It was their decision what to do with the stone. He had spoken with them about hiding the stone at Hogwarts to have it even better protected than it was at Gringotts after Nicholas had mentioned their concerns about a possible theft. Now it seemed more important than ever to act quickly. How will the extraction of the Splint Horcrux, which definitely was an accident to be made, influence Harry? He asked. I don't know. It could have happened that he got some abilities transferred that you know who had, but I am not sure. With the removal, he could either have lost them or kept them. Healer Regum said. Harry had an idea. It would probably be a little bit risky, but as they had just given him an opening, he might be able to blame everything on Voldemort and still keep the majority of people ignorant. And getting more information on the man that had tried to kill him as a baby would be smart. Were there any special abilities that Voldemort had? He asked. If there were, we could see if I had them and answer that question. That's a good idea, Harry. Wondermore agreed. Well, he was a Parselmouth, that much is widely known, but all members of the Slytherin line are. Then it is known that he was very magically gifted and learned new spells quickly. He had a natural talent for the mind arts as well as potions, charms and defense against the dark arts. He even tried to apply for the position of defense teacher twice. Once directly after graduation, but Professor Dippet, my predecessor as headmaster, thought him too young for the position and told him to apply again if he still was interested in teaching once he had more experience and was a few years older. He did so when I was headmaster and had already heard about his exploits in the dark arts. He was the most intelligent student I had had in some time and soaked up knowledge like a sponge. He was always driven and managed to present himself positively to those around him. Many flocked to him thanks to his natural charisma and his looks. Before he made his Horcruxes he was a very handsome young man. Dumbledore told his observations. Harry pondered that information. The only part he knew he had was speaking Parseltongue. How to turn this that they wouldn't call him dark? Are those abilities naturally dark? I mean, I read a bit about Salazar Slytherin being a Parselmouth in A History of Hogwarts, but why would the 3 other founders have allowed him to help with the project if being a Parseltongue was dark? Harry asked, faking pure curiosity. No, the ability itself isn't dark. It's the opposite actually. The first known Parselmouths were revered healers. It is part of the first-year history curriculum at Healer School. The old Greek wizard Asclepius was a Parselmouth and the most famous healer of the time. I don't know much about his abilities, there are no remaining records from that time, but stories that were handed down by word of mouth speak of him hissing at wounds that other healers declared incurable and healing them. There must be powerful magic of healing in Parseltongue. If you would be interested in that area though, you would probably have to do a lot research on your own, Mr. Potter. Healer Regum said. Harry nodded. This was a good opener. So if I had that ability it would probably be from the time the splint was stuck in my head. Harry asked. Yes, he was. Why did you speak with A.S.? Wondermore asked. Harry nodded. A few weeks ago in the zoo I noticed I could understand the SS. I thought I heard a lizard talk as well, but that I could have imagined. I was a bit unsure what it meant, especially after reading some of my books and there being so many controversial opinions on it. Harry said. Well, that's easy to find out. Serpensortia. Dumbledore said and conjured a garden S. What am I doing here? The S hissed. Hello. Harry hissed back. A speaker. I never met a speaker. The S hissed excited. We are just testing my abilities. Harry answered. Do you know if a Parseltongue can also talk to other reptiles like lizards? Yes, you can. Lizards are cousins to us SS. As are our more distant cousins the dragons. But you can only talk to close relatives to the SS. Something like those brute alligators you can't talk to. Are those turtles? The S informed him. Thank you for the information. Are there special abilities SS have? Harry asked. Not that I know of. I am a normal garden S. You would have to find a magical S to find out. The S replied. Okay, thanks for telling me all of this. Harry said. Please tell the big human with the long hair in his face that I want to go back where he called me from. I was enjoying a bath in the sun. The S hissed. I will tell him. Harry promised, chuckling at the description. Professor Dumbledore, the S wants to go back from where you got her as she enjoyed a sunbath there. Harry said in English now. Professor Dumbledore chuckled and waved his wand, having the S return to her former location. Well, it seems you got that ability permanently. Sadly many people think it's a dark ability. As Healer Regum said in ancient times it was seen as a healer's ability. Dumbledore said pondering. Perhaps I will do more research on that topic. I haven't decided yet what profession I want to pursue later, but being a healer was on the list of jobs that interested me. And if being a Parselmouth would mean I had a natural talent for it, I might consider that way. Harry admitted. Well, you have some years to find out your calling, Harry. I will take my leave now and inform Nicholas. Dumbledore said and gave Fawkes a look and the phoenix flashed them away. Harry had to spend one more night as Healer Regum wanted to make sure that there were no negative after effects of the splint being removed. The next morning his diagnosis spell came up with very little dark residue. It seemed now that the splint was gone, the healing could take place like it should have years ago. Harry felt better than ever before. When he woke up in the morning and intended to go to the bathroom to put his contacts in, he noticed he could see clearly. Seemingly the splint had badly influenced his eyes. He also figured Fawkes' tears could have helped. He wasn't sure, but he thought it was great that he could see without optical support. When Harry walked down into the entrance hall, he saw a giant of a man standing there. When the man, who had a bushy black beard with similar hair and a strange brown overcoat with lots of pockets like it seemed, saw him, his face lit up. He walked over to him. Hello, Harry. Professor Dumbledore sent me to get to the Leaky Cauldron. Told me would stay there for a while and wanted to learn more about the magical world. Oh, by the way, I'm Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of the keys and grounds of Hogwarts. But call me Hagrid, everyone does. Heard what those bloody muggles did to Horrible, I tell treating Lily and James Potter's son like that. Mother would have hexed her sister good if she could. Hagrid said, huffing. Harry couldn't help and find Hagrid nice. He didn't seem to be the brightest, but he definitely had an aura of kindness around him. Nice to meet you, Hagrid. Harry said, holding out his hand for Hagrid to shake. Hagrid took the hand and shook it. No need for that much formality, Harry. I've to say you've grown a good part since I last saw Fit in my hand last time. Was me who got out of the house. So tiny and cut on her forehead. If I'd known what those muggles would do, I'd have left 'em a present, show 'em my opinion of 'em. Hagrid told him. Harry grinned. He had some pretty nice ideas what he could do to the Dursleys if he ever had the bad luck of meeting them again. Come on, let's take her to the cauldron. We'll have Tear take Muggle transport. I don't fit in the flow here, Hagrid said. No problem. How far is Charing Cross Road away from here? Harry asked. On foot, 20 minutes. I don't know about those Muggle vehicles. Never really learned how Tear go by 'em. Only those train-like ones. Hagrid answered. That's no problem. As long as you know the way, we can walk. I've never really been to London except for the finals of the primary school championship in football. But then we were only driven to the stadium where the competition was taking place. Harry said. Yes, I heard were really good at football. I'm curious how you'd be at Quidditch. Dad was a great Quidditch player. Gave mum quite a few scares when they were dating in their 7th year. Hagrid chuckled. You knew them better? Harry asked. Yeah, I did. Even at school. And his gang of friends were a right handful. Always up Tear prank somebody. Liked a good laugh 'em. Don't know how often I had Tear chase 'em out of the forest. But they were great people parents. Is a shame what happened to 'em. They were head boy and girl in their time. Both very bright. But mum also had a temper when she wanted. Was a bit stupid his attempts at tryin' Tear win her. Got himself hexed good if she was furious. Needed Tear mellow out a bit Tear get her, but I've rarely seen a couple so in love as 'em after they finally were together. And when were born, and his friends let loose a great firework at the Hogwarts grounds. Thought the students and teachers should also celebrate with 'em. And one look was, not to see they loved her more than anything. Really great people they were, Hagrid said, having to clean his nose over the memories. Harry was touched. This was more than he ever had heard about them. And they seemed to be normal people, with their own quirks. What position did my dad play at Quidditch? Harry asked. He was chaser, and a damn good one. From Lillian, James told us during order meetings you were a natural on a broom. Found it terribly funny, mum not so much as nearly killed her cat on de toy broom had. Hagrid chuckled. Harry laughed. He tried to imagine the faces of his mum and dad when they told their stories. The only problem was he didn't have a picture to go by. Hagrid, were there any photos left in the house when you got me? Harry asked hopefully. I didn't get Tear really look. I only got her out of there. But I can try and see if some of their old friends have some which they'd give her. Hagrid said. That would be great. I never saw a photo of them and never was allowed to ask questions about them with the Dursleys. Harry said. Bloody Muggles, I'd like Tear introduce 'em Tear Fluffy sometime. Hagrid mumbled. Who is Fluffy? Harry asked, not being capable of imagining anything called Fluffy scaring the Dursleys. A 3-headed dog I got from a Greek chappie a while ago. Real softy he is, only need Tear know how Tear handle him. Play, I am a bit of music and he falls asleep. Most magical creatures are only misunderstood, I think. Look at 'em callin' Thestrals dangerous creatures. Only 'cause they can only be seen by those who've seen death. Thestrals can look after themselves. Ministry fools don, like da. We've a whole herd at Hogwarts. They pull the carriages for the students when they come with the Hogwarts Express every year. Hagrid said while they walked through the part of London where Street Mungo's was located towards Diagon Alley. Harry imagined the Dursleys covering in fear while a big Cerberus growled at them. He grinned evilly. Perhaps there was a way to make that meeting happen one day. What other creatures are living at Hogwarts? Harry asked. Well, of course we've a whole bunch of owls. Really useful. Many students bring their owls the year. You see, they carry mail, get the newspaper and make good pets. I don't like cats Tear much, they make me sneeze and cat of Filch, the caretaker, always follows me round when I'm in the castle. Filch puts her onto it, I'm sure. I'd like Tear give her a good kick sometimes. Nasty piece Hagrid stopped saying what he thought of the caretaker's cat. Other students have toads, but they went out of fashion years ago. Don't wanna be seen with one. There are a few others. I know one o' the Weasley boys has a rat. In the grounds there are many great creatures. They mostly live in the forest. It's forbidden for students to go there. I don't know though how often I've chased those Weasley twins out of there. There are hippogriffs, we have a gnarl colony, a few bowtruckles, salamanders, acromantula, unicorns, a giant squid in the lake, a few grindylows are also in there, some fairies, centaurs are living in the forest, the normal forest animals you also find in Muggle forests, and I know there is a runnispore somewhere inside. I never saw it myself, but I found eggshells durin' one of me walks. Hagrid listed the creatures. Wow, that's a lot of creatures. What exactly is a runnispore? Harry asked. A magical S with 3 heads. Many fear SS, but they're only animals like others. Don, Angaramen, they won, harmer. Hagrid said. Finally Harry recognized Charing Cross Road. Ah, we're here. Let's get ter Tom and see what room he got Then if want I can show around Diagon Alley a bit. I guess didn't see ter much with Professor McGonagall. She tends ter keep visits ter the essentials. Hagrid said. Yes, I know a few shops like the bookshop and I saw the others in walking past. We were at Gringotts to get me some money first and I have an appointment with my account manager Courtnick on my birthday at 10 in the morning. Harry confirmed Hagrid's assumption. Hagrid led Harry into the leaky cauldron and asked Tom where Harry's room would be. Ah, yes, Professor Dumbledore came by and told me you would stay here for a while until he got the matter of where you'll stay in the future solved. He also told me to keep your stay here secret. He didn't want the press to come upon you like vultures. Can be nasty those in bigger numbers. Keep an eye out for Rita Skeeter. She has a very sharp and nasty quill. Always out to get a sensational story. Doesn't always print the complete truth though. She likes to exaggerate. Here we are, room 12, a bit isolated from the other rooms. Breakfast is down in the pub from 7 to 9:30. Lunch and dinner don't have fixed times, just remember the kitchen closes at 11:30. Tom said. Okay, I'll remember that. Harry said. Harry was led to the second floor of the leaky cauldron. Their room 12 was located at the end of the corridor. The room itself held a comfy-looking queen-size bed with dark blue curtains by the window. There were a rustically-looking wardrobe, a desk, shelves for books, a chest of drawers and table with 2 armchairs by a small fireplace. Why Don, you get settled in, Harry, and when you're done, join me for lunch down in the pub. After we can take a walk around Diagon. Hagrid suggested. Sounds good to me, Hagrid. Harry said. Hagrid and Tom left the room and Harry started to put his few clothes into the wardrobe and chest of drawers. He placed his books on a shelf and let himself fall onto the bed. It was soft and he was sure he would sleep really well in it. Finally Harry decided it was time to go down to Hagrid. He wanted to see Diagon Alley, but he also needed to get some more clothes for normal day wear. The one set Professor McGonagall had got him was well, but he couldn't wear it all the time. It would need washing sometime and he also didn't want to look like a slob. No, those days were over. He looked into the mirror and noticed that his scar, while still red, didn't look as pronounced as before anymore. Perhaps it would fade more over time so that it would be hard to notice. He walked down to the pub, having made sure that his fringe covered the scar. At the moment the weather was too warm to think about wearing a cap or something like that. On top the scar was still tender and putting pressure on it wasn't a smart idea. And he doubted people would recognize him immediately as long as the scar was covered and Hagrid and Tom didn't slip up. He spotted Hagrid easily. With his size, Hagrid stood out everywhere. Harry took a seat on the other side of Hagrid and asked what food was recommendable here. Hagrid told him the shepherd's pie was good, so Harry decided to test it. While they were eating, Harry asked Hagrid more about Hogwarts. So what is the school like? Harry asked. Hogwarts is great. The castle and the grounds around are big, not to have place fair 1,000 students easily. At the moment, though, we only have 300. See, during the war, many died before they had children. Shamed so many good people fell tear you know who. The McKinnons, the Bones, the Pruitts. Sometimes the Death Eaters also turned on the babies and lil children. Monsters they all were. So many died. So the current years at Hogwarts only have more than 40 each. Numbers'll go up again soon. Next, 2 years are the loss, ones where the war was still goin' when the children were born. Was a right boom o' babies the year after you know who was defeated. So numbers'll go up. There are 4 houses, as know. Gryffindor, my ol' house, parents were also in there, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Each is named after a founder. Gryffindors are brave and honorable, Hufflepuffs are mostly seen as duffers, but one, find a person more loyal and hard-workin' than a puff. Ravenclaws are the smart ones. Earl nearly always find 'em with a book. And the Slytherins are cunning and ambitious, but nearly all those supported you know who were in that house. Dark place Slytherin has become. Wasn't as bad in my time. Still had nasty folks there. The students in a house have their classes together. Sometimes with another house. Hogwarts also has a great Quidditch pitch. Big competition fair the cup each year. If sorted in Gryffindor you'll see how fanatic some people can be. Captain of the Gryffindor team, Wood, is highly competitive. Dosen, like losing guy. Had take a harsh loss in the match loss year. Harry nodded. He wanted to see if he could play Quidditch. But the no broom for first years rule ed. Hagrid, are there rules against first years trying out for the teams? Harry asked. Interested I only know about the broom rule, but not a not tryin' out rule. Would have talked to Madam Hooch, the flyin' instructor to know. With how James always boasted a talent, could have a chance. Hagrid said smiling. Harry finished his pie and told Tom to put the money on his room bill. Then he and Hagrid went to the back door and Hagrid held up the pink umbrella, which Harry had wondered about for some time, and tipped the stone McGonagall had also used to open the passage. Why didn't you use your wand to open the arch? Harry asked. Well, no, Harry. I was at Hogwarts myself when I was younger, but I was expelled and me wand snapped. Hagrid said. But why were you expelled? Harry asked. See over there, let's start the tour with the magical menagerie. Hagrid deflected the question. Harry understood that Hagrid didn't want to talk about it, but he would do research to see if he could find out. Over the next 2 hours Hagrid showed Harry around Diagon Alley and some of the side alleys where insiders got some pretty neat things. He also showed him where Nocturne Alley started and warned him not to go in there. Pretty dark folks in there, he told Harry. Harry was informed about the clothes shops that were there, Madame Malkin's, the shop where most people shopped, and then Twilfit and Tattings, a shop that courted the wealthier clientele. Harry would wait and see what he had inherited until he decided on his wardrobe. The appointment with Korpnik would see to him getting that information. He noticed that some people gave him disapproving looks, probably because of his appearance in Muggle clothes. Well, they were some people whose faces he would remember. They didn't seem like the people he wanted to be close to. He intended to get in touch with the higher society that was either light-sided or neutral. The dark-sided ones he would treat politely but distantly. Perhaps show up a few to make himself look better in the eyes of his peers. Hagrid also took him to Quality for Quidditch, the shop for Quidditch equipment. There was a broom on display that caught quite a few odd comments from children and teenagers that stood in front of the window. Harry asked Hagrid if they could go inside, because he wanted to ask an employee about brooms and which broom would be best for which position. As they didn't have a time limit, Hagrid agreed. Harry went to the counter where 2 employees, a man and a woman, stood and talked. At the moment there wasn't much business as most families went shopping for Hogwarts in August. Hello, I would like some information on brooms. Harry asked politely. Of course, what do you want to know? The male employee asked. Well, I would like to know what broom would be best for which position. I've only just learned about the magical world and find Quidditch fascinating. While there is the rule that first years are not allowed their own brooms, I'd like to be informed. Hagrid said my dad told him I was a natural even as a 1-year-old. Harry said, pointing at Hagrid. That's no problem. Well, you know the positions of the players and their jobs. The employee asked. Yes. Keeper, beaters, chasers and seeker. Harry said. Correct. Well, the keeper doesn't need a broom with much high speed as he only covers a small area of the field in front of the hoops. Therefore a keeper needs a sturdy broom that has a quick short acceleration. The Clean Sweep series has 2 models for Quidditch. One a bit more graceful for precise maneuvers and one for the quick but rough work of the keeper. Therefore the best model for keepers at the moment is a Clean Sweep 6. The 5er model is better for chasers. That's the graceful one. For beaters, you need brooms that can take a bit of power play. They have to be fast enough to get the bludgers, but also stable in the air when a beater knocks it in another direction. The Comet 300 is the one that has the best recommendations. For chasers there are some more options. As I said, the Clean Sweep 5 is well suited, but the Nimbus 2000, which is on display in our shop window, is fantastic for the position as well. It's the fastest model on the market right now. You have the maneuverability and the speed in the same broom. Last, for a seeker, I'd also recommend the Nimbus. A seeker needs to go at high speeds and have good maneuverability at the same time. The employee explained. Which position did you think about trying out for next year? He asked. Either chaser like my dad was or seeker. I'd have to see if I can shoot goals from a broom. I only know how to do it with my feet. Harry said. With your feet? The employee asked, confused. I'm Muggle raised, even if I'm a half-blood. I played football in my primary school, and there you shoot goals with a ball you kick around the field. The goals are broader than a Quidditch hoop though, and the teams have 11 players each. Harry explained. I see. Well, once you know where you can find whatever broom you prefer. He said. I'm sure I will. Thanks for the information, Harry said, smiling. No problem, the employee said. Harry walked over to the door where Hagrid was waiting. The shop was a bit cramped for his size. And, did you get your information, Harry? He asked. Yes, the employee was very helpful, Harry said, and they left the shop. The 2 employees looked at each other. Do you think that could have been Harry Potter? The female asked. Don't know. I couldn't see his forehead where the scar would be. But he did look like a lot like James Potter. Unbelievable to think we had Harry Potter in the shop and didn't even recognize him. Harry and Hagrid made another stop at Flourish and Blotts, where Harry got a few more books, one on American and Australian schools each, one on warding, one on magical languages, one on another period of history than the ones Harry already had, and when Harry spotted a series with his name on it, he wanted to know what they were about and also took the first one. He still had the bag that automatically shrunk his books and placed his purchases in there. Hagrid took Harry to Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor and got him a sundae, which Harry was happy to accept. On their way back to the Cauldron, they passed Elop's Owl Emporium, and Harry felt a strange pull towards the shop and wanted to find out what that meant, so he went inside with Hagrid. All over the place were owls of different kinds. The pull Harry felt came from further back. He walked deeper into the shop and felt he was getting closer. When he was in a dark corner, where no stands were kept, he wondered just what had pulled him here. He looked around and then looked up into 2 amber eyes that didn't let his eyes wander anywhere else. He felt a strange connection with these eyes. Then he heard a soft ruffle of feathers and the eyes came closer. Harry thought he saw a flash of silver, but he wasn't sure. He instinctively held out his arm and the bird landed there. Harry could make out the form of an owl, but not a native one, that much was sure. He reached out with his free hand to gently stroke the feathers. The owl let him touch her and then bit lightly into his finger, just enough to draw a drop of blood. Harry felt his magic reaching out and forming a bond with the owl. He had read about the rarity of familiar bonds with animals like normal post owls, so this owl was special. When the magical bond was finished, Harry took his new familiar up to the front. He saw that he hadn't been mistaken. Within the white feathers of this probably snowy owl were some silver ones. It looked like she was about to change her plumage. I'm going to take this owl, Harry said to the employee. The woman looked at the owl and blinked. I didn't know we had one of her kind in the shop. Where did you find her? She asked. In the back, in a dark corner without stands. She sat somewhere up, Harry answered, stroking the back of the owl. Oh, okay, well, that will be 5 galleons for the owl. Do you also want a stand and food for her? She asked. Yes, please. I need a stand, food for a week, some treats and a pamphlet how to care for her, Harry said. The employee collected everything. That's 6 galleons and 15 sickles then, she said. Harry was glad now that he had taken 25 galleons out of the vault. He had spent 16 galleons and 14 sickles for the books, so with his new purchases he would still have 1 galleon and 5 sickles left. Well, he had his key and could get some more money if he needed it at Gringotts. But for now he didn't think he would have to do any more greater purchases. The owl flew onto his shoulder and rode in that position back to the leaky cauldron with them. "That's a rare kind of owl you have there, Harry," Hagrid said in a low voice. "Really, when I was out of the shop I felt a pull to the inside. I followed the pull and met her. She is my familiar, I felt the bond forming through my magic before I bought her." "What kind of owl is she?" Harry said. "The silver feathers are the sign of a moon owl. They're often mistaken for snowy owls as they can disguise themselves really well. The reason moon owls are so rare is that they need to bond to the right wizard. If the wizard they choose is worthy they'll develop into a full moon owl. I don't think the employee knew what she is, or she'd have cost a lot more. If I see this right, she was just in time to effin' her. Otherwise she'd become a normal snowy owl. An intelligent one, no doubt, but she'd have lost her special abilities and, probably wouldn't, they formed a familiar bond with her," Hagrid explained. Harry smiled at the owl. That an owl as special as her had chosen him, made him really happy. It took Harry 2 more days to get through the books about schools in America and Australia, the magical languages one, the books on politics and culture, the Muggle-born guide, the potions basics book and the book on goblins. He also read the book about him and was shocked what this author, Romano Lockhart, had written about his supposed adventures. And there was no mention that it was all fiction. With how stupid wizards appeared to be, he feared there were some that really believed this nonsense. Who could come up with the stupid idea that he could have tamed a rampaging hippogriff with 4? He didn't even know how a hippogriff looked like in reality. And stopping a flood with an ice charm at 6. He didn't even have a wand yet. And why were they even allowed to use his name? He would have to discuss this with Korknick during his appointment. After reading his books about the American and Australian schools he found out that only one of them had a greater choice of classes and combined magical and Muggle subjects. But that school started children at 8 years of age and for him to enroll now wouldn't be possible. There were some others that had a more advanced curriculum than Hogwarts, but they only took students that had already passed their owls with exceptionally high grades. It would be an option for in 5 years that he would perhaps consider, depending how his time at Hogwarts went. It seemed his little conversation with Professor Dumbledore had given him the results he had aimed for. He had been right assuming that people would bend over backwards to make sure that he went to Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore had sent him a letter that he had found a Muggle-born witch who would be delighted to teach interested students Muggle subjects to prepare them for taking the exams in the Muggle world each year or simply the A-levels after Hogwarts. There were ways how that could be arranged with magic. It wasn't done often, but there had been cases, though they had had tutors paid by their parents during the summer months. If Harry was right, Dumbledore had told the Board of Governors that Harry was seriously considering attending another school if he didn't think that Hogwarts wasn't his best option. With how many other good schools there were outside of Britain, that wasn't even hard to prove. Had he not been so opposed to the restrictive nature of the Beauxbatons code of conduct, he was a free spirit and hated being that restricted. Even if the reports on Beauxbatons were otherwise promising, he would have definitely chosen the French school. The major advantage being that Dumbledore wasn't the headmaster. From Hogwarts there were reports on a bad history teacher, a ghost and a biased potions teacher. But if Dumbledore was serious about him wanting Harry there he would interfere in those areas. The plan to set up several non-magical subjects just to make Hogwarts more attractive for him was a clear sign that Dumbledore was capable of being flexible. Perhaps he could do a test run for 1 year. While Hagrid was clearly biased towards Hogwarts and his old house Gryffindor in particular, Harry was good enough to read between lines. It was generally a nice place where students had a lot of personal freedom. What he would lack if he went there would be contacts in the non-magical world, but that could be remedied at university if necessary. And it would probably be easier to organize Muggle tutoring in the magical world than magical tutoring in the Muggle world if he went to a normal boarding school. First, he would need to find out who were the best tutors, then he needed to get permission of the headmaster or headmistress of his school to let said tutor come during the weekend and keep magic a secret from everybody there. And his name wasn't really important in the Muggle world. He had his talent going for him, but there were limits what a school would be willing to allow him without showing too much favoritism over other students. Seemingly Professor Dumbledore didn't have as many reservations in that area. And perhaps he could start getting more influence in the magical world by starting the combination of Muggle and magical studies. It would be quite a coup. Dragging the backwards magical community into the 20th century without the adults ever realizing it. Starting small and then going for a greater scale. He had decided to accept his place at Hogwarts considering those circumstances. Hogwarts offered him the same classes as Beauxbatons and he wouldn't have to follow the strict code of etiquette. And if he really couldn't stand Hogwarts he could still transfer after first year. But normally that would only be an issue after fifth year if he decided that the additional classes weren't up to his standards. And he had to consider that his family name was especially important here in the British wizarding world. That would automatically open many doors for him. While he was also famous in other countries, they would probably be less inclined to bow to his demands. And the number of subjects Dumbledore had outlined to be added in Muggle subjects was really good. His owl Hedwig, it had been a real challenge to find a name she liked. All the names from mythology that were connected to messengers, owls, wise people and so on, she didn't like. In one of the history books he then came upon the German name. He asked her if that one was okay and after pondering she had agreed. His familiar definitely had her own will, but he liked that about her. She wasn't just an animal, she had a strong personality. At the moment Hedwig was on her way to Hogwarts to deliver his acceptance letter. He had looked up an example of how to correctly phrase the answer to not get in a position of disadvantage. He didn't want to give anybody more power over him than necessary. Hagrid had happily agreed to take him shopping for his things. They would do that the next morning. He still had a week until his appointment at Gringotts, but he thought that he could just get his purchases done and start reading his school books to be prepared. During the first walk with Hagrid around the alley Harry had made a mental list what he would need no matter which school he decided to attend. He wanted a trunk that offered enough space for his things, would have potential to include more than the things for just 1 year and had a safety system that would only allow him to access certain parts. So the first thing he bought after getting 100 galleons from his vault was a 3-compartment trunk with enlarged compartments. One compartment was a full wardrobe whose parts, like drawers for his socks, underwear, shirts, pullovers and pants, a part for hanging his robes without them wrinkling, a set of shelves for his shoes and some general hangers, could be chosen by labeled plates at the side of the compartment. Harry just had to place his hand on the symbol, for example a drawer for socks, and the compartment would turn to that part. The second compartment was a general storage area that worked like the first compartment. With students of Hogwarts there always were many things they needed to transport and in case of potion ingredients some of them were better stored apart from other things or they could damage them. It wasn't much of a problem with the kit for first year, but the farther you advanced, the more dangerous ingredients you used. The apothecary normally packed them safely, but what the student did over the school year was another matter completely. So the labels were for the ingredient shelves, the writing equipment, parchment, ink and quills. He would have to practice before school to have his handwriting legible. The cases here were built specially to hold up to 10 bottles of ink safely in a box with single partitions for each bottle. Then there was an area for toiletries and towels, another area for Quidditch gear and the last part for various things. The last compartment was a miniature library with currently 10 bookcases that could each hold about 50 books. The bookcases could be labeled by the owner of the trunk and the plates at the side would adapt accordingly. It was the perfect trunk for somebody like Harry who wanted to learn all he could, but not to stand out overly. It was the kind of trunk the well-to-do students would bring with them, but nothing most couldn't afford. Of course Harry made sure the convenience charms like a featherlight charm, an auto-shrinking feature, keying the trunk to him only and anti-destruction runes for elemental damage like fire and water were included. The trunk cost Harry 30 galleons, but he reckoned as he intended to use this trunk for a long time, at least the 7 years at school, it would be a good investment. At Madame Malkin's Harry got the 3 sets of robes the supplies list demanded. There also was another boy that was fit for robes. He seemed to be his age. He had a strong tan, black hair, but very handsome features. He was accompanied by a very beautiful woman who shared the boy's dark shade of skin color and his facial form, though she had long, shiny brown hair and a model figure. "Hello, dear, Hogwarts too?" Madame Malkin asked Harry. "Yes, madam," Harry answered. "You can take the footstool right next to Mr. Zabini here," she said smiling. Madame Malkin was a squat witch. She was wearing mauve-colored robes. "Thank you, madam," Harry said and stepped on the footstool. Madame Malkin slipped a long black robe over his head and started pinning it at the right size. "So, you are going to start at Hogwarts this year too?" the boy said. "I'm Blaise Zabini," he introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, I'm Harry Potter," Harry said, getting a little squeak from Madame Malkin who was pinning his robes, the witch that was doing the same for Blaise, and interested looks from Blaise and his mother. "Nice to meet you too. I wouldn't have thought to meet you before school, Potter. You had disappeared for quite a long time with nobody knowing where you were living. If you don't mind me asking, where did you grow up?" Blaise asked politely, under the approving looks of his mother. Blaise was handling this first impression with all the dignity and grace that was appropriate for a pureblood of House Zabini. "No, I don't mind you asking. I was raised by my Muggle aunt, but I'd have preferred to never meet her. She's the worst example of Muggle you can get, as is her husband. But I'm out of there for good now, so I prefer not to talk about them." "I lived in Surrey," Harry said. "I see. So you have attended Muggle school. What are they like?" "I've heard some horrible stories, but I don't know if they are true or exaggerated," Blaise asked. "After I stopped holding back to appease my relatives to not show up my stupid cousin and just did my thing, it was great. Once the teachers found out that I was smart and also had a talent for football, a Muggle sport which can be compared to Quidditch in the wizarding world in popularity, I was supported by them. I rose to the top of my class without suffering the stigma of being a boring bookworm. Athletes are always liked well with their peers, I found out, especially if they help winning competitions against other schools' teams," Harry said. "Indeed. That observation also holds true in our world. I've been homeschooled so far with a few other boys from families my mother is associated with," Blaise answered. "What house do you think you'll be in, or didn't you have time to be informed about them yet?" "No, I asked for more information about Hogwarts and the magical world in general before I accepted my place at Hogwarts. So I read Hogwarts: A History to get more information on the school. I could be both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, but if I get a say in it, I'll go to Ravenclaw. Nothing against Slytherin, but I don't want to deal with the whole dark stigma that the house has. With my history, people would think I was the next Dark Lord in training," Harry said. "So you think you're cunning and ambitious enough to be considered for Slytherin House?" Blaise's mother asked. "I always strive to be the best. I accept nothing but getting to the top and put all my energy in reaching that goal. But I also don't want to be seen for something people just assume. I want to be seen for my own accomplishments. Fame is fickle if you can't prove your worth, and the media can tear people apart quickly. But going to the top the straight way will have people feel stepped on their toes, and those that only concentrate on their studies don't build networks that they can benefit from later in life," Harry answered. "Indeed, an answer worthy of somebody with Slytherin qualities. It will be interesting to find out how your sorting went," she said. Then Blaise was finished with his robes. "Well, it was nice meeting you, Potter. I'll see you at school," Blaise said, holding out his hand. Harry shook it. "Likewise, Zabini," he answered. Blaise and his mother left the store. Outside, Elidora Zabini turned to her son. "That was a good display of proper pureblood behavior, Blaise. Try to stay in his good books. He'll go far with his take on things. If he is anything like his father, he will attract many people with his charisma, and as he also got his mother's catching eyes, he will be someone the girls will fall over in a few years' time. Having someone like him as an acquaintance or even a friend is always beneficial, even if he is a half-blood. At least James married a powerful and very smart Muggle-born and not one of the plain ones," she said. "Yes, mother. I intend to keep a respectful and friendly relation with him. I'm a bit fascinated how mature he appears. He really thought his future plans through. Not like many others I met so far," Blaise answered. "Indeed. I guess you're talking about Draco?" Elidora asked. "Among others. But he is a good," Example. He only uses his father's influence and wealth to reach his goals. That's not very cunning and ambitious. While he reaches his goals that way, if anything ever happened to Lucius, he wouldn't have an alternative plan. With Potter, I had the impression he had already thought of several ways to reach his goals and that he could quickly adapt if one plan didn't work out. I'll observe how he develops over the years. Harry's next stop, after ordering some casual wear robes for every day outside of classes and a good amount of high-quality pants in dark colors, silk dress shirts in white, black, green, blue and gray, 2 warm coats in black and dark green and a lighter jacket in beige for spring and autumn, was the cauldron shop where he got 2 pewter cauldrons. One is a sparer in case he wanted to brew 2 different potions at a time. He looked at the telescopes but decided he would get one in the Muggle world. The ones here, even if they were charmed, were less powerful than even a good quality standard student telescope for Muggle students. He hadn't been interested in astronomy so far, which meant he wanted to have the best possible equipment. He would forego a telescope with electric features, as the magic of Hogwarts would interfere with it, but that wouldn't be a problem. They were just coming up anyway. He got a nice set of brass scales as well. He asked an employee at the shop that sold parchment, ink and quills, how long a quill normally lasted, how much parchment an average student needed over a year and how much ink. He got 2 packages of parchment, 6 bottles of ink, one was a color-changing kind, which Harry liked, 10 quills, 2 were spares and for training his writing skills. He fully intended to get a fountain pen and notebooks for each subject in Muggle London for his own notes and loose papers for rough drafts. No need to waste expensive parchment after all, and only use the quill for official assignments. They then went to an apothecary Harry had seen in one of the side alleys, which was much better structured and cleaner than the one in Diagon Alley itself. This apothecary was smaller and had slightly higher prices, but Hagrid had also told him that Professor Snape, the potions teacher at Hogwarts, always ordered his personal ingredients here. The quality of the ingredients was higher and made for better results in brewing. The owner of the apothecary was a witch that was working on her mastery in potions. She was very helpful, and additionally to the standard ingredients for first-year students, Harry got 2 books. One on brewing techniques and color schemes in potions and one on the 1000 most common ingredients in potions. The book listed their properties, their uses with some examples for potions, their reactions with other ingredients, and also had warnings for what not to do with them to avoid accidents. The witch told them she wished that these 2 books would be made mandatory reading material for Hogwarts students, but the Board of Governors didn't think it necessary. She also informed him that Professor Snape advised all the new Slytherins to get these books. Next to the ingredients, Harry got a set of crystal vials that were spelled to be unbreakable if they fell down, which happened more often than one thought, the witch told them. She handed Harry a package with the correctly stored ingredients and one with the safely stored vials and told him they would be perfectly stored like they were until he needed them at Hogwarts. Then Harry had a little buying spree at Flourish and Blots. He didn't only buy the books on the list, but also a bit additional reading material on the subjects he would have this year. He got 2 books on Transfiguration, 1 on Herbology, 2 on Defense Against the Dark Arts, 1 on Charms. He left the astronomy books behind as he knew the ones in the Muggle world were more extensive in their information. He already had some history books, so he only got the listed book, and he got himself books on ancient runes and arithmancy. He wanted to get an idea what the subjects were about before he made his decision at the end of second year which subjects he would take. Then he got a book with all the laws in the British magical world, the self-updating version, 1 book about the ICW and their laws, a book with low-level curses, a book about advanced potions, and 1 about rituals. The employee knew Harry by now and just smiled at the amount of books he had bought again. If that boy wouldn't become a Ravenclaw, he didn't know. All Harry's purchases were stored in his trunk, which made for much easier transport. Now only one thing remained, Harry's wand. He was excited to get his own wand. Hagrid led Harry to Ollivander, the best wandmaker if you believed Hagrid. When they entered the shop, for some reason the back of Harry's neck prickled. The dust and the silence in the small shop were eerie. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry was taken by surprise. He normally noticed people coming close to him. But this man, he didn't notice at all. The man was old, his eyes shining like moons through the gloom of his shop. "Hello," Harry said. "Ah, yes, I was wondering when I would see you, Mr. Potter," he said, not making it sound like a question at all. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems like yesterday that she came in here to buy her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice for charms work." Mr. Ollivander moved closer to Harry. Those eyes were a bit creepy. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches, pliable, a little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I said your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, he said. That sounds like wands have their own personalities, Mr. Ollivander. How is that possible? Harry asked. Ah, you see, no two wands are the same. When I make wands, I use mainly 3 core materials: dragon heartstrings, unicorn hair and phoenix feathers. Now no unicorn is like the other, the same with phoenixes and dragons. It also depends on the wood. Some woods are more temperamental than others and some don't like certain personality traits in a wizard and will refuse to work for him. And of course you will never get as good results with another wand as your own. Wand lore is a very deep branch of magic. Then he seemed to notice Hagrid. Rubeus Hagrid, how nice to see you again. Oak, 16 inches, rather bendy, wasn't it? He asked. It was, sir, yes. Hagrid said. Good wand, that one. But I suppose they snapped it in half when you got expelled, said Mr. Ollivander suddenly stern. Yes, they did, sir, but I still have the pieces, he added brightly. But you don't use them, said Mr. Ollivander sharply. Oh no, sir, Hagrid said hastily and hid his pink umbrella behind him. Guess I know now why he uses the umbrella to tip the stone. Harry thought, finding this amusing. He pushed a strand of hair that had fallen in his eyes up, shortly revealing the healing scar. Mr. Ollivander noticed and concentrated on him again. Ah, yes, that's where, he said, looking at the scar. I'm sorry to say that I was the one who sold the wand that did that. 13½ inches. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going to do in the world. He trailed off on thoughts. Nonetheless, we need to find you your first wand, Mr. Potter. Which one is your wand arm? Ollivander asked. I'm right-handed, Harry said. Very well, hold your arm out, Ollivander said and started taking measurements. Harry had the impression that all the proportions of his body were measured by the tape measure, which worked on its own. When Ollivander thought he had enough information, he went into the shelves and got one wand after the other. Harry tried each wand he was given, but none seemed to work for him. He didn't really know what Mr. Ollivander was looking for. Ah, a tricky customer, but don't worry, somewhere here there will be the right wand for you, Ollivander assured Harry. Hagrid had sat down on a stool in a corner, waiting until Harry found his wand. After nearly an hour, Ollivander was bringing out the wands he had dubbed special combinations. Harry tried them all. Try this one, holly and phoenix feather, nice and supple, he said, obviously tense if this could be the right wand. Harry felt something, but it wasn't completely right. This one has a reaction I could feel, but it feels a bit off, Harry said. Ollivander placed the wand to the side and got more boxes with wands for Harry to try. But even after 2 more hours, Harry was now really exhausted and annoyed. He didn't get a better reaction than with the wand Ollivander had separated. Curious, very curious. I wonder, Mr. Potter, do you by any chance have a familiar? He asked. You have now tried all the wands I have in my shop and only this one seems to respond to you. It is rare for a wizard to have to get a customized wand, but in some cases if a wizard has a rare magical animal as his familiar it can happen, Ollivander explained. Yes, I do. My familiar is a moon owl, Harry said. A moon owl, those are incredibly rare indeed, Ollivander exclaimed astonished. With all the conditions that have to be met for one to be born and then to come into her full powers. Mysterious birds that, while pure, are always changing their mood, just like the moon. Always female as well. I think to get you a fitting wand, we would have to see if a feather of your familiar would balance out this wand that seems to have some connection to you, Ollivander said. Harry nodded and went outside. He concentrated and soon Hedwig flew down to him and landed on his arm. Her plumage had got even more silver now than it had been 2 days ago. Harry stroked her feathers. "I need your help, Hedwig. Mr. Ollivander says that to find a wand for me, I'd need one of your feathers to balance out the only wand that responded somewhat to me. Would you mind donating one of your feathers for my wand, Hedwig?" Harry asked. Hedwig hooted, shook herself and a single silver feather fell from her plumage. "Thank you very much, Hedwig," Harry said and offered her one of the owl treats he always carried around with him in case he got mail. She happily accepted the treat. Harry took the feather. "Do you want to see how the wand will be made or would you prefer to fly around outside?" Harry asked her. The hoot he got told him that she wanted to stay with him. Harry let her take place on his shoulder and went back inside. Mr. Ollivander's eyes went wide seeing the owl. "Really an incredible specimen, you're familiar. I've only ever seen a moon owl once in my life and that was at night when she flew over my head when I was out in a forest to collect wood for a wand from a tree that needs to be harvested under the full moon. Let's see if we can get this wand balanced out for you now," he said, taking the silver feather reverently. He took both the wand and the feather and placed them on a workbench in the back of the shop. Harry could watch, but Hagrid was too big to get there. Ollivander swished his wand over the wand on the workbench in a complicated manner and it enlarged. At the handle an opening appeared, and Ollivander carefully took out a red and gold feather. Harry recognized the feeling he got from the feather. "Is that feather by any chance from Fawkes, the Phoenix familiar of Professor Dumbledore?" he asked Ollivander. "Indeed it is. You've met the headmaster's familiar then?" Ollivander asked. "Yes, when I was at St. Mungo's and the healers found out something troubling with a splint that had been stuck in my scar for 10 years since the attack on my parents' home. He healed the wound on my scar with his tears," Harry confirmed. "Interesting, very interesting," Ollivander commented. "A lesser bond to a phoenix and a strong bond to a moon owl. We indeed can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter." "Great things indeed," he said, returning to his work. He jabbed each feather with his wand and dripped a clear substance on both feathers, making them glow shortly. "Tears of happiness of a fairy, a good binder for the feathers," he said absent-mindedly. Then he swished his wand again and the 2 feathers intertwined. He took the still enlarged wooden part of the wand and levitated the feathers inside. Then he moved his wand in a circle and the wand shrank back to its original size and the opening was no more. "Try it now, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said. Harry waved the wand and had a fantastic feeling flowing through him. Like a cooling breeze on a warm summer day. From the tip of his wand silver and blue sparks appeared, slowly falling down. Yes, that did the trick. A remarkable wand, Mr. Potter. I was curious who would buy that specific wand. You see, as it was before, it was the brother to the wand that gave you that scar. Yes, a powerful wand, but now, this wand is absolutely unique. To require a wand with more than one core component means you'll become a very powerful wizard," Ollivander said. Harry was glad that Hagrid didn't hear about the connection his wand had with Voldemort. It wouldn't do him any favors to have such a connection. If people knew they could get stupid ideas. They went back to the front and Harry happily told Hagrid that he now had his wand. He paid Ollivander 11 galleons for the wand and then left the shop with Hagrid. At Hogwarts Albus Dumbledore sat in his office behind his desk reading a letter Ollivander the wandmaker had written him. The second wand had been sold to Harry Potter, but instead of simply choosing the boy, the wand had needed to be adjusted with the feather of Harry's familiar, a moon owl. This was indeed very fascinating. He had never before heard of a wand having to be adjusted. And for Harry to have won the allegiance of a moon owl was unheard of in a wizard of his age. Those owls were some of the most mysterious magical creatures that were categorized as light. Due to their rareness there weren't many documents handed down in time about their kind. The only thing that was known was that they needed to find a witch or wizard to create a familiar bond with before they reached a certain age. Nobody knew though how old that was. Like phoenixes they had certain demands to their human partner. They never accepted those that had done evil deeds. Their powers were also mostly unknown. Some scripts spoke of them having the powers of the moon, others said they had healing powers like phoenixes, but in a different way. Nobody knew anything definite. The last recorded bonded moon owl dated back in 1705. There had been sightings of others, probably younger ones after that, but they obviously had turned into snowy owls after not finding a worthy witch or wizard. There were assumptions that the number of owls born as moon owls was about 1 in 10,000 owls. And only snowy owls could sire a moon owl. Perhaps because the heritage was in their genes. No one had ever been able to breed moon owls, they never hatched in captivity. It would be a great chance to study the habits of a bonded moon owl when Harry came to Hogwarts. He was glad that the boy had decided to accept his place here. He also knew that he would have to stay honest with Harry. Otherwise he would never win his trust. On his birthday Harry woke up to bright sunshine and a small cake on his table in his room. There was a card wishing him a happy birthday from the crew of the Leaky Cauldron. Harry smiled. That was his first birthday cake. In the years prior the Dursleys had always ignored his birthday, and as it was during the holidays, he hadn't been able to celebrate with his teammates from the football team. He had got some cards from them, but never a cake. This one was made of yellow dough on the bottom, a layer of whipped cream with strawberries on top of it, and on top it was sprinkled with chocolate chips. Harry took the fork he had got with the small round cake and tried a bit. It was delicious. The dough was vanilla flavored, he noticed, and the cream sweet, which went well with the still slightly sour strawberries. Harry enjoyed the cake and then went to take a shower. Once he was done, he combed his wet hair. This was the only way his hair looked at least somewhat controlled. He knew in the afternoon his untamable hair would have won the fight against any attempt to get it in order, but if it at least held until his appointment was over, he would be satisfied. He donned a pair of black dress pants, the green silk shirt, black dress shoes, and took a black robe to finish his outfit. He left his room and went down to eat breakfast. When he reached the pub, Tom smiled. "Happy birthday, Harry," he said. Harry felt very good to hear these words on his birthday and not only read them. "Thanks, Tom. Can I have blueberry pancakes, chocolate milk and whipped cream?" Harry asked. "Sure, you're the birthday boy after all. When do you have your appointment today?" Tom asked. "At 10. I don't know how long it'll take," Harry said when he sat down. "Ah, take your time to get the details worked out. Always pays off in the long run," Tom replied. "I will, thanks for the advice," Harry said. "You're welcome, Harry," Tom said. A little later the pancakes sat before Harry, freshly baked with a pot of cold chocolate milk and a bowl of whipped cream. Harry started eating his breakfast, only a little bit filled from his birthday cake. He finished his meal and then walked towards the back door to get to Diagon Alley. Today Hagrid didn't have time to come in the morning. He had promised he would come by in the afternoon, but he knew the way to Gringotts and Tom knew where he was. He would start looking for him if he didn't return after a certain period of time. He tapped the stone that was the trigger 3 times with his wand and the archway opened for him. He looked around a bit and noticed that more people with children were now filling the alley. Obviously it was the time of year where the majority of families got the Hogwarts supplies. Harry reached Gringotts and walked up to the teller with the shortest line. He briefly looked at the nameplate on the counter. "Good morning, Teller Gornick. I'm here for my 10 o'clock appointment with my account manager Corpnick," Harry said politely. "Ah yes, Mr. Potter. Please follow me," Gornick said and led Harry through some corridors until they reached the door to an office. The door was made of polished oak wood and a golden plate was attached to it. "Wait a moment, Mr. Potter," Gornick said, knocked and entered the office. He came out shortly after. "Corpnick will now meet you." "Thank you, Gornick," Harry said and strode into the office in confident strides. "Greetings, Mr. Potter, may your business be profitable and your enemies cover at your feet," Corpnick greeted him. "Greetings to you too, Corpnick, may your business always bring profit and your enemies not even know how they were defeated." Harry returned, nodding his head towards the goblin. "I see you have informed yourself about some of our customs. What did you want to discuss with me today?" Corpnick asked. "First, please call me Harry. If we want to work on a profitable base for both of us, we need to have a basis of trust, Corpnick. Second, I would like to know what transactions there have been in the Potter accounts. I already know that my former guardians, my mother's Muggle sister and her husband, embezzled the funds that they were given for my care. They only spent the bare minimum that couldn't be avoided on me. I want those funds back. How you do it, I don't care, but I know that the goblins always catch thieves. I also would like to know the advantages of getting a ledger for my vaults compared to the quarterly statements. While we are at the topic of embezzlement, do I get monies from those people using my name in their books and for their products? If not, I want that changed. They can either give me my share of the profits or pay a hefty fine for using my name without permission. And if you can, I'd like to get those Harry Potter books that Lockhart author wrote relabeled as fiction. Next are the current investments for my family. I'd like to see the profits those investments made over the last 10 years and possibly adjust them. If you have suggestions for profitable investments that you couldn't realize until now because you need the permission of the owner of the vault to make them, I'd also like to hear your reasons for the investment plan. I want to see my parents' will. I know the original is always kept at Gringotts and the ministry holds a copy. And lastly, I want to discuss with you the concept of introducing a credit card to the wizarding world. I'd gladly tell you everything I know about the system in the Muggle world if we can come to an agreement about the profit sharing. Harry listed his intentions for the meeting. Well structured and to the point, Harry. I like seeing a wizard who knows what he wants and what he is talking about. Especially someone as young as you are. Very well, let's start with some explanations. The ledger is a detailed statement of all possessions your family keeps at Gringotts and has outside in investments, real estates and living property. It is constantly updated, which means you always can see how much you own. The monthly statements only contain the contents of your vaults in galleons, sickles and nuts. Objects are only listed in their overall number, not their kind. We will of course take care of recovering the money that was embezzled from you with interest. We are connected to the Muggle banking system through a dummy bank that only exists in name. The people that use your name are separated in two groups. There is one manufacturer who produces toys that has organized that 8% of the profits are transferred to your trust vault for the usage of your name to advertise his products. Romanio Lockhart didn't do that, and I'll gladly put one of Gringotts' barristers on the case. Your family investments mainly date back to 1978. That was the last time your grandfather Charles changed the portfolio. Your father James was too busy with his schooling first and then the war against the Dark Lord to really take interest in investments. The investments are in both the wizarding and Muggle worlds. I think your mother inspired your grandfather to invest the equivalent of 10,000 galleons in a company that was developing communication devices that work similar to the phones the Muggles use at their homes, but could be carried around easily. By now it has become a very profitable company, and the original investment that got your grandfather 20% of the shares of the company now has a value of 60,905 galleons. The other investments are in the wizarding world. You hold 5% of Flourish and Blots, 12% of Madame Malkin's, 13% of Quality for Quidditch, 21% of the Daily Prophet, 51% of a magical creature farm in Norfolk, 63% in a vineyard with attached winery in southern France, and lastly you hold 89% in a professional Quidditch training facility in Canada. All those investments are doing well, especially the Quidditch facility. The vineyard had a bad harvest 3 years ago, but they recovered the following year by taking more protective measures against insects and frost in spring. I have 3 more businesses that would be interesting to invest in. First, you should know that your grandfather, and his father before him, always used the same investment strategy. He looked for young enterprises that promised to become successful in a few years' time. He sponsored the founders of the enterprises and got shares in exchange. He always kept involved in the business ideas and offered advice if necessary. The last part will probably be a bit early for you, but once you finished school I'm sure you would also do well with this strategy. All the investments you hold currently were created the way I described. I have to say your great-grandfather Henry proved a really good nose when he bought the run-down Quidditch facility from the founder. He was a very enthusiastic wizard who loved playing Quidditch, but he had no idea of how to run a business. Quote, your great-grandfather took over the management for 3 years and hired competent people to run it full-time. Trainers for the practical part and managers for the economic part. After 5 years the facility was profitable, and after 10 years it had turned into a cash cow, to use the Muggle term. The 11% that you don't own are split among senior workers of the facility that got them for their commitment to the facility in the beginning when times were hard and they had a lot of convincing to do to get professional teams to use their training facilities during the year and to get camps for children and teenagers set up. Korpnik described how the most successful investment of the Potters had started off. Harry was very impressed how good at doing business his great-grandfather had been. He hoped he would be able to follow in his footsteps. Well, he had one idea already. He would see how it worked out. The 3 investments I want to suggest are an apothecary in a side alley of Diagon Alley whose owner is a very competent witch and on her way to gain her mastery in potions. At the moment she only sells ingredients of high quality and books that are a key to becoming a successful brewer. There is a reason why Slytherin House produces the best brewers besides their head of house being a bit biased against the other houses after all. She presented as her business plan and I checked it thoroughly. As soon as she has her mastery, which will probably be in about 2 years at most, she will start selling potions that the normal witch or wizard needs regularly, like cough potions, pepper-up potions, headache potions and the like in her shop. Those potions, while high quality, will be reasonably priced. At the side she will take special orders that are only needed for special uses and prepare them for much higher prices. As good potions masters are really rare in Great Britain, she won't have to fear much competition in that field, and as an addition to her normal range of products it works nicely, I think. At the moment her shop is an insider tip. Most buy their equipment in Jugs and Sligger, the big apothecary in Diagon Alley, but we estimate a shift of the customers to Miss Ranamy's shop of about 20% over the next 4 years. If you agree, I would invest 6,000 galleons into her business, which would give you about 30% of the shares. Korpnik closed his first presentation and looked at Harry expectantly. Harry thought about what Korpnik had said. He thought back to the impression of the shop he had got when he had bought his ingredients there. It had a very professional outlook and Miss Ranamis had been really helpful with pointing out the 2 additional books that would help greatly in developing his skills in brewing. If she reached her mastery and was allowed to branch out from selling simple ingredients, she would manage to make good profit. On top there was an empty store next door, which allowed for expansion if everything worked out like it should. So the investment wouldn't be limited to the current storage space the shop had. I know the shop and have met Miss Ranamis when I got my potion supplies. Rubeus Hagrid showed me the shop. I liked the professionalism she showed and the ratio between quality and prices of her goods. I agree with that investment, especially as the location still holds potential for expansion once she has her mastery. Harry said. Korpnik noted the agreement. He presented him 2 other ideas, one Harry approved of, the other he didn't. While that enterprise might have been profitable, he didn't like their idea of having squibs do the work for low wages while the owners mostly did the marketing. In his experience, enterprises that were led by the founders who directly worked to build up their business were more successful than those where the owners just were the face of the enterprise and others made the important decisions as the owners didn't know their own products. Korpnik noted both. Then he took out the will of his parents. It was more or less a standard will. In case one of them died, the other one would get custody of him. In case both died, there was a list of people who could take custody. The top 5 he knew were not available as Sirius Black was in Azkaban, Remus Lupin was a werewolf and Peter Pettigrew was either dead or the traitor. Next were Frank and Alice Longbottom, who had been tortured to insanity. The last one he didn't know about. He hadn't heard yet about somebody called Dorcas Meadows. He was to inherit all of their possessions, and be given the option of emancipation at 14 if he so chose. Well, that was interesting. Even if he didn't get along with his future guardian, he could get out once he turned 14. As soon as he turned 16 he would inherit his father's title of Earl of Ceredigion, which was honored in both the Muggle and Wizarding world. He put the will down and took a few calming breaths. He had been right, they had tried to make sure he was well taken care of. But it seemed things didn't work out like they planned, and Dumbledore put his survival higher than his happiness or simply ran out of options once things had calmed down. His best chance would probably be to see if Sirius Black was guilty or not. Even if his parents had trusted Remus Lupin, there was a huge prejudice against werewolves. He couldn't see him getting custody. Perhaps he should make contact. He would be a fountain of stories about his father and perhaps a few about his mother. Considering the investments and the gold in both your family and trust vault, you have a net value of 5.742.307 galleons. About 800.000 are in galleons, sickles and nuts. On average, the profits the investments make each year come up to about 40.000 galleons. 90% are reinvested in the businesses, the remaining 10% go to the family vault. You are not the wealthiest wizard in Great Britain but really well-to-do. The real estates have a value of totally 2.530.500 galleons, with the house in Godric's Hollow being not sellable as it was made a national monument. Potter Manor in Ceredigion needs a few repairs and a power boost from you for the wards, then it is livable. The house in Spain is alright and is rented out for wizarding tourists regularly and makes a profit every year. The same holds true for the houses in France and Italy. The hotel in the Dominican Republic is doing well as well. The flat in New York is rented out on a yearly base. Korpnik explained. Harry nodded. He would have enough choices for a living place once he was of age. He would probably move into the manor. What reason would somebody have to keep a manor and not live in it? All right. That's all I need to know about my finances for now. I will take the ledger to keep updated. Now I think we need to discuss the possibilities a credit card system could offer your bank. Harry said. Yes, Griphook mentioned a few outlines and I'm very interested to learn how that system works. We have a standard policy regarding profit sharing. I will listen to your suggestion and if I think Gringotts could profit from taking over the system, you'll be given a share of 5% of the profit. Korpnik said. Harry grinned. 15%. He demanded. Harry, 5% is more than generous for you only delivering the idea. Korpnik said. I'm not only delivering the idea, I'm giving you the detailed working process of the system. The whole required equipment, the means how you can convince the shops to accept payment with the new credit card and even my name for marketing the product if you do it. I think 15% is more than generous of me. Harry said. Korpnik was surprised. Normally wizards didn't bother bargaining with goblins, they thought it to be under their station. But Harry was not giving an inch. He had leeway in the negotiations from the board. Up to 15% he could accept. But he would try to get Harry down a bit. Oh, how long had it been that he had the pleasure of a good bargain. Perhaps you are right, but I can't agree to that share. I don't know yet if what you are promising to deliver is worth it. Your offer to promote the credit card system has a certain value as the Potter name and your name especially have a great pull to people. I'll agree to 8%. Korpnik said. I'll give you an incentive to easier decide. I'll agree to 10% of the profit if you make less than 5,000 galleons profit with the new system in the starting phase of 6 months after the marketing offense has started. You'll place an advertisement in the Daily Prophet and all other daily publications and send out pamphlets to all wizarding households that have accounts here at Gringotts. Additionally, I'll get you the addresses of all the Muggleborns that graduated in the last 20 years as they'll probably be your most probable customers. If you make more than 5,000 galleons profit, I'll get my 15%. Harry said confidently. Korpnik grinned. That was a deal the board would gladly accept. Less than they would at most have accepted in case the profit wasn't as high as they hoped and the limit if the system worked out well, and then Harry had definitely earned his share. Generally new products needed a longer starting period than 6 months to become profitable, so the probability that they would make 5,000 galleons profit was low. And having Harry Potter personally promote their product would make fantastic publicity. Deal, he said, holding out his hand for Harry to shake, which he did. They then went over the standard contract that Gringotts made with their partners and Harry read it very carefully. He argued about a few passages with Korpnik which were altered to Harry's liking. The clause they had bargained about was inserted and then both of them signed in blood, making the contract magically binding for both sides. The contract glowed golden and 2 copies were produced. One was for Harry and one went directly to the Goblin Archives. The original Korpnik would take to the board and present the deal he had made with the young Potter heir. Okay, now I think it's your turn to give me the details. Korpnik said. Harry nodded and opened the book bag he had from Flourish and Blots and pulled a notebook out. He opened it and showed Kortnik the diagrams and explanations of the Muggle credit card system, the fee the issuing bank got and what the shops got. In the Muggle world, a percentage that doesn't exceed a certain amount of money is added to the price for the bought goods. Normally 3%. Like if you bought clothes for £100, you're charged £103. Of the additional £3, £2 go to the bank, the other pound is for the shop. Now Gringotts operates in all European countries. You have 5 branches in America, 2 in Canada, 2 in Australia and 4 spread over Asia. Harry surprised Kortnik with his accurate knowledge. By my estimation, the wizarding population of the world is about 30 million witches and wizards. Now if we assume of them 40% are children, 18 million remain. Of those 18 million, Gringotts has probably about 60% as customers, makes 10,800,000. Now if only 50%, meaning 5,400,000, accept the credit card as a form of normal payment, as it reduces the problems with carrying around great amounts of gold, can be made safe from abuse of others who might have access to the vault by keying it to your wand or blood, can be seen as a symbol of status in society, because you only give out those cards to those who can settle their bills and it makes paying faster. You have a great base to get the system accepted in the wizarding world. In the Muggle world, the creators of the system also noticed that many people don't look that closely to how much they buy if they pay with the card, as they don't see the money corporeally before them. Now I'll use an easy example for an event that comes up every year in August. Shopping for school supplies. The average Hogwarts student needs to invest about 50 galleons for the starting equipment in basic form, about 100 galleons if you prefer higher quality. In the following years the amount is reduced, as things like a wand, a trunk and so on are already there. Hogwarts has about 40 students that start this year, makes, if we settle for a middle amount of money that is spent on the children of 75 galleons, 3,000 galleons would be spent. With 2% profit for Gringotts, that are already 60 galleons only for 1 year of students, only in Great Britain. Multiply that with the higher numbers of children in other countries and you see why I'm more than sure that you'll easily earn the 5,000 galleons in 6 months. Harry stated. Now think 5 million customers, buying their supplies with credit cards all over the world, a system that the Muggleborns are already used to from their parents. Even if they only spend 100 galleons in 6 months, which they won't do but spend more, you'd earn 2 galleons from each of them, summing up at 10 million galleons. Take away 20% for maintenance and personnel and you still have 8 million galleons left. I'm really sure I've earned my 15%, Harry said. Kortnik couldn't help it but laugh loudly. You, Harry, could have been a goblin. That was one of the most devious acts anybody has pulled over me for some decades. I definitely underestimated you. Henry would have loved the way how you think. He was the most devious businessman I ever had the honor of knowing. Indeed, if we get it done the way you say, and I don't see why not, we'll earn a lot of gold together. Do you have other ideas that are as profitable as this one? He asked, now very interested what else the boy could think of. Honestly, the most he had expected to get was a vague idea of a Muggle system how to pay easier. They would have had to investigate how to make it work in the wizarding world, and that would have taken time. But with the information Harry had provided, they would be able to start at once and set everything up, work out the magic to coordinate everything and then advertise the new product. Harry definitely had a lot of Harry Potter's skill in business deals. It would be very interesting to see the boy grow. There was so much potential that he could see. An extension to this once the system is established in society. Offer accounts for students of magical schools with an included credit card free of the percentile fee as long as they attend school. The card itself can be a fixed starting fee like 5 galleons. While you won't make much profit while the students are at school, they'll be used to using the credit card for their purchases. And once they leave school, the normal procedure starts and they won't think anything strange about it. You bind customers early on, and to be honest, the students at Hogwarts mostly spend their money in Hogsmeade and not much more, as there aren't many possibilities for it. If they spend 50 galleons a year while they are at school, that's it normally, and it includes the wealthier students. So you'd not get 1 galleon a year from each student, but much more once they graduate. But there still are the normal fees for the upkeep of the vaults. It's an investment in future profit, Harry said. A very interesting extension. Yes, I'm convinced we'll make much gold together in the future, Harry. Korpnik said contentedly. This boy was really valuable and he was his account manager, meaning he'd get a good bit of gold himself for getting the ideas that would bring Gringotts much gold in the future. In the afternoon Harry was visited by Hagrid and he got a chocolate cake with green writing, which Hagrid had baked himself for Harry, and a book on charms for brooms from him. Thought with how we're interested in learning and Quidditch, you'd like it. He said. Thank you, Hagrid, Harry said happily. He wasn't really used to people giving him birthday presents. Harry told Hagrid a bit about his appointment with Gringotts. Hagrid got a good laugh at hearing he had made Korpnik laugh out loud over the trick Harry had pulled. He told him about the cake he got in the morning from the Leaky Cauldron team and a few people he had watched when he went back from Gringotts. There was this one blonde boy who seemed to have swallowed a. But his father didn't seem to be any better. And they looked disdainfully at the students who looked like Muggleborns to me. Harry said. Ah, could have been the Malfoys. Nasty business. Lucius Malfoy is a big fish, has contacts to the minister, but was thought to have been with you-know-who. Bought himself free. Claimed to have been under Imperius. Don, know if that's true. He's nasty, not to have done it willingly. But he's got gold, so many Don, dare crossing, I am. His son should be the age to start Hogwarts now, Hagrid said. Harry nodded. Do you know anything about the Zabinis? He asked. Ah, yes, Black Widow Elidora. Hagrid said. She's been married 6 times now, but Someo, her husband's always die soon. Could have something to do with that. After her first one died in an accident, with whom she'd had her son, she looked for rich old men. Couldn't handle the stress having a beautiful young wife, many say. Others tell she's killed him, but nothing could ever be proven. Hagrid told him. Did you meet him? Yes, when I got my robes at Madame Malkin's. Blaise Zabini was also fitted for his. We talked a bit. I got the impression that while he was a bit arrogant, I'd get along with him well enough. He seems to be at least intelligent enough to not simply judge on rumors but to get more information about something. Harry said. Yes, that fits their personality. The Zabinis have been Slytherins for generations. But I didn't hear about them being dark. Still high stuck on believing in pureblood supremacy. Hagrid informed Harry. Harry decided to ask a question that had bothered him for some time. Hagrid, would you be mad if I was sorted into Slytherin? I think I'll go to Ravenclaw, but some of my character traits fit Slytherin. Most of them actually, but he wouldn't actually admit that to anybody. Nah, Harry, I know you. A good kid. And nobody with a moon owl as a familiar could ever go dark. Hedwig wouldn't allow it, he said. Harry was relieved to hear that. While he normally didn't give much on the opinions of people, he didn't want to lose Hagrid's friendship. The gentle giant of a man had given up a lot of his time to look after him while he was staying here at the Leaky Cauldron and had been a great guide to learn his way around. While Harry had noticed that he was a bit biased against Slytherins, he also seemed to be pretty knowledgeable about some families. He would have to find out what of the general talk was true and what exaggerated, but it was part of the complete picture. Later Hagrid said goodbye as he had an errand for Dumbledore to run at Gringotts. Harry stood at the entrance of King's Cross Station. His trunk was on a trolley to deceive the Muggles. He could have just shrunk it and carried it in his pocket, but the guide had said it would be best if he looked like a normal Muggle student on the way to his train to boarding school. Hedwig's stand was in the 3rd compartment of his trunk. Hedwig would join him on the platform. She disliked being in a cage, so he had given her the options to meet him once he had crossed the barrier and reached the platform, or fly to Hogwarts on her own. She had taken the first option. Harry had noticed over the last month that he more and more understood what she wanted to say with her hoots and behavior. He guessed it was part of the familiar bond he had with her. Harry was wearing clothes that could double as a school uniform in the Muggle world. It was a relatively warm day, so he had foregone a jacket. He wore black pants, trainers, a dark blue pullover with his family crest on the left side of his chest, and under the pullover the collar of his white polo shirt could be seen. He had been shopping in Muggle London 2 weeks before he started Hogwarts. He had exchanged 500 galleons in pounds and went on a little shopping spree. He got a complete wardrobe including sportswear for him to continue his training. He also got some board games to pass time in the common room in the evening. He guessed there would be at least some students interested in playing as well. For the journey he had 2 card games. One simple double set for several games like poker, rummy and so on, and one was a newer game called Wizard. Fittingly, the description sounded interesting enough. Those card games together with a bottle of cooled pumpkin juice and a lunchbox were in a backpack on his back. He walked up to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He was glad the way how to reach the platform had been in the Muggleborn guide, as Hagrid, while he had given Harry the ticket for the train, had forgotten to explain that part. He didn't notice any others that were there, so he just walked a little faster, being a little nervous for being about to go through a wall. Then he reached the wall with his trolley and he closed his eyes, but nothing happened. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the platform where the red, steaming Hogwarts Express was waiting for the students to board. He grinned. He would go to Hogwarts, the same school his parents had gone to. He looked up and saw Hedwig swooping down to him. He held out his arm for her to land. "Hey, girl, did you have a nice flight?" he asked and got a positive hoot. Hedwig climbed on his shoulder while he looked around. There were a lot of people assembled already, even if the train wouldn't leave before 11, which was still half an hour away. He took his trunk, tapped it with his wand, and it shrunk to fit into his pocket again. He saw that most students were clothed in robes. He wondered how they got here without causing a stir with the Muggles. Perhaps side-along apparition like Professor McGonagall had done with him on the way to St. Mungo's. He knew there wasn't a flow connection here, as the coordination wouldn't be possible. He had asked Tom for that, as it would have been the easiest way to get here from the Leaky Cauldron. Tom and his crew had made sure to pack him a nice lunchbox for the journey. He had really enjoyed his stay at the Leaky Cauldron. Sadly, he hadn't managed to keep people from recognizing him for the whole time, so one evening at dinner many had greeted him after one man had heard Tom call him by his name and asked if he was Harry Potter. He had had to shake a few hands, but Tom had prevented that it got too out of hand. After a while the regular patrons of the cauldron had got used to him and Harry got to listen to some of their interesting stories. He had already resigned himself to the fact that something similar would happen once the students at Hogwarts found out his name during the sorting. Hagrid wouldn't tell him how the sorting went, it was part of the whole experience to not know it beforehand, but he said the students were called forth by name and then sorted while the rest of the school watched. Well, tonight he would find out. It couldn't be too bad. He listened to some bits of conversation that parents held with their children. Many wished them fun for the new year, some reminded them to study hard for their exams. One father told his son this would be his house's year for the Quidditch Cup. Owls all around hooted, he could hear toads croaking and some cats meowing. He climbed into the train, intent on finding a compartment where some other first-years were in. He looked for some minutes, then he spotted a compartment where 2 girls and a boy were sitting in. They looked nice enough, so he knocked and opened the door. "Would you mind if I joined you?" he asked. "No, come in. We still have some free seats and the more the merrier," the blonde girl said. "Thanks," Harry answered and stepped inside. "Where is your trunk?" the red-haired girl asked. "Shrunk in my pocket. I didn't think dragging it through the corridors would be smart if I could just use the shrinking feature," Harry explained. "That's true. I wanted one of them, but we still had the old 3-compartment trunk from my uncle on the attic and it's still perfectly good to use for me. At least it is spelled Featherlight," the brown-haired boy said. "I'm Terry Boot, by the way. I'm Hannah Abbott." The blonde girl introduced herself. "Susan Bones," the redhead said. "I'm Harry Potter, nice to meet you all," Harry said, getting the estimated reaction of shock. "Come on, I'm just an 11-year-old kid like you. And if you read any of the books Romano Lockhart wrote, forget them, none of the things he wrote are true. I grew up with my Muggle aunt and didn't know of the magical world until I got my Hogwarts letter." Terry laughed. "I told you so," he said, addressing Susan, who was blushing. "I have been trying to tell some of the girls that I know from growing up that there was no way any kid, not even the one that defeated you-know-who, could do some of the things in those books. That Lockhart just has a blooming fantasy. But why didn't it say that they were just made-up stories?" Susan asked miffed. "I don't know, but my barrister is on it. I don't like that my name is used without my consent, and especially if people make up ridiculous stories about me. While I'm no slouch in what I learned at school and in sports, I doubt I could ever have tamed a rampaging hippogriff with 4. I only could walk and talk properly at that age. And stopping a flood by freezing the water with 6. I didn't even have a wand until a bit over a month ago. Harry said, scoffing. Hedwig hooted, agreeing with him. Oh yes, sorry. This stunning lady here is Hedwig, my familiar. She's a moon owl, and a feather from her is part of my wand core. Harry said while Hedwig looked around smugly. She's really a moon owl? Hannah asked, awed. Yes. I felt a pull coming from Elops when I walked by with Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts, who was looking after me while I stayed in Diagon Alley until school started. I went in there and found her. I think she tested me when she stared into my eyes when I found her in a dark corner. I just couldn't look away. Then she flew down on my arm, nicked my finger, and I felt my magic connecting to her. It was amazing. On the way back to the Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid told me she was a moon owl. Harry told them. Wow, that's an even better story than those in the books. Susan said. I mean, there hasn't been a moon owl that was bonded to a witch or wizard for centuries. Some people have seen one flying in the night. I know Auntie Amelia told me about having seen one when she had just started her career as an Auror and had been on a stakeout at a full moon night. She looked up information about the owl, as she was sure to have seen silver feathers, but she never saw one again. It's seen as a sign of good luck to see a moon owl. She explained. Why did you stay in Diagon Alley and not with your Muggle relatives? Hannah asked. My relatives will have to defend themselves in court for several crimes against me. Let's just leave it at that, Harry said curtly. The other 3 looked at each other, but realized that Harry didn't want to talk about it and dropped the subject. Did you all grow up in the wizarding world? Harry asked. Susan and I did. Hannah grew up in both worlds. Terry said. My dad is a barrister at law and works with 2 others in their law office. My mum is working as his secretary. I live with my aunt. My parents died in the war against you-know-who. She is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry. Susan said. I'm sorry to hear that, Susan. Harry said. It's okay. Auntie Amelia is great and treats me like her own daughter. I still miss my parents, but at least I have Auntie. Susan assured him. My father works as herbologist for a nursery in Suffolk for magical plants that are used in potions. My mum is a Muggle-born, and as she didn't find a good job in the magical world, but my Muggle grandparents have a successful chain of boutiques, she started working for them. First she was a shop assistant, but she made her degree in design and management and is now responsible for half the boutiques my grandparents have and will take over the business once Grandpa and Grandma retire. Hannah told them. Good for her. Does it happen often that Muggleborns don't find good jobs? Harry asked. Sadly, yes. There are many prejudices against them, especially at the Ministry. It depends on the department, but in most cases you only make career if you're at least half-blood and from an influential family. The law enforcement department generally only goes by skill, and Amelia knows that all the heritage in the world doesn't help you in the field if you can't cast a proper shield charm. There are recruiting tests every year in summer to find the best candidates for the Auror program and the Magical Patrol. It's sometimes funny to hear Auntie rant about the incompetence of some applicants when she's at home. Susan told him. So what do qualified Muggleborns do after graduation? Harry asked, thinking of his mother. Many start as trainees in bigger companies to learn a craft. The main problem are governmental institutions and businesses that are owned by pureblood supremacists, which are a lot. But many half-bloods and purebloods that don't care who works for them as long as they do good work also have businesses. It all depends on which area you want to work in. I know of an enchanter that is Muggleborn and who is said to be the best in the craft. And Dad said since the war ended, things have got better. Terry added. Harry nodded. Hedwig flew to the luggage rack and took a position of observation. Harry took out his trunk and placed it in the rack and tapped it to enlarge it again, in case he wanted to get some things. He had a smaller backpack with his things for the journey which he put under his seat. What houses do you think you'll get sorted in? Terry asked. I guess Hufflepuff. Most of my family on Dad's side was there, though Mum was a Gryffindor. Susan said. I think I'll also go to Hufflepuff. Both my parents were there, though Gryffindor could also be possible for me. Hannah said. My mum sometimes scolded me that I was as reckless as a Gryffindor. I'm relatively sure I'll go to Ravenclaw. I love learning new things and I don't think I'd fit in with the Gryffindors. Terry said. Probably Ravenclaw for me, but Slytherin is also possible. I'm pretty ambitious. Harry said. Really? I'd never have thought you to go to any house other than Gryffindor, but then again, if all the stories were just made up. But I can't really see you as an evil Slytherin. Hannah said. I think those superstitions are stupid. I mean, come on. If all Slytherins were evil, they'd have closed up the house decades ago. And nobody can tell me 11-year-old kids are evil monsters just because they get sorted into a certain house. I mean, from what I read about the traits the house favors, it's nothing inherently bad. Cunning and ambition are needed to get to the top. It's what you do with those traits that makes you who you are. If not most fanatics that supported Voldemort had come from Slytherin, this wouldn't even be a point. Harry said, getting gasps from the other three when he used Voldemort's name. You said his name, Hannah squeaked. And, it's just a name. By calling him those ridiculous pseudonyms you only give him more power. I can accept that people feared him, but with the way they don't even dare to say his name, they only make him more fearsome than he was. He was human, no god, no supernatural being, just a very powerful wizard. And the name I think is made up, by the way. I mean seriously, Lord, flight from death. Harry asked, snickering. Flight from death? Susan asked, astonished, leaning forward in her seat. Yes, Voldemort is French and translates to flight from death. You can't tell me anybody would name their child like that, and there were no records on any child born with that name. I heard he claimed to be the heir of Slytherin, and Hagrid told me he was at Hogwarts years ago. Well, you'd have to look for a family tree of the Slytherin line to be sure, but I don't think there are many descendants left. Otherwise there'd be more Parseltongues. Harry explained. So if you assumed his age to be around 50 to 60 when he was at the height of his power, you'd have to look back to the Hogwarts graduates in the late 30s to the late 40s to find him. But from the history books he appeared practically from nowhere, meaning, he can't have used his true name, or people would have recognized him. That makes sense. So he made up a name for himself to make himself look more mysterious and frightening. Hannah asked, tipping her chin with her finger. That's my theory. Humans tend to fear things they don't understand, and they can only understand things if they analyze them. So as they couldn't find any information on the roots and past of Voldemort, added by his ruthlessness and that of his followers, irrational fear spread. People made Voldemort worse than he was. No doubt he was one of the worst Dark Lords in history, but there were others that were stronger than him, but still fell. The thing Voldemort did in perfection was to use the fear of people. Why else would groups of 10 to 20 Death Eaters have been able to overwhelm groups of hundreds? If only all of those that were in the raids had stood up and faced them, things wouldn't have gone down the drain like they did. Harry said. Greater numbers do work against strong opponents. And not all the Death Eaters were at Voldemort's level. Some were close, but not nearly all of them. The others nodded, lost in thought. Having it explained like this, it made sense. I think we talked enough about serious issues. Anybody wants to play a game of cards? Harry asked. Sure. Exploding snap. Susan asked. I don't know that game, but I'd like to learn it. Harry said. What games do you know? Terry asked. Well, my old football team liked to play rummy after theory sessions. But I also have learned to play poker, and I found an interesting looking game in a Muggle toy shop called Wizard. Harry said. Okay, we have enough time until we get to Hogwarts to play different games. I think we'll start with explaining Exploding Snap to you. Susan said, and started to explain the game while Terry got out his deck of cards. The four had fun playing card games. When the lady with the trolley came by, Harry bought himself some chocolate frogs and 2 licorice wands. He had enough food in his lunchbox. A few hours into the journey, a blonde, round-faced boy came to their compartment. He looked tearful. Sorry, have any of you perhaps seen a toad? He asked. Hi, Neville. No, we didn't. I didn't know you had a toad. Terry said. Oh, hi Terry, hi Susan, hi Hannah. It was, right? Hannah nodded. Neville turned to Harry. I'm Neville Longbottom. He introduced himself. Harry remembered his name and what had happened to his parents. Hi, I'm Harry Potter. Nice to meet you, Neville. Harry said. Really? Nice to meet you too. Neville got out. Don't worry, I normally don't bite. Harry joked. So your toad escaped? Yes, he keeps getting away from me. He wailed. Have you tried asking an older student to summon him for you? Harry asked. The others looked dumbfounded at him. What? I read about that in a Muggleborn guide as an example what magic can do. Harry said, defensively. I didn't know there were those examples in there, but you're right, my mum often uses that charm to find things she lost. Terry said, why would you have a guide for Muggleborns? Your parents were a witch and a wizard. Neville wondered. I'm Muggle raised. Don't want to talk about it. Harry deflected. Oh, okay, thanks for the advice. Neville said and left looking for an older student. Typical Neville. He's a nice guy, a bit forgetful and clumsy, and his family is a bit harsh at times. Thought he was a squib for a long time, didn't tell nice things about him. Susan said. Yes, and his grandmother is so intimidating. Can't be easy to please her. Terry added. A little later a bushy-haired girl appeared at the door. Did anybody see a toad? A boy named Neville lost his. She asked in a bossy sort of voice. No, we already told Neville and advised him to ask an older student to summon it. Harry answered and placed his card on the staple. Is that a wizarding game? She asked interested. No, a Muggle game that is named Wizard, funnily. Hannah said, placing her own card. So, you're Muggleborn too? Hermione asked Harry. No, my parents were a witch and a wizard, but I was raised by my Muggle aunt. Harry answered. Well, my parents are dentists and it was such a surprise when my letter came. First they thought it was a joke, but then Professor McGonagall came and explained it all to us. I'm so excited to go to Hogwarts. It's said to be the best school for magic. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. She said very fast. You should breath occasionally while talking. Hannah commented. Hermione blushed. Obviously that wasn't new for her to be told. Sorry, I'm just a bit nervous. She admitted. No problem. Just try to slow down while speaking and you'll be fine. I think it's our turn for introductions now. That's Terry Boot, Susan Bones, Harry Potter, and I'm Hannah Abbott. Hannah said. Hermione looked at Harry. Are you really the Harry Potter? I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. She said. Yes, I know, but don't believe everything that's written in books about me, especially not the Lockhart books. They're all made up. And from what I saw in modern magical history they're only guessing what happened. The only facts they had in there are that Voldemort came to our house at Halloween in 1981, killed my parents but couldn't kill me. Everything else is speculation, Harry said. But, Hermione started. Listen, Granger, nobody but Voldemort, my parents and I were there that could probably tell what happened. I was just 15 months old and only remember a little bit, and I was never interviewed. I don't believe it was a power I had, I rather think my mother did something to protect me. Perhaps I'm wrong, but Professor Dumbledore told me something similar when I was in St. Mungo's. My mother's sacrifice activated ancient magic that saved me if his guess is right. Books are only a source of probable information as long as things haven't been proven. You can take the spells in the standard book of spells as fact. They have been tested and proven to work like they should if you perform the spell right. But things like history are trickier. A history of magic was written by a renowned historian, so most of the facts should be correct, but history is also always written by the winners, and therefore documents from that time are written in the perspective of the ones that won the wars. There is nothing wrong with wanting to learn all you can and be the best you can be. I'd be a hypocrite if I told you otherwise. But take everything with a grain of salt and get your information straight and, more importantly, complete. And think about it, you said you read everything about me, but does that mean you know me? No, it only means you know about me. If you really want to know people you have to talk to them and get to know them. Harry patiently explained. Hermione looked at him in surprise. She had never thought about it that way. People had always mocked her and she had taken refuge in books, but with how Harry explained it, perhaps she should try to change that at Hogwarts. Perhaps she could finally get some friends that way. You're right, Potter. I think I was too concerned with my grades that I forgot other things. She admitted. The first step is always to realize a mistake to be able to change something. Susan said. That's a favorite saying of my aunt. Yes, right next to, be who you are and don't try to be who you think others want you to be or you'll fail for sure. Hannah added. Ah, a wise woman your aunt. Terry agreed. Thanks, you've given me something to think about. I'll go back and see if Neville got his toad back yet. Hermione said and left. When the door of the compartment had closed, Terry turned to Harry. Why did you give her such an extensive lecture, Harry? He asked. I had the impression she'd have tried to completely rely on the information in books. And that would have made her an outsider soon. Being lonely at school isn't nice, so I thought I needed to give her a push in the right direction. Harry answered. They resumed their game. Then the door was opened again without so much as a knock. They say all down the train that Harry Potter is in this compartment, so it's you. A blond boy asked. Harry thought he had seen him in Diagon Alley. What did Hagrid say his name was? Malfoy. Yes, and you are? He asked. Behind the boy two bigger boys stood. They were thick-set and looked very mean. Great a spoiled brat with his bodyguards. Harry thought. Well, time to show him why his approach is complete rubbish. Oh, this is Crabbe and this is Goyle. He pointed at his bodyguards carelessly. And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. He said. Your family has a long Slytherin tradition and owns that plantation in Yorkshire for acromantula silk, doesn't it? Harry asked. Indeed. You seem to be well informed, Potter. If you want to make friends with the right people, I could help you there. Draco offered, holding out his hand. That's a very generous offer and I would be an idiot to not accept to be on friendly terms with those whose families are successful in our society, but I have the principle to first get to know people before I accept their friendship. Harry said, shaking Malfoy's hand, knowing to refuse to do so would be seen as an affront. So, I'll wait until I know you better before calling you a friend. By the way, you should work a bit on your approach. You'll have to do better to have success in Slytherin. Harry commented. What do you mean, Potter? Draco asked, confused and a bit annoyed. He was pleased that Potter had more or less accepted his offer of being acquaintances, but what did he mean his approach wasn't the best? That's easy, Malfoy. Why don't you sit down? This can take a while. I'd offer your friends a seat as well, but we seem to be a bit full already. Harry said. By the way, what are your first names? Malfoy only told me your last names. He asked Crabbe and Goyle. They seemed to be taken aback at the question. Vincent. Crabbe said. Gregory. Goyle answered. Good to know. I always prefer to know the complete names of somebody. Too many possibilities for mix-ups otherwise. Okay, Malfoy, we were talking about your approach. First thing, I'm sharing this compartment with two lovely ladies and another fine gentleman. The proper thing to do would have been to greet everybody in the compartment after knocking at the door, of course, but especially the ladies. It's very rude to not follow the principles of etiquette. With you being raised following old pureblood tradition, I thought you'd follow them instinctively. Harry said. Terry, Susan and Hannah followed the exchange interested. Susan and Hannah blushed when Harry called them lovely ladies. Malfoy looked properly chastised. It was true, he should have followed proper protocol. You're right. Miss Bones, Miss Abbott, I apologize for my inappropriate behavior. Boot, sorry for ignoring you. Draco said, trying to regain his composure. The Boots and the Bones were important pureblood houses and to not acknowledge them was bad performance. And if he ignored Hannah Abbott, even if she was a half-blood, he would commit another faux pas. The three nodded, surprised that Harry got the arrogant Malfoy heir to apologize to them all. Good, now that that's out of the way, the next part. You didn't know me before you came to this compartment, you just barged in and practically demanded if I was the one you were looking for. How you ask a question and the kind of voice you use are very important for a first impression. Now I'm not a very resentful kind of guy, so I'll just let it slip, but I expect a politer behavior in the future. It wouldn't look good on me if I was acquainted with somebody who didn't manage to keep polite and behaves respectful, even if he doesn't like a person. You see, even if you think somebody is below you in station, you never show it to them. Everybody has his own strengths and weaknesses, and you never know when you need to ask for a favor. Perhaps you insulted the only person that knows how to solve a problem you have before, and you would therefore be unable to solve it. Or you insulted said person's best friend, boyfriend or girlfriend. You limit yourself by that behavior. Malfoy looked like a deer caught in headlights. Then, and this is only a well-meant bit of advice, so please don't take offense, you seem to be used to get what you want by using your family name. While it's okay to be proud of your ancestors, you should make a name for yourself. Slytherin is the house of cunning and ambition. What do you want that people say about you in 10 years when you've graduated from Hogwarts and are working? Oh, that's Lucius Malfoy's son, or, oh, that's Draco Malfoy. You know, the one who did, insert what you think you'd like to hear, perhaps was headboy at Hogwarts or led his Quidditch team to victory. Harry let the message sink in. The art of manipulation was to let people do what they wanted to do, but what still worked in your favor. And the Malfoy name meant influence, even if Lucius was suspected to be a Death Eater. If he could get Draco to think for himself, much could be won. Draco was deep in thought. He had never thought about things this way. He was used to use his father's power and influence to get his way, but did he want to stay in his father's shadow forever? The perspective Potter had described was really tempting. To be known for what he did, for his great achievements. A spark that had glowed for some time in Draco Malfoy was ignited. He would show just how ambitious he could be. Show he could reach the top on his own, making his family proud of him. Thanks, Potter. You've given me something I'll think about. Draco said and left the compartment, Crabbe and Goyle following him. Just how do you manage to handle people like that? Draco normally is an arrogant ponce who only needs to use his father's name and people jump out of fear of his father. Hannah asked. He normally completely ignores me. I took him by his family's honor. I know his type of people. We had somebody like that at primary school. He's the only child of a rich family that is caught up in traditions and their own beliefs. He was spoiled all his life and didn't need to work for anything. The only thing he must have got drilled into his head is to not sully the family name. The pureblood traditions are similar to the behavior of the Muggle nobility. In public you are representing your house. You follow the code of conduct. At least as long as others know about it. I knew when he realized it. So me calling out his blunder meant he needed to keep face. That's the reason he apologized. Additionally, he had always been told that he had to get to the top. With his whole family being in Slytherin, he had to have certain goals he wants to reach, and he knows that being on friendly terms with me is a good way to get more connections. Not only is my family nobility, I also have that cute little moniker, the boy who lived. Harry explained. Terry snorted at the comment and Harry grinned. So I could use his ambition to give him a little push in the direction I want him to go. It doesn't always work out completely, but now Malfoy is thinking about what he wants to achieve, not what his father wants. I know the rumors about the family, but if Draco can prove he is his own person, I won't hold his father's sins against him. And I made it clear that my acquaintance is subject to his proper behavior, as I won't be associated with people who blatantly disregard others. So it's a win-win situation. I keep on neutral to friendly terms with the Malfoy heir. Having him as an enemy would only have been troublesome, and he can get some beneficial contacts through me. Harry said. Now I know why you think you could be a Slytherin. If that wasn't a cunning plan, I don't know. Susan said, impressed. The train reached Hogsmeade Station and the students filed out. Over all the noise the booming voice of Hagrid could be heard. Furs years over here. Furs, years. Hey Hedwig, I can't take you with me for the sorting. Why don't you see if you find a few nice mice and go to the Ollery? I'll come visit you in the morning. Harry suggested. Hedwig hooted positively and took flight to some odd expressions of the students. Hedwig's plumage had turned completely silver except on her stomach, there it was a bright white. Say, why do you talk to her as if she was human? Hannah asked. As I said, she's my familiar and she understands everything I say. She's very intelligent, Harry answered. "Hey, Harry, everything okay?" Hagrid called over. "Yes, thanks, Hagrid." Harry called back. Once Hagrid had all first years assembled, he led them towards a steep narrow path. Then they turned around a bend and Harry was startled by the sight of the lit castle in the darkness. Hundreds of windows were lit by the light inside the castle. Then they reached the shore of a lake. "No more in 4 to a boat," Hagrid announced, pointing to a small fleet of boats sitting on the dark water. Harry filled into a boat with Terry, Susan and Hannah. When all first years were in the boats, Hagrid commanded them forward. They sailed over the lake, awed by the experience. Finally they were told to keep their heads down and passed through an archway, hidden by a curtain of ivy, in the cliff. At the end of the archway, a stone staircase was located. They left the boats and followed Hagrid up the stairs until they reached the huge oak front doors of the castle. Hagrid knocked at the door and they waited until the door was opened. "The furs, years Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid, I'll take them from here," McGonagall said. She led the group towards a smaller chamber at the side of the entrance hall. Inside, she turned to them. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house's dormitory and spend your free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will be awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whatever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you smarten yourself up as much as you can while you are waiting," she said, looking at Neville, who had managed to fasten his cloak under his left ear, and a red-haired boy who had a bit of dirt on his nose. "I shall return when we are ready for you." After a small shock with the Hogwarts ghosts appearing through the walls, McGonagall returned. "We are ready for you now, line up and follow me," she said. Harry fell into line in front of Susan and after a boy with black hair and brown skin. They followed McGonagall and Harry looked up to see the ceiling he had read so much about in Hogwarts A History. They walked through the aisle between the 2 tables in the middle. The eyes of all students on the 4 house tables were on them. "The ceiling is charmed to look like the sky outside. I read it in Hogwarts A History," he heard Hermione tell another girl. "Perhaps I should sometime give her the tip to not shove her knowledge upon others in that tone." Harry pondered. Then the new first years spread out in front of the head table and were looking at an old shabby hat on a stool. Before Harry could think what the hat could have to do with the sorting, it started singing. "I think it has been put into so many stories that I will skip it." In the song the hat outlined the traits of all the houses. Once it had ended, loud applause and cheers erupted. Then McGonagall stepped forward and held out a parchment with names on it. "When I call your name, you'll step forward and put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she informed the first years. "Abbott, Hannah." Hannah stumbled forward, nervous to be the first. The hat fell right over her eyes until it shouted out, "Hufflepuff." Hannah joined the table on the right that cheered when the house was called out. "Bones, Susan." Again the hat was placed on the head and after a short time it shouted, "Hufflepuff." Susan joined Hannah at the Hufflepuff table. "Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw." This time the table on the left cheered. So the line went on. Brocklehurst, Mandy became a Ravenclaw too, while Brown Lavender became the first new Gryffindor, and the table at the far right cheered. Bulstrode Millicent joined Slytherin and the table of the far left applauded. "From the looks on some of their faces, I better not be sorted there. They look like they could tear me apart," Harry thought. "Just why does that house attract so many children of Death Eaters?" Then he saw the girl from the train, Hermione Granger, being sorted. The hat took a longer time to sort her and then finally shouted, "Gryffindor." Hermione took off to the table under the red and gold banner. To Harry's surprise, Neville Longbottom, the boy who had lost his toad, also went to Gryffindor. Then Draco Malfoy was called up. The hat didn't even touch his head for a second that it shouted, "Slytherin." Obviously Draco was really pleased and strode over to his new table. The P's were called up. Interestingly, the twin girls Pottle went to different houses. Padma went to Ravenclaw while Parvati was made a Gryffindor. Then Perks, Sally Ann went to Hufflepuff, and it was finally his turn. "Potter, Harry," McGonagall called out. Whispers erupted from all sides. Harry had expected it and confidently stepped forward. This was the time to make a good first impression. He was a bit confused though when he heard some girls giggle and say how cute he looked. Hell, he was a boy, he wasn't cute. Girls were cute, boys were handsome or good-looking. Then the hat was placed on his head and the images from the Great Hall were blended out. Difficult," said a small voice in his ear. "Very difficult indeed. You didn't have an easy life, but you still managed to keep a pure heart, even if you definitely have taken to looking out for yourself first. You have plenty of courage, but you know when to take risks and when not. Your loyalty though is only to your friends, but if somebody gained your loyalty it's incredibly strong. You have an incredible mind. Rowena would have loved to have you in her house. But what's that? Such ambition and cunning. I think I know where you should go. Could you please not put me into Slytherin? I know that's the house where I should go, but I don't think it would be safe for me with all those whose parents followed Voldemort in the last war being there, and secondly, I don't want to have to deal with the negative press it would cause. They would call me the next Dark Lord in training. You said I was intelligent enough that even Lady Ravenclaw would have wanted me in her house, can't I go there instead?" Harry asked in his mind. Just for that thinking I should put you into Salazar's house, but you have a point at this making things difficult for you. But consider, you want to get to the top and Slytherin could help you on the path to true greatness. The hat reminded him. So you are sure, then better be. Ravenclaw. The last part was shouted out loudly. Harry took the hat off and saw that the Ravenclaw table had erupted in tumultuous cheers. He walked over to the table and sat down next to Terry. "Seems your smarts won out over your cunning," Terry said, grinning. "No, I convinced the hat that it would be safer for me to go here instead to Slytherin." Harry whispered back, "Good for you." Terry answered and clapped when Turpin, Lisa was also made a Ravenclaw. Only a few remained now. Weasley, Ron, the red-haired boy with the dirt on his nose, was made a Gryffindor and greeted by another, older redhead, probably his brother. The last one was Zabini, Blaze, and as expected he was sorted into Slytherin. Harry gave him a nod and got one in return. "You know Zabini?" Terry asked. "We met at Madame Malkin's when I got my robes," Harry said. Then McGonagall took the stool and the sorting hat away and Professor Dumbledore stood. All students fell silent. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we start our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak, thank you." He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered. Harry thought he was a bit weird. Then on the table appeared plates with delicious-looking food. Harry didn't think he had ever seen so many things he liked to eat on one table: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some strange reason peppermint humbugs. He took some steak, chips, peas and carrots, some gravy and ketchup and started eating. Overeating, he made light conversation with his new housemates. The topics were their families, the subjects they were most looking forward to, their hobbies and Quidditch. Harry found out from some older students that sat nearby, that the current captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team was 6th-year Daniel Barkame. He would have to talk to him if he would mind if Harry tried out for the team. This year we'll have to do a pretty thorough rebuilding of our team," he heard Daniel say. 5 of our old players have graduated last year, only Pomarl and I are left. I need a complete set of chasers and 2 beaters. I'll probably just do a complete tryout. Pomarl also told me he had declined the captaincy to concentrate on his newts and didn't know if he could play the last game, so I'll at least need a reserve keeper. I don't know if we have a real chance at the cup this year, it will depend on the players I can find. That was great in Harry's eyes. He wanted to try his luck as a chaser. While it was unusual for first years to get on the house teams, it was not without precedence. When they were at their second taking, a female ghost glided over to them and introduced herself as the Grey Lady, the house ghost of Ravenclaw. After having eaten much more than he normally did, but it just tasted too good, Harry saw that the others had similar problems. Just when he thought he was finished and the food disappeared, delicious-looking desserts appeared. Ice blocks in all imaginable flavors, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs and jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding. Harry couldn't help himself but take some of it. Sweets had always been a weakness of his. The Dursleys forbid him to have any, all sweets were reserved for Dudley. He didn't even get to drink chocolate milk. If he was lucky he got normal milk, otherwise it had been water for him. He had treacle tart and some vanilla ice cream with strawberries. He looked around a bit and his eyes fell on the head table. Hagrid was smiling at him when he saw him looking. There was also a hook-nosed teacher that looked downright unpleasant, but why did he also look calculating? Next to him sat a man with a purple turban. Harry returned to talking with his housemates and eating. Once dessert was done with, he was getting a bit drowsy. He saw Dumbledore standing again. Now that we're all fed and watered, I have some announcements to make. First years should notice that our forest in the grounds is forbidden to all students, and some of the older students should also remember this. His eyes flashed over to the middle of the Gryffindor table where a pair of red-haired twins looked mock innocent. I've also been asked by Mr. Filch the caretaker to remind you that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of term. Those interested to play for their teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who doesn't want to die a very painful death. Harry's face contorted into a mask of concentration. Could Dumbledore have really brought the Philosopher's Stone here to Hogwarts? It seemed to be a bit reckless. On the other hand, there had been an attempt to break into a high-security vault at Gringotts on his birthday. Just shortly before Dumbledore had been made aware that Voldemort would probably try to steal the Flamel's stone to regain a body by using the elixir of life. Was there a connection? Some people laughed, but they were a minority. That's strange. Normally Professor Dumbledore gives reasons why we're forbidden to go somewhere. A girl with brown curly hair and a prefect badge pinned to her robe said to her friend. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song. Dumbledore cried. The teachers' faces looked strained at the prospect. Dumbledore shot the words in the air from his wand and everyone started singing. It was the most chaotic choir Harry had ever heard. Everybody used his favorite melody and ended at different times. He couldn't understand why the song didn't have at least a common melody. The last ones to sing were the twin redheads at the Gryffindor table who sang to a funeral march. They seemed like pranksters if he pegged them right. Ah, music. A magic beyond all we do here. And now bedtime. Of you trot, he said. Does he think we are horses? Kevin Entwistle asked. Don't know, he seems a bit mad. Lisa Turpin commented. Ravenclaw first years, to me please. The curly-haired girl with the prefect badge called out. Harry and the other first years assembled around her. He noticed that the other houses already trooped out. Hi, I'm Penelope Clearwater, but call me Penny. I'm the fifth-year female Ravenclaw prefect. The other fifth-year prefect is Marcel Hadgen. He had to speak with Professor Flitwick, our head of house, urgently, so I'm going to show you the way to our common room. Each house's common room is in a different part of the castle. I don't really know where they are exactly, only that the Gryffindors are in one of the towers like us, the Slytherins are in the dungeons and the Hufflepuffs are close to the kitchen somewhere. Each house has a certain way to protect their common room. For us Ravenclaws, the House of Learning, we have a different riddle each time. Every person will be asked the riddle. If you don't know it, either wait for somebody else to solve it, or go to Professor Flitwick's office. It's on the same corridor as our common room. This is made so you learn constantly. Professor Flitwick will also give a little introductory speech tomorrow morning before breakfast, so make sure you're up early enough. Now follow me and try to look out for significant landmarks, she said and started walking out of the hall. They walked through several corridors, up a few flights of stairs, which Penny warned them about changing directions all the time, until they finally arrived at a door without a handle or a keyhole, nothing, only with a bronze knocker in the form of an eagle. Penny reached out and knocked once. I am hot or cold, but you can't see me. I'm cherished or cursed, it doesn't care me. I can cause wars but also bring peace. I can boil your blood but also freeze. Penny turned to the first years. Okay, who wants to have a shot at this? It's a bit tricky this one, she said. Harry thought about the poem. Some others gave it a try, but guessed wrong. Love, Harry finally said. Correct, the knocker said, and the door swung open. Penny led them into a wide circular room, airier than any room Harry had seen before. Graceful arched windows punctuated the walls, which were hung with blue and bronze silks. Harry guessed by day there would be a spectacular view of the surrounding grounds. The ceiling was domed and painted with stars, which were echoed in the midnight blue carpet. There were tables, chairs and bookcases, and in a niche was a statue made of white marble. This is a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of our house. Many generations of Ravenclaws have tried to find her lost diadem, the crown you see on her head. It's said that it bestows wisdom to its wearer. Penny explained. Harry had the impression that Rowena Ravenclaw had been a beautiful, but also slightly intimidating person. Now, we here in Ravenclaw value the perfect conditions for learning undisturbed, but we are also held to high standards by Professor Flitwick. You will learn about them tomorrow morning. During your first and second year here at Hogwarts, you will share your room with one of your classmates. From third year on, you'll get single rooms. To make things a bit more interesting, your rooms are currently in their basic state. You'll be given the tools to improve them, but more about that Professor Flitwick will tell you tomorrow. The meeting will be here in the common room at 7:30. After the meeting I will lead you down to the Great Hall for breakfast. The dorms of the boys are located up the stairs on the left, the dorms for the girls up the other stairs on the right. Your names are on the plaques on the doors. Your luggage has already been brought there for you. Make sure you always get a good night's sleep. Being rested is important to reach good results in your classes. Penny informed them. The first years divided into boys and girls and went up the stairs. As there were 5 boys, Harry deducted that one would either get a single room or 3 boys would be in one room. When they saw the names on the doors, he saw it was neither. Harry was in a room with a boy who wasn't a first year. He opened the door and saw the boy who would be his roommate for the year, Rick Flanagan. He was a blonde boy with some freckles in his face and a bit bigger than Harry. Hi, I'm Rick. Seems like we get to room together this year. Last year they also did this. We were 7 boys that were sorted here and Thomas Arimos had to room with a second year. I guess they draw who is put together somehow. He introduced himself. Hi, I'm Harry. I don't mind. You surely can tell me one thing or another about the school. Harry said. No problem. You really surprised many people today during the sorting. Nearly all students were pretty sure you'd go to Gryffindor with all the stories and the defeat of you-know-who. Rick said. Well, if they believe the books that Lockhart Twit wrote, they're all made up, not one thing in there is true. I only read the first one, because I wondered why there were books about me. I grew up with my Muggle aunt and only found out about the wizarding world when I got my letter. And even then I was lucky to have intercepted it before they could see it. Otherwise they would have thrown a fit and tried to prevent me coming here. Thankfully I'm out of there for good. Harry said. Ouch, doesn't sound like a good place to grow up. But that will be a punch in the gut for many people, especially some girls. Rick replied. Do you mind if my familiar comes to visit us over the day from time to time? At night she'll be out hunting or in the Ollery. Harry asked. You have an owl familiar? That's unusual, but I don't mind, as long as she doesn't leave her droppings here. Rick answered. Thanks, well Hedwig is special. She's a moon owl, Harry said. Rick dropped his box which he was just putting into the bookcase next to his bed. You're kidding me, right? He asked. No, she really is a moon owl. Hagrid told me after I had bought her. I think the shop assistant thought she was a snowy owl. She only had a few silver feathers back then, but now only her stomach is snow white. The rest of her plumage is silver. Harry said, grinning, and took his pajamas out of his trunk. He would unpack tomorrow over lunch break. For now he was too tired. He took his toiletries, the pajama and some towels and got ready to go to the bathroom. Damn it, a real moon owl. She'll gain a lot of attention when the mail comes in the mornings. Rick commented. Probably, but I hope it will calm down after the other students get used to her. And I think she also likes to be the center of attention most of the time. She's quite vain. By the way, do we share the bath with the other first years? Harry asked. No, thankfully each double room has its own basic bath. From third year on also two persons always share a bath. I've heard the prefects get special baths. I've never seen one of them though. Rick answered. Okay, well, I'll get ready for bed. I'm tired, Harry said yawning. Rick nodded and continued unpacking. When Harry returned he had his things for the bathroom out and walked in there. Harry pushed back the blue blanket on his four-poster bed with hangings in the Ravenclaw colors. The bed was comfy but only a little broader than a normal single bed. The room itself was divided in two halves, one for each student. Each student had a bed, a wardrobe, a desk with a candle holder on each side and a bookcase on his side. That was it. Harry was curious how they could improve their rooms. He would find out tomorrow. He slipped under the covers and soon fell asleep. At 6:30 Harry heard an alarm clock go off. He looked around a bit disorientated until he remembered he was in his room at Hogwarts and the alarm clock was probably Rick's. Soon the alarm was turned off and he could hear Rick climb out of the bed. Harry looked around and saw that the sun was just rising over the mountains he could see from their window. So their window was pointing east. Not a bad thing to get out of bed in the mornings. He heard Rick walking and a door opening. So Rick was probably going to shower. Well, as he was already awake he could use the time to unpack his trunk. He took out his clothes from the wardrobe compartment and placed them in the proper places in his wardrobe. The robes, pants and dress shirts he hung onto a pole on the left side to be sure they didn't wrinkle. It always looked bad on you if you went to classes in untidy clothes. The wardrobe had 7 partitions and 2 drawers on the right, which were separated from the pole by a plank, where he sorted his shirts, pullovers, jeans, socks, underwear, sportswear, winter equipment and shoes into. He changed the trunk compartment to the library part and took out the books he had and placed them in the bookcase. Last he turned to the storage area compartment and took out his towels and toiletries and placed them in the wardrobe as well. He decided the potion ingredients would stay in the trunk for now until he knew more about properly storing them in his room. Rick could probably give him an idea as he had already been here for a year. When Rick left the bathroom after 15 minutes, Harry went inside. He took a shower, brushed his teeth and went to the loo, which was separate from the shower and sink. Obviously space was no issue in a magical castle. When he went out into the dorm again, he saw that Rick was nearly ready to go down into the common room. Morning, Harry, I hope you don't mind me getting up at 6:30 in the mornings. Rick asked. No, I normally worked out in the afternoons after school, but I can adjust that to the mornings. When do classes start? Harry asked. At 9. Breakfast is served from 6:30. I just can't concentrate well late in the evening, so I do some of my homework and studying in the morning. Rick explained. Okay, good to know. By the way, those adjustments to the room Penny talked about yesterday, do you have to earn them anew every year? I mean if not you got a bad hand with rooming with me. No, you're right. To keep us on our toes, we have to prove that we have earned the improvements every year again. Of course the things we need to do get more advanced the further we are in our studies. But Professor Flitwick will explain it to you firsties, he said. He took his book bag and walked out of the room. Harry took out one pair of his black pants, a white dress shirt and a robe and placed them on his bed. He took off the t-shirt he had worn in the bathroom and started dressing. The last thing he did was putting on the blue and bronze tie. Thankfully Mr. Miller had shown all the boys on the football team how to properly knot a tie. He had said every boy had to learn it sooner or later and for their secondary schools they would all have to know it. Harry looked at his wristwatch and saw it was 7:15. He went down to the common room and saw that Anthony and Kevin were also already down as were Sully and Sylvina Esmeralda. Their year of Ravenclaws consisted of 6 girls and 5 boys. He knew that Terry and Michael Corner shared their room, so probably Sue and Sylvina were also roommates. Now they only needed to wait for Padma Patil, Lisa Turpin, Mandy Brocklehurst and Morag McDougal as he saw Terry and Michael just coming down the stairs. Once they were all assembled, they only had to wait for a few more minutes for Professor Flitwick to come into the common room. "Good morning, everybody," the small professor greeted. "Good morning, Professor Flitwick." Everybody answered, including the ones working at the tables. "Ah, good to see all our new Ravenclaws fresh and ready to start their first day of school. I want to tell you a few things that you will need to know to have a successful time here at Hogwarts. Firstly, I'm sure Professor McGonagall informed you about the house point system. I expect all of my Ravenclaws to show proper behavior towards their teachers. If there is a difference in opinion with one teacher or an argument, you will tell me and we will work on a solution together after the class. I also want to tell you right from the beginning that especially Professor Snape has high demands in his class, and as it is a dangerous subject, he doesn't tolerate any foolish behavior. If you want to avoid problems with him, be polite and respectful and prepare every lesson beforehand. The preparation will help you in all classes, but in that one it is especially important. Professor Snape doesn't hesitate to deduct points if he finds any point to justify it." Professor Flitwick stressed, "We are the house of the intelligent students that have a love for learning. Over the first 4 years your grades will be expressed in the percentage you reached on your essays, and at the end of the year the exams which will decide if you are moved up a year. From 5th year on the teachers will grade you following the OWL guidelines. OWL means ordinary wizarding level, and they are taken at the end of 5th year. The passing grades are A for acceptable, E for exceeds expectations, and O for outstanding. I expect each of you to at least achieve at least an E in all your classes when you take your OWLs. The equivalent to an A is reaching at least 60%. An E you get for at least 80% and an outstanding for 95% and above. If any of you wonder how it could be possible to get over 100%, for especially good answers that extend the requested minimum extra credit is given. You have 7 subjects this year: astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, potions and transfiguration. After the first month of getting used to the classes, I expect each of you to at least get A's in all classes, after the Christmas break in all but one class E's. I know that you nearly always have a weak class, so as long as you pass it, there won't be problems. If anybody doesn't reach that requirement, I will arrange tutoring for the student so he or she can reach that level. Additionally to the traditional classes this year, we will give you the opportunity to learn Muggle subjects as well. Those subjects are voluntary, but the exams you sit in them will fully count in the Muggle world if you want to apply for a job there, or should you decide to continue your schooling after Hogwarts at a Muggle university. This surprised many, especially the older students who listened closely now. The headmaster and the heads of houses have decided to arrange those extra classes every second Saturday morning for the whole morning. Which means from 9 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon you get the chance to either continue or start on your studies in Muggle subjects. The teachers will be 2 Muggle-born witches who have degrees in their subjects from Oxford University, as far as I was informed. For those of you who aren't familiar with that name, it is one of the most respected Muggle universities in the whole of Britain. Many whispered what the classes might entail and if it would be beneficial for them to go there. As I know that you are all at different levels, this won't be strictly divided by years, but you will be given a test to find out your current level, and then you will be given fitting topics to study. A lot of the work will be like projects, but some will be like lectures. The classes that will be covered are English literature, maths, science, politics, history and economics. You will be able to either do them all or choose those you are interested in. For those interested in taking arithmancy in 3rd year as an elective might profit from taking the maths class, and I can assure you that Muggle literature can be very inspiring," Flitwick said. "The sheets to sign up will be at the notice board after lunch. I hold monthly meetings for all the members of my house. Those meetings take half an hour and we can discuss problems, wishes for furthering your studies, your achievements for the house and other things that come up then. Which brings me to the next point. I'm sure Miss Clearwater already informed you about the Ravenclaw incentive program. I don't believe that students should just be given certain things, but that you have to earn them. Therefore each year gets a list with things they have to achieve to improve their rooms. It doesn't matter how fast you do it or if you do it, but you can ask your older housemates and they'll confirm for you that the effort is well awarded. At the beginning of a new year you start at 0 again. Those improvements can be carpets in the rooms, curtains, plants, for the higher years more comfortable and bigger beds, in the rooms for the younger years there simply is no space for them, more furniture and so on. And trying to do the improvement spells yourself won't work. The rooms are spelled to only accept house elf magic and the Hogwarts elves will only do those improvements on my instructions. I advise you to build study groups. They have proven to help students to easier understand the material and split up the workload so that you all have more time for yourselves. Once you have passed a flying test given by Madam Hooch, you can borrow the school brooms from her and fly in your free time at the Quidditch pitch as long as none of the Quidditch teams is training there. As I know that many of you are Quidditch fans and I hear the question if you can try out for the house team every year, I'll tell you this. If you manage to prove to Madam Hooch that you can handle a broom properly, you can go to the tryout. Daniel Barkame, our Quidditch captain, told me that he will hold the trials in the 3rd week, which means you will have had your first flying lesson already. Normally the older students that try out will be better than you, but I don't want to discourage any of you from trying. If in the improbable case one of you is really chosen for the team, we will have to get permission from the headmaster to get that person a broom which will be held by Madam Hooch outside of your team training to. Not have you abused the privilege. But a student making the team in first year hasn't happened in over 100 years, so please don't get your hopes up too much. I will hand out your timetables when we are finished. On the back of the timetable is a basic map which shows you the routes to the classrooms you need to get to. We can't have the prefects escort you, as they have to get to their own classes, but this map will help you find your way. So don't lose your timetables. Always eat enough during the meals. You will spend more energy than you are used to, so you need to replace it. The same goes for getting enough sleep. Only a rested body can help you achieve good results. Okay, now I think I've talked enough. If you ever have problems that need to be solved soon, my office is on this floor. When you leave the common room, turn right and then it's the last door before the staircase on the left. Okay, please come here to take your timetables. Professor Flitwick said and started handing out the pieces of parchment. Every student also got the list of things they were tasked to achieve. There were mainly some spells, an essay about 2 potions that needed to reach a certain quality, finishing an astronomy chart, and if they managed to reach the O equivalent in a class before Christmas that would also count. Harry thought this list was well manageable. The extent of the Muggle classes was also very encouraging. Having the chance to work on project at his own pace would help him a lot. And perhaps he could sway some wizard-raised students to at least see what the classes were about. He was sure that the Muggleborns would at least choose 1 or 2 of the subjects. He waited for the others being done and then they went with Penny, who also had a timetable in her hand, down to the Great Hall. The first class Harry and the other Ravenclaw first years had was Defense Against the Dark Arts with the Hufflepuffs. The classroom stank horribly of garlic. But that wasn't the worst thing. Professor Quirrell was stuttering all the time, so getting the relevant information about what he was trying to teach them was hard. Harry was not sure if he was really qualified to teach this subject. The man seemed to be too jumpy. At the end of class, Harry had come to the conclusion he would have to do a lot of self-study to not get problems with this class. Hopefully the other classes were taught by better teachers. Otherwise he wouldn't be here next year but in Beauxbatons. The next class was History of Magic. In front of the class sat a middle-aged witch with black hair in blue robes who was writing down something in a book until the bell rang. Then she looked up and took notice of every student individually. Then she started talking. Good morning. I'm Andromeda Tonks and your teacher in History of Magic. Until last year this class was taught by Professor Binns, a ghost who has been asked by Professor Dumbledore to finally retire. If any of you have older siblings or cousins who reported that History of Magic was a class where you can sleep, forget that right now. Sleeping in my class will not be tolerated. History of Magic is an important part of your education and I intend to show you just how the past has influenced our lives today. This year we will start with the earliest forms of magic appearing, continue with the first humans to intentionally use magic, different ways magic was used in the past and the time of Merlin. I expect from you to pay attention to what I say and take notes. If you have a question to something I tell you, don't hesitate to ask. It's always easier to answer questions directly than after a lesson when the question could be out of context. And always remember, there are no stupid questions as long as they concern the topic we are working on. And perhaps your classmates have a similar question but don't want to ask. But this won't just be a lecture class, you will actively participate. We will have discussions about the things we cover in classes. Thinking for yourselves and asking critical questions is part of growing up. Okay, now we have to take roll call, so I'll read out your names and you raise your hands. Professor Tonks said and started her class. After History of Magic, Harry was happy. It had been a really good class and Professor Tonks seemed to be competent and nice. He and the other Ravenclaws talked on their way back to their common room how good that class had been. They left their books in their rooms and went back down for lunch. With lunch break being from 1 o'clock until 2:15, there was no reason to carry their bags with them. They would have more than enough time to return to the common room and get their things for the afternoon class, which today was Transfiguration. For lunch there was roast chicken or meatballs with boiled potatoes or rice and different sauces or ketchup with 3 sorts of vegetables to choose from. There was pumpkin juice or water to drink. Dessert was either yogurt with fruit or preserved fruit with juice. In Transfiguration, which the Ravenclaws had with the Gryffindors, Professor McGonagall quickly showed that she was a strict teacher and didn't tolerate any nonsense in her class. She gave a warning for those that thought that they could mess around would be asked to leave and not come back. They were impressed when she turned her desk into a pig and back, but had to realize that it would take a long time until they were at that level. After taking intensive notes, they were all handed a match and told to turn it into a needle. Soon all over the class the incantations were spoken and the students tried to do the spell. Harry recalled what he had read in one of the additional books he had got on Transfiguration. Transfiguration was a subject where you needed to work precisely and concentrate on the effect you wanted your magic to have on the matter you were changing. Well, Harry's knowledge in chemistry and physics now would prove useful. He concentrated on the difference a metal needle would have to its environment contrary to a wooden matchstick. He visualized the optical differences of both and then spoke the incantation. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall called out surprised. "Yes, Professor," Harry asked looking between his needle on his desk and the professor. "Was that the first time you attempted the spell?" she asked. "Yes, Professor," Harry answered. "Incredible. You definitely inherited your father's talent for transfiguration. Take 10 points for Ravenclaw. Try changing the needle back," she said, giving him a rare smile. Harry concentrated again and the needle turned into a matchstick. "Really well done, Mr. Potter. Take 5 more points for Ravenclaw. Here are more matchsticks. Work on transfiguring first a higher number of matchsticks and then a whole box into needles for the rest of the lesson," she said and walked around watching the other students. Hermione Granger looked at Harry as if she was annoyed that he had got the spell on his first try. At the end of the lesson, only Hermione had managed to make a difference to her matchstick. It had gone all silver and Professor McGonagall gave her 3 points for Gryffindor for it. Harry meanwhile had transfigured his whole box of matchsticks into a whole box of needles and shown he was far ahead of the others. "Hey, Harry, that was a great show in the class. How did you get the transfiguration done so well?" Anthony asked. "I have concentrated on the effects I want to achieve with the spell. Just how wood and metal are different from each other. The matter I wanted to change. Like if I put a match in a glass of water it would swim, a needle on the other hand would sink. Then the outlook of the needle. You have to see in your mind how the thing you want to get will look like to do it. It's all a question of concentration," Harry explained. "I'll have to try that when I review the spell in the common room." "Thanks for the tip, Harry," Anthony said. "No problem, Anthony," Harry replied. "By the way, call me Tony. Anthony is too long and all my friends call me Tony," he said. "Sure thing, Tony," Harry said. Things stayed interesting over the week. The most recognizable event was Professor Sinistra swooning over the Muggle telescope Harry had brought for the astronomy classes. She had obviously never seen a telescope that got her such a clear and far-away insight of the solar system. When Harry offered her to lend her the telescope for her private use when he didn't need it, he earned 20 points for Ravenclaw from the very happy astronomy teacher. It was obvious that she really loved her subject. On Thursday the Ravens had their first potions class with the Badgers. Many horror stories were told around Hogwarts about the potions professor, Severus Snape. Harry was prepared though. He had read the complete supplementary books he got from the apothecary, had read the potions book and reviewed the first chapter on boil cure potions and marked the critical phases of the brewing. He even had lent his books to his fellow Ravenclaws to get an idea just how useful they would be. Harry knew that 11 orders for the books on brewing techniques and ingredients had gone out Tuesday evening. Rick had also been impressed and cursed that he didn't have those books last year and that nobody had informed him about them. Harry was pretty sure by the end of next week many more orders would reach Miss Ranimus and Flourish and Blots. The classroom was in the dungeons, and just as they had been told, the students were present 5 minutes before the class started to not give their teacher cause to start deducting points. Exactly on time the door to the classroom was thrown open and their teacher strode into the room in billowing robes. Snape, like many others, first tool roll call and paused a little at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "our new celebrity." Harry didn't react though. He was used to worse from the Dursleys. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but like Professor McGonagall he had the gift to keep a class silent without effort. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, as long as you aren't a bunch of dunderheads that I normally have to teach." More silence followed the little speech. Harry had long since learned to copy the important points of lectures teachers gave, and while he listened, his hand flew over the parchment, dotting down notes. "Potter," Snape said suddenly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Powdered root of asphodel is a core ingredient in all sleeping draughts, sir. In combination with an infusion of wormwood that can, depending on the concentration of the wormwood infusion and the other ingredients of the potion, either make the draught of living death or the elixir of clairvoyance. The first one is the most powerful known sleeping potion, the second one is used to test potential seers through a powerful trance-like state." Harry answered, "Correct, Potter. Let's see if you are as well prepared as you seem to be. Where would you look if I told you to find a bezoar?" Snape asked, unwillingly, slightly impressed. He had only wanted to know about the draught of living death. "A bezoar is a stone that can be found in the stomach of a goat and will protect you against most poisons. As you normally don't have a goat available, most potions masters have given recommendations to add one to every basic potions ingredient kit, but that recommendation hasn't been accepted by many schools yet." Harry said. "Indeed. Last question, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" he asked. "The difference is that they are different parts of the same plant. Wolfsbane is the common term for the blossoms of the plant, monkshood are the leaves. Both names can be used for the plant, which also goes by the name of aconite." Harry answered. "Now please let your classmates know where you found that extensive amount of information, Mr. Potter." Snape said, grudgingly very impressed. That was not what he had expected by the son of James Potter. That sounded a lot more like Lily when they had started at Hogwarts. "There are 2 really useful books, called Brewing Techniques and Ingredients 101. They were recommended to me by Miss Ranimus, the owner of a small apothecary in a side alley to Diagon Alley where I bought my supplies for potions. From there I got the information on the bezoar and aconite, but they can also be found in 1000 magical herbs and fungi. The information about the draught of living death can be found in our textbook in the introduction, Professor." Harry said. "Well done, Mr. Potter, 5 points to Ravenclaw for proper preparation to this class. Why are some of you not writing that down?" he asked dangerously. Quill started scratching over parchment immediately. "As Mr. Potter correctly stated, potions masters recommend to have a bezoar in the ingredient kit. It hasn't been made a requirement by the Board of Governors, even though I repeatedly tried to get it on the list, as well as the 2 books Mr. Potter mentioned. If you want to have success in my class, I advise you to get them. Now, divide into pairs and start brewing the potions described in Chapter 1, a very basic potion used for curing boils. The recipe is on the board, ingredients are in the student cupboard. You have until the end of class, begin. Snape said. Harry ended up pairing with Sally Ann Perks from Hufflepuff. With Harry having thoroughly prepared for the lesson, he managed to coach Sally Ann, who was Muggle-born and hadn't known about the high demands of Snape, through the steps of brewing and explained the techniques that were used in hushed whispers. Now is the critical phase. Whenever you use porcupine quills in potions, always take the cauldron from the fire, or it will explode in your face, Perks. He said. She nodded and they continued the brewing. Snape walked around the class, gave some harsh comments about some potions, for others he simply nodded. Harry and Sally Ann were one of the pairs that got a nod. When the potion was finished, Harry filled a sample into one of his vials, labeled it with his name and saw Sally Ann doing the same. They then took their samples to Professor Snape's desk and put them in the carrier that was placed there for the vials. They returned to their workstation and cleaned up. They were done just when the bell rang for the end of class. Homework will be 12 inches about the correct procedure of brewing boil-cure potion and the critical phases of successfully making the potion. Potter, please stay for a moment. Snape said. Harry wondered what this was about, but signaled his housemates to go on to lunch and that he would follow. When all the others had left, Snape turned to him. I was surprised with your performance today, Potter. I have to admit, I feared you would be more like your father, whose looks you inherited, but you seem to me to come more like your mother. She was a genius in potions. How did you get aware of Miss Ranimus Apothecary? Snape asked. Hagrid took me there. He said he had heard you talking about the higher quality of the ingredients sold by her, and as we had a lot of time while I was staying at Diagon Alley, he took me there to get my ingredients kit. Miss Ranimus was the one to recommend the books to me and told me you always informed your house of their importance in class. Harry asked. I see. That was indeed fortunate for you. What was the reason that you stayed in Diagon Alley? Didn't you live with relatives? Harry sighed. It will come out soon anyway, as there will be a trial. I grew up with my mother's sister and she and her husband despise magic. I was, well, abused, and I am glad Healer Ickings made sure I got out of there. Did you know my parent as you compared me to my mother? Snape didn't show his shock. Harry Potter being abused by Petunia. He had thought the boy had grown up like a pampered prince. Good that Dumbledore had asked him to hold his judgment until after he had got to know the boy in class. This boy had more of Lily's personality than Potter's. He could see it in those intelligent green eyes. Indeed, while your father and I couldn't stand each other, I was friends with your mother from the time we were children. I also know your Aunt Petunia. She was always kind of nasty, but when your mother got her Hogwarts letter and she couldn't get here, she developed out of jealousy and irrational hatred of magic. She called Lily a freak before she started her first year, which sadly seems to have transferred to you. Keep up your work and I might acknowledge that you aren't a dunderhead. Snape said. I will, thank you, sir. If you don't mind, as you are the person who knew my mother longest, could you perhaps tell me a few stories about her? I'm sure everything Petunia told me about her was lies. Harry asked timidly. We will see, Mr. Potter. Now I think you should go to lunch. I know Professor Flitwick has impressed upon all his ravens how important good meals are for you. Snape answered. Yes, Professor Snape. Thank you, Harry said and left the room. Why, Lily, does your son have to be so much like you? Snape wondered in his mind. After the second week of term, all first years had already found out that there simply was nothing Harry Potter wasn't good at. He excelled at using his wand, got spells on his first or second try, was the only student outside Slytherin that Snape seemed to accept, and his essays were top-notch. But from the other Ravenclaw first years, meaning the gossip pipeline Parvati Patil had into the house through her twin sister Padma, it also spread around that Harry didn't spend all his time reading books or learning. Nearly every evening he could be found in the common room, introducing the wizarding-raised students to the joys of Cluedo and Monopoly. The game, Wizard, had also become popular, and some older students had helped younger ones to make their own sets of cards using a few spells. As they only needed a set of cards with 13 cards in 4 colors as well as 4 Wizard cards and 4 Court Jester cards, it was easily done, and even the older students liked to play the game. Statements of how many packs of cards they would get were often heard in the evening. The game was easy to learn. Each round you got as many cards as rounds were played. So in first round, everybody got 1 card, in second round 2 cards and so on. The higher a number on your card, the higher the probability to get a pack. Players looked at their cards and had to guess how many packs they would get over the round. If they were right, they got 20 points, and for every pack they got right, 10 extra points. If they were wrong, they got 10 negative points and additionally 10 negative points for each pack they were off from their guess. With how you had to serve the color that was played first, one color being chosen as trump before the round by turning up the next card to be played and putting it under the remaining cards, you could never be sure to get a pack or not. Especially as wizards and court jesters could always be played, and wizards trumped everything except another wizard that was played first, and court jesters didn't get a pack except all 4 cards were the court jester. In the end you saw who had won overall. Even Professor Flitwick could be seen playing a game with the 7th years one time as he was interested to learn the new game that kept his house so fascinated. The Muggle classes were taken well by many Ravenclaws. The turnout was lesser in the other houses. From Slytherin only a few first and second years went to the maths and literature classes, as those they could argue were actually useful for magical purposes later on. Or in case of literature, for their schoolwork, as structuring essays properly and summarizing material they covered was part of what the students learned. Some students tried the classes to see what they were about, but a lot of them didn't return because they didn't want to add the work on top of their normal studies. The ones to take most classes together with Harry were Hermione Granger and Miranda Lillo from Gryffindor. Hermione took all of them, and Miranda literature, maths, science and economics. The next Tuesday the Ravenclaws had their first flying lesson together with the Hufflepuffs. Harry hoped he would manage to get the okay from Madame Hooch to go to the tryouts. The school brooms didn't look that promising. They had twigs standing out at the tails, and from some older ravens the first years had heard that some tended to sway off course. They took places next to the brooms and waited for Madame Hooch to start explaining what she wanted them to do. "Good afternoon and welcome to your first flying lesson. Well, let's not twiddle our thumbs, this is a completely practical lesson. Hold out your hands over your brooms and say, 'Up.'" Madame Hooch instructed. Shouts of "up" were heard. Harry's broom immediately jumped into his hand. Terry rolled his eyes. "That proves it, there is nothing Harry Potter isn't good at." He mumbled. "There is, Terry, he is absolutely incapable at getting control over his hair." Michael whispered back. Harry's untamable hair was the one point the Ravenclaw first years could mock Harry with. Otherwise he was just too nice a guy to not like. They all knew he didn't have any real friends yet, but he treated all of them friendly, was always helpful, and had explained why he just couldn't just make friends and first needed to get to know people. He just had made too many bad experiences in his childhood to trust easily. Especially the girls of all houses liked him. Even the Slytherins. Harry Potter was the perfect gentleman. He was witty, and without ever needing to resort to shouting or insults he could handle all verbal attacks that had been thrown at him so far. Harry was a bit uncomfortable when he heard that even the older girls giggled when he passed by. But he would have to deal with it, he was after all trying to leave a good impression. "My hair falls in the category of force majeure," Harry said, grumbling. "You keep telling yourself that, Harry," Terry replied. "Enough bickering, Mr. Boot, Mr. Corner and Mr. Potter. Now that you all have your brooms in your hands, mount them and make sure you have good hold to not slide of the broom when you're in the air," Madame Hooch said. They all did that, and she went around, looking at their grips and positions and correcting it here and there. "Now, on my whistle I want you to kick off, hover 3 feet above the ground, then lean forward and come down again." She blew her whistle and the whole class rose into the air, hovering more or less precisely 3 feet over the ground. Harry felt great. This felt like he had always known how to do it. For his other skills he had worked hard and studied hours to remember facts, practiced techniques, ran to build up his speed, or trained shooting goals. This he didn't need to learn, he just knew it. Then Madame Hooch let them fly around the field. 10 minutes before the lesson was up, she offered those who felt safe enough a race around the Quidditch pitch. Harry jumped at the opportunity. 7 others also did. When Madame Hooch blew her whistle to start the race, Harry leaned down on his broom and shot forward. He instinctively knew how to shift position on the broom to take a turn, how he could gain speed and how to brake once he had passed the finish line. The students that hadn't participated in the race cheered and clapped for him. He waved down to them, smiling brightly. "Damn, Harry, didn't you say this would be your first real flying lesson?" Tony asked. "It is. This is the first time I'm flying on a real broom. Hagrid told me that I had a toy broom as a baby. Obviously I once nearly killed Mum's cat while flying on it, which Dad found hilarious. But since then I never again sat on a broom. But this is so easy," Harry said, laughing. The Ravenclaws discovered a new, carefree side of Harry Potter that day. As long as he was on a broom he truly behaved like a little child. Normally he was collected and gave a good impression, but here in the air he was just a normal boy who had fun. He challenged them to a game of tag, which only ended with nobody being able to catch him when Madame Hooch called them down. He was still grinning like a loon after landing. "Very good. I know that Professor Flitwick lets those that are interested try out for the house team as long as I give the go-ahead. While I can say that most of you will be ready to do normal flights at the end of the month, I would only agree to Mr. Potter, Mr. Goldstein and Miss Turpin trying out for the team. The others should train a bit more and if they want try out next year," she said. Harry and Lisa nodded at wanting to try out, but Tony declined. "I'm too busy getting used to the classes at the moment. When I have a better grip on them next year I will possibly try my hand at Quidditch, but I can't really see myself being good enough to play for the team, as much as I like watching," Tony explained. The others accepted the explanation. From the Hufflepuffs, news about the first-year permission to try for the teams was spread to Gryffindor, and somehow Slytherin also caught up. When those houses' members asked their heads of houses why they weren't given the chance, they got different answers. Professor McGonagall told them that if any talented first-years were in the class, Madame Hooch always informed their heads of house and then they decided to give them a chance. But on the school brooms there hadn't been any first year to make the team in over 100 years, because the older students just were physically stronger or more talented. Professor Sprout told her house something similar. It took a good amount of work to be on the house team, and she had found that in their first-year students were busy enough with other things. If somebody really stood out, Madame Hooch would inform her. Professor Snape simply told his house that the demanding style Slytherin played was too much to bear for a first year, and as a consequence, if he let first years on the team their performance in class would suffer, which he wouldn't tolerate. Friday morning Harry got mail. He didn't expect any mail, so he was curious who would write him. He looked at the sender and found the name Remus Lupin. He smiled. He had written Lupin just before he came to Hogwarts to see if he wanted to build up contact. Harry was interested in this only real link to his past. Lupin wrote he would love to keep in contact with Harry and tell him more about his parents. He also expressed how sorry he was for keeping out of his life for the past 10 years, but Professor Dumbledore had informed him that to not endanger Harry's location, he should keep his distance. Harry had written him that he didn't care about his furry little problem once a month and that shouldn't be a reason to keep away. He was glad that he now had somebody to send letters to. Hedwig had also become a bit bored. She liked flying a good distance to stretch her wings from time to time. On Saturday morning, the tryouts had been placed on the weekend where no Muggle classes were held. Harry and Lisa went down to the Quidditch pitch at 10 for the tryout. There were about 20 others that also wanted to get one of the 5 open positions in the team. "Okay, welcome to the Ravenclaw tryouts. I'm Daniel Barkame, the captain for those that didn't already know. I play Seeker for the team. This is Pomarl Austabler, he plays Keeper. We will test you for the 3 open Chaser spots, the 2 open Beater spots and the Keeper spot, as Pomarl won't play the last game of the season because he takes his Newts this year and the last game preparation would collide with his studying for the Newts. We here in Ravenclaw work by the philosophy, always prepared. I won't lie to you, a new team always is at a disadvantage compared to one that either has already played together for a year or only has to incorporate 1 or 2 new players. This season we will be the underdogs for the cup, but never say never. Our main competition will be the teams of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Hufflepuff has 3 new players to train, so they are in a similar situation to us. Now I want you to separate into groups for the position you would like to play at. Chasers left, next beaters, then keepers. If anybody wants to try out for seeker, next to that, I'll see if you are good enough to be a reserve for me in case I can't play. Daniel organized them. Harry moved to the chaser group, Lisa to the keeper group. Unknown to Daniel, Harry had asked Madam Hooch if he could get one of the school brooms and work on making it fit for the tryout. He had shown the finished result to Madam Hooch the previous evening. He had used the spells in the book Hagrid had given him for his birthday, and she had declared the broom safe to use. Harry had clipped the twigs, exchanged a few twigs that were too damaged to correct, and had renewed the hover charm. More he couldn't do yet, but he guessed he had done his best to get a better broom. The hover charm was a second-year charm, but after 4 tries, Harry had got it right. Daniel let the group of chasers fly 3 laps around the field first, then the beaters did the same, followed by the keepers and the one reserve seeker aspirant. He made short notes on every person on a clipboard. Then he let the beaters show their skill with one of the bludgers. There were 6 people trying out for beater. They were tasked to smack the bludgers back and forth between them. After Daniel had sorted out 2 second years, the remaining 4 had to aim bludgers at targets Daniel shouted on a whim. In the end he had Stephen Remens, a 4th year, and Todd Gellin, a 3rd year as his new beaters. Next were the chasers. Each of them got 5 shoots on the hoops, which were protected by Pomarl. First up was Roger Davies, a 4th year. He got 2 of his shots in. Pomarl was a really good keeper. Next was Milia Weatherstone, a 5th year. She had 1 goal. It continued. Harry was last of the 10 to try out for chaser. When it was his turn, only one 4th year, Quentin Apollinaire, had managed to get 3 goals in. Roger Davies was still second best. Harry flew up with the quaffle. He shot towards the goal and treated this like a penalty shooting in football, only with 3 choices for goal. He slightly shifted his body to the left. Seeing that Pomarl had taken the bait, he threw the quaffle through the right hoop. First goal. His next try, he knew Pomarl would be more aware of his possible feinting attempt, so he would get out another trick. He raised his hand to throw the quaffle to the center hoop. Pomarl reacted appropriately and was in position, but the ball got a spin from Harry's hand, which let it go through the left hoop. Second goal. He again started his attack on the hoops. He could see Pomarl was annoyed now that a 1st year had already got 2 goals in against him, a 7th year. Harry now decided to use speed position changing. Pomarl was forced to always change position. Harry shot. The throw looked like it would miss the hoop and go through the space between the center and the right hoop, but the last moment, the quaffle turned and hit the metal ring, not going through the hoop, but falling down, where Pomarl caught it. Harry saw the astonished look on the keeper's face. With a bit more training for trick shoots from a broom, he would get that trick down. His next try was a power play move. He feinted right. Pomarl saw the feint. Harry threw at the left hoop. The quaffle rebounded from Pomarl's broom tail, but Harry had counted on that, was ready to take the rebound and place the quaffle in the center hoop. Third goal. Is he really just a firstie, Daniel? Quentana asked awed. Yes, but I've heard that his father was one of the best chasers Gryffindor ever had. He must have inherited the talent. That's great, especially as he only had his first flying lesson last week. Imagine how good he will be with proper training. Daniel said, grinning. Huh, he never before sat on a broom. She asked, shocked. Yes, he is Muggle raised. Fantastic performance. We just need to see if he can play in a formation of 3. Daniel said, ecstatic. How would curse that Harry hadn't been sorted into Gryffindor like most assumed he would be. Harry got his last shot in, which made 4 goals for him. The next thing Daniel had them train was passing the quaffle in formation. Here Harry's school broom proved to be a disadvantage, as the faster brooms of the other aspirants made him look worse than them. This doesn't do. Potter, get down here. Daniel shouted, and Harry flew down. Take this broom. I want to see what you can really do and not what the snail of a school broom lets you do. He said, holding out his broom. You really let me use your broom? Harry asked disbelievingly. Don't disappoint me, Daniel said, and Harry nodded, taking the Comet 260 and went back up. Now that he had a chance to match the speed of the other chasers, he managed to get into formation without problem and pass the quaffle with precision. All his football training was now a big advantage. Daniel sent the keeper aspirants up and let them test their abilities against different chains of chasers. Lisa did well, but the others were simply better. After the tryout was over, Daniel called all those he hadn't yet sorted out together. "Okay, thanks to all of you for coming to the tryouts. I'll just tell you who got the free spots and who was chosen for reserve. Beaters are Stephen Remens and Todd Gellin with Willow Fassix as reserve. Chasers are Quentin Apollionor, Roger Davies and Harry Potter with Denise Thompson as reserve. Keeper is Pomarl Austabler with Relina Selwyn as reserve, and I'm Seeker with Cho Chong as reserve. Those that didn't make the team, don't take it too hard," Daniel said. Harry was grinning happily. He had done it. He was on the Quidditch team. "Potter, make sure you quickly get a proper broom, you can't train with the school brooms," Daniel reminded Harry. "Will do, Barkame," Harry responded. Harry went to Madame Hooch, returned the school broom and told her he had been accepted as chaser for Ravenclaw. She congratulated him and told him she would inform Professor Flitwick. "Do you have an idea what kind of broom you want to get?" she asked. "Yes, a Nimbus 2000. It has the best performance for the chaser position," Harry answered. "Good choice. Well, I guess you'll want to tell your friends the good news," she said and shooed him away. When Harry returned to Ravenclaw Tower, Lisa had already spread the news of him making the team. The other first years, which saw him as something akin to their leader, assembled and congratulated him. Harry thanked them and donated a box of 20 chocolate frogs to them. They sat together and Harry and Lisa retold the tryout. When they went down to lunch around 1, other Ravenclaws also congratulated Harry, which he accepted with a smile. By Monday morning the whole school knew that Harry Potter, a first year, had made the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Harry tried to just politely sit it out, but sometimes he couldn't help but proudly tell about some of his successful shoots. He had found out that Quidditch and flying was something that gave him an exhilarating feeling. He had loved playing football at primary school, but this was even better. And it had the double effect to have his housemates like him even more. Some others were noticeably jealous about him being accepted into the Quidditch team, but nobody could say he wouldn't be able to combine the training for the team and the workload from classes. It was a well-known fact that he was ahead of his peers. The ones who stood out mostly with their criticism were Ron Weasley and Zacharias Smith. Both were the generally jealous types, and Harry had the impression that Weasley took it as a personal insult that he hadn't been sorted into Gryffindor. Smith was just nasty and didn't like if others were better than him. And Harry excelled at everything. Much to the frustration of Hermione Granger, Harry was the top of class in his year. She was used to being at the top of her classes, but here Harry was, the boy who could simply do everything without problem. But she still couldn't dislike him. When she had asked how he did magic so easily, he had just told her his method. He had told her which books she should get for potions to get the best possible results. And his advice for getting to know people had got her her first real friend in Miranda Lillo, her roommate in Gryffindor. They were 5 girls in their dorm: herself, Miranda, Parvati Patil, Lavender Brown and Cecilia Robards. The last 3 were more interested in fashion and cosmetics than their studies, but they were okay. Miranda was more outgoing than herself, but still didn't neglect her work. She didn't do the amount of extra work Hermione did. She wasn't interested in being the best, but she wanted to do well in her classes. She informed Hermione about her secret: time management. Miranda had learned from her mother how to best organize her time so she could have fun with the rest of it after her homework was done. Miranda was perfectly content with getting over 80% in her classes, and that was it. While Hermione couldn't yet accept that for herself, she was too competitive for that. She had taken up a more relaxed attitude. Both girls had also connected some way with Neville Longbottom, whom Miranda had decided had potential that just needed to be coaxed out of him. And she had been proven right. Neville had potential. With the attention from Hermione and Miranda, he gave away that he was really knowledgeable in herbology. His main problem was his insecurity his family had instilled in him. But despite all Hermione's and Miranda's coaching, Neville had problems with the wanded subjects and potions. He did well enough in astronomy and history of magic. Hermione had even managed to get him into science and literature, where he was doing well too. Therefore Miranda one day after dinner pulled Neville after her, followed by Hermione towards the Ravenclaw table. "Hi, Potter. I'm Miranda Lillo. I think you already know Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom," she asked. "Yes, I do. Nice meeting you, Lillo. What can I do for you? I guess there is a reason why you were pulling Longbottom after you," Harry said. "Indeed. Well, as the acknowledged magical genius of our year, I wanted to ask you if you could help us finding out why Neville has so many problems in the wanded subjects. Potions I can understand, he's too afraid what Professor Snape would do if he messed up and then messes up really badly. But we have tried different methods of explaining him a spell and it just doesn't help," Miranda explained. "I see. Come on, let's go to one of the unused classrooms and I'll see if I can spot the reason. If you really put so much effort in your work it should at least have had some effects," Harry said. "Terry, would you mind taking my bag with you to Ravenclaw Tower?" Harry asked his seat neighbor. "No, no problem, Harry," Terry answered, taking another portion of apple pie, today's dessert. Harry led them towards the Transfiguration corridor. He knew that 2 doors behind the classroom was another, unused one. "Why are there so many unused classrooms here, by the way?" Miranda asked. "The main reason is the war against Voldemort. During that time many young witches and wizards died before they had children or only had one child, like in Susan Bones and my cases. Other families, mainly the pureblood ones, tend to only have one magical child. Good examples are the Malfoys, the Parkinsons, the Crabs, the Goyles and so on. That reduced the number of children born immensely. Hagrid told me that the year after next a massively higher number of first years will start. There has been a baby boom after Voldemort fell," Harry explained. Neville shuddered when Harry used Voldemort's name. They went into the classroom and Harry closed the door behind them. "Okay, what spells did you try?" he asked. "Mainly the hair color changing spell and the easy transfiguration spells we learned in the first 2 lessons," Hermione answered. "Okay, let's start with the color-changing charm. Longbottom, try changing Granger's hair to blonde," Harry said. "Why blonde?" Hermione complained. "Don't you like blonde? I thought it would go well with your eyes. After all, you could never fall into the dumb trap," Harry said, smiling. Hermione blushed. Damn that smile and those big, shining green eyes. That was just not fair that she reacted like that whenever he did that. Why did a boy have to have those eyes? Neville tried to concentrate like Hermione and Miranda had told him to do. He spoke the incantation and made the wand movement he had learned, but the only effect he had was lightening Hermione's hair a bit. There is nothing wrong with the wand movement and the incantation, those were absolutely correct. You tried to imagine the effect, right? He asked Neville. Yes, I tried to imagine the same hair color as mine as I know that one best. Miranda said it was easiest to change the color to something you knew well, but I just can't get it. Probably my family was right and I simply don't have enough magic. Neville sadly said. No, there is no way you don't have enough magic. Hogwarts doesn't send letters to those who don't have enough power or the potential to develop enough power to take their owls. That's not the problem. Harry pondered loudly and looked at Neville. His posture, his face and his wand. Neville, how long did it take until a wand chose you? Harry asked. What do you mean? This was my dad's wand. Gran gave it to me and said I should use it to make my dad proud and be more like him. Neville answered confused. Then that's the problem probably. Your wand isn't compatible. Ollivander told me the wand chooses the wizard and that you could never get as good results with another wizard's wand as with your own when I bought mine. I want you to concentrate on your magic, collect as much magic as you can, it doesn't matter how long it takes, then use the spell again. Harry said. If he was right with that much power the spell would work and Neville would need a new wand. Neville concentrated with all his might, tried to feel power building up. After 5 minutes he did the spell again and a bright ray of light shot out of his wand towards Hermione and colored her hair blonde with red strands. Harry had a big smile on his face, Neville looked shocked and Miranda awed. I was right. For you to even manage to do a spell you need to concentrate abnormally high amounts of magic. You have to force your wand to work for you, not let it help you. It's not a question of you not having enough magic, The result on Granger's head definitely shows us that, but that you can't simply concentrate on learning the spells because you also have to fight your wand. Talk to your head of house, Professor McGonagall, and explain the problem to her. With how much that wand seems to dislike working for you, you'll never reach your potential, Longbottom. And one piece of advice. Ignore what your family tells you. You will never get where you could be if you listen to them telling you that you can't achieve anything. I know what I am talking about, because I was forced for 3 years to pretend being stupid at school to not outshine Dudley, my cousin. He is a fat, stupid and lazy bully. But he's his parents' darling and therefore I wasn't allowed to be better at school. Whenever something didn't go like he wanted it to, he complained to his parents and mostly I took the brunt of the anger of Petunia and Vernon. Once I realized that nothing I did changed how they treated me, I stopped holding back. What could they really do? Punish me. They already did that. If I got punished anyway, I wanted it to be for something I really did, not something that Dudley made up. I hate that stupid pig and I hate his parents. But I decided to show them. Harry declared passionately. From what you told me, your family, while not as bad as mine, hindered you. Your grandmother seems to want you to be your father, which you never can be. Forget trying to be Frank Longbottom. You will never be. You were Neville Longbottom, Frank and Alice Longbottom's son. You inherited traits from both your parents, just like everybody does. I definitely have my dad's looks, but Mum's eyes and seemingly most of her personality. Find out who you are. Get yourself a fitting wand. Show them what you can do. And if they don't like it, ignore them. I've heard from Hannah you're good at herbology. Excel there. There is nearly nothing a good amount of work can't help you get over. And your problem with Snape. He's only that nasty if he thinks you are bumbling around in his subject. True, he dislikes Gryffindor more than other houses, but then he doesn't like any students but his Slytherins really. I think some of his favoritism is to smooth out the prejudices Slytherin house is confronted with because Voldemort was once in that house. Well, that's the past, we can't change it, but with the right leading not all Slytherins are evil. I get along pretty well with Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott. And the girls of course. He added. You get along with all girls, Potter. Miranda snorted. What can I say, it's a talent. Back to your problem in potions. Prepare for that class more than for any other. If you are sure of what you do, you will be less afraid of what Snape will do if you mess up. He won't be nice, that's not in his range of personality traits I think, but if he treats you neutrally, you can normally get through potions well enough. What is your dream? Harry asked Neville. Neville was shocked. Nobody had ever asked him about his dream. He had never told it to anybody, thinking they would laugh at him. Neville, I promise I won't laugh about your dream. Harry said sincerely, intentionally switching to the first name. Neither will I. Hermione added. Me too. Miranda said. Neville looked at his two friends and Harry. Finally he opened his mouth. I want to become a healer and use my knowledge about plants to heal my parents from their mental damage. He answered. That's a great dream, Neville. If you keep it in mind, and put all your effort into it, you'll manage it. Harry said. Neville looked shocked that Harry Potter seemed to believe in him. Definitely, and don't forget you have us at your side. If you struggle we will kick your butt in the right direction. Miranda said. While I would phrase it differently, Miranda is right. We will support you. Do you want to tell us what happened to put them into that state? Hermione asked timidly. Harry knew this was hard for Neville, but if he could overcome the past, he could look into the future. Neville shook. He didn't want to think about it. It hurt so much knowing they didn't even recognize him. And then his grandmother always reminding him on their state and that he should be proud of them. He was proud, but he would rather have his parents back to normal than being proud of them. You don't need to, we won't force you. But if they know, they'll easier understand you. Harry said. You know? Neville asked with wide eyes. Yes, I do, Harry said. But how? Neville asked. Harry sighed. This would also reveal some of his secrets. But Neville needed to know that he wasn't the only one to have had a hard life and that it was possible to get out of there. When Professor McGonagall came to my house after I sent a reply to my Hogwarts letter to get more information about Hogwarts because I also had 5 offers from renowned private Muggle schools that had offered me scholarships for my grades and my football abilities, she took me to Diagon Alley to get me some books so I could get more information. I guess they really wanted me to come to Hogwarts. Well, as it is one of the best schools in the world I can attend until Owls, there are some that offer more subjects after that. I don't mind so much, but I wanted to be sure. I told you the Dursleys, whom I lived with, were nasty and punished me. Well, they were downright abusive until I frightened them so much with a bit of accidental magic that they didn't dare to touch me anymore. It will probably go through the news soon as they will have to defend themselves at court. I just wanted to get out of there because they had kept me ignorant of magic all my life. I feared once they knew they couldn't lie to me anymore things would get worse again. So I told Professor McGonagall some of the things that had happened to me. She took me to St. Mungo's and the result of the diagnosis spell was enough for Healer Ickings to keep me there for a few days, file an official removal order for me from the Dursleys and send the results of the examination to both the Muggle and magical governmental departments that are responsible for cases like mine. He concentrated, looked on the floor. When Professor Dumbledore came to visit me, I asked why I had been placed with the Dursleys. The main reason was a form of ancient protection my mum gave me through her sacrifice. It seems if somebody sacrifices himself out of love, fully aware that it will mean his death even if being offered to be spared, the strongest possible protection against the one who spilled the blood of the one who sacrificed himself will be created. My mum died to protect me, therefore Voldemort couldn't harm me where I lived as long as I could call the place where my mother's blood lived home. The protection was broken when I declared that the Dursleys' house wasn't my home, only my place of residence. I asked why nobody got me out once things had calmed down and the Death Eaters who posed a threat to me were imprisoned. Well, there were some people that should have taken care of me. First was my godfather Sirius Black. He was imprisoned without a trial and I seriously doubt his guilt with how flimsy the evidence is. My guess is somebody wanted either to look good to the masses or that somebody wanted him out of the way. Next was Remus Lupin, who has a medical condition that makes it impossible for him to look after a child. Third was Peter Pettigrew, who was supposedly killed by Sirius Black. As I said, I doubt Sirius' guilt as nobody who was killed by a blasting hex would only remain in form of a finger. From witnesses they stood at some distance when Sirius supposedly fired the hex. Even at point blank a blasting hex, no matter how powerful, can't destroy a body so completely, not even with the gas explosion that happened because of a hit gas line. The Muggles that stood closer to the explosion and died were found with complete, sometimes separated, but charred corpses, but from Peter, who was farther away, couldn't be found more remains than a finger. That simply is impossible. And if it is impossible that Peter's body was completely destroyed by that combination, then he has got to be somewhere. I think that Peter set Sirius up and somehow, I don't know how yet, got away. With magic many things are possible. Apparition, a transformation, a trick. I think the only one who knows is Sirius Black, and Professor Dumbledore is close to getting him a trial finally. It helps that I can blackmail the minister with public uproar. My name is important in the wizarding world after all. Well, back to the point. The next on the list were your parents, Neville. The last one was Dorcas Meadows. He told me why the first 5 were unable to take care of me, and I found out that Dorcas Meadows was killed by Voldemort when I asked Hagrid. That's the reason I know what happened to them. Harry ended his lengthy explanation. Neville was stunned. Not only had Harry had a similarly hard life like him, he was probably one of the few people who could understand what he felt about his parents. If Harry could be this strong despite what had happened to him, couldn't he as well? He took a deep breath. This was hard, but Harry had revealed much of his past, how could he not? My parents were tortured to insanity by Death Eaters after the fall of VV Volume Voldemort. Neville finally brought out, and Harry smiled encouragingly at him. They were Aurors, they chased Death Eaters, and they also worked with Professor Dumbledore in the fight against them. The Death Eaters that came to our house, Rodolphus, Rastabin and Bellatrix Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. used one of the unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus Curse, on them. They wanted information about where VV Voldemort was. They use the curse many times. The curse makes you feel unimaginable pain. And if you are under it for too long, there can be nerve damage. That's what happened to my parents. They are in St. Mungo's, in a long-term ward. The healers say there is nothing that can be done, but I don't believe that. There has to be a way to heal them. My family doesn't understand why I can't give up on them. They always tell me it is impossible to get them back and that I should be proud to be the son of heroes like them and live up to their example. But I just want them back. Want that they recognize me again. Talk to me. My gran thinks I'm stupid to keep the gum wrappers that Mum gives me every visit, but they are the only present I ever got from her. Neville said. Hermione had tears in her eyes and spontaneously hugged Neville. He looked confused as if he hadn't been hugged for a long time if ever. When she let him go, she, to Harry's absolute surprise, hugged him too. Harry tensed. He still had problems with sudden physical contact. He awkwardly returned the hug. If this wouldn't be the worst time to make a joke, I could say something about finally having found something the great Harry Potter isn't good at. Miranda said, trying to loosen the mood. Harry had to smirk at that. Hermione let Harry go and stood back next to Neville. Okay, I'll talk with Professor McGonagall if there is a way for me to get to Ollivander to get my own wand. I have saved enough to buy one. If my gran thinks I'll dishonor Dad, she can talk all she wants to. I think Mum and Dad would have wanted me to have my own wand. Neville said defiantly. That's the spirit, Neville. Harry said. Thanks, Potter. He answered. I think you should all just call me Harry. With how much I told you, I guess I can call you at least friendly acquaintances. I don't make friends easily, so please don't expect me to call you friends until I really know you. Harry said. We understand. Miranda said. And don't worry, we won't tell anything what you just told us. Yes, we promise. Hermione confirmed. Thanks. I wouldn't like the whole school to talk about it. It's bad enough that they'll find out the rough outline soon, as the trial will be of public interest. Harry admitted. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.